the game. Glamorgan have won the toss and decided to bat first. I'm Nick Webb, and alongside me is Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol. A very good morning to you, Ed.
Morning, Nick. Yeah, what a morning it is. It is gorgeous weather, which is always a bonus for, well, I guess, reasons which are obvious, and also because at Cardiff, and I don't think I can remember a day like this in Cardiff every time I've come here. It's been, yeah, certainly particularly the start of the season where we had the malfunctioning hover cover here.
Yes, well, if you will to rock up in April, then
I'm not going to blame Cardiff for that, but this is the best day I've had in Cardiff, and it looks as if it's going to be a scorcher, so get your sun cream on if you're out there.
It does happen occasionally, Ed, whatever your lived experience may be. So the Glamorgan side, one change from the match against Sussex last Sunday, which Glamorgan won by 4 wickets, and that sees the return of Dan Douthwaite, who is in the Welsh Fire squad for the 100, but has not been required for playing duty for whatever reasons so far, and he replaces Tom Bevan in the side. So the opener, who only had one score really, 44 in his 4 games. So Glamorgan a little bit lighter on batting maybe, a little bit heavier on bowling options, with Douthwaite expected to bat middle order and bowl his allocation of overs. So Glamorgan line-up: Byram, North East, Ingram, Carlson, Callaway, Douthwaite, Horton, Ul-Hassan, Van der Hoogten, Sisodia and McIlroy. And the visitors?
Well, the two changes are turned out for Gloucestershire. So Ben Wells comes into the side in place of him. He made his championship debut on this ground, so he's got happy memories of Sophia Gardens. And the other change is Josh Shaw dropping out of the side, and Zafar Gohart comes in for him. So Zafar is the second overseas player for Gloucestershire alongside Anwar Ali. So James Bracey, fresh off a record score for Gloucestershire in List A cricket, the 11th highest score in the entire history of List A cricket for James Bracey last match, 224 not out. Chris Dent opens the batting with him, Ollie Price at 3. Ben Wells is carded to come in at 4, but we'll see exactly where he comes in because he was a bit lower down in the previous appearance that he made in this competition. Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire's championship skipper. Jack Taylor, who has been prolific in this competition for several years now for Gloucestershire. Tom Price, Zafar Gohar, Anwar Ali, already mentioning those two. Tom Smith and Paul Van Makeren. So that's Gloucestershire's side. Not surprised to see that they're up.
Message in the YouTube chat to say we're working. Thanks, please.
I was looking for some celebrations, but they only had that with Ferrero Rocher and Maltesers.
Correct, switch over with this one.
This is Rob White.
I was going between an M&M bar, but I know you don't.
Who's that? That's the wrong one.
Knockout stages.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition for probably positions 2 and 3, isn't there, behind Warwickshire? So here's Zafar then, from this Cathedral Road end to start us up for the morning, wearing 77 in the black and yellow of the visitors. Glamorgan and bowls, and North East plays back to him, and there is no run.
Basically a fast in-swinger to start with, it looked like, from Zafar. I thought, this is what you can do with the new ball, just get it to skid on, and maybe the odd one might grip.
Zafar bowls, and that's clonked over cover by North East, who didn't really time it, but there wasn't much risk in it. It scooped back just inside the boundary at deep extra cover, and they're through for a simple 3 runs as the throw comes in via Tom Smith after the fielding efforts of Ben Wells, just diving over the rope.
And imagine the outfield's going to be very quick most of the day, and probably get even quicker with the day's sunshine forecast.
Left-handed Eddie Byram is on strike now. As for North East, there's a slip in place. Just 2 outfielders allowed in these first 10 overs of the innings, so there's always the possibility of hitting over the outfielders are at long on and square leg come mid-wicket. As Byram places that one towards square leg, but wanted a single, is sent back though as it's fielded by Tom Price towards the edge of the circle at square leg. Zafar then is in to bowl. Byram is forward, defending out on the offside, and there is no run. Glamorgan's first match in Cardiff this year in this competition. They played they were due to play the first 2 home games at Neath. They only played one of them. A defeat against Warwickshire. As back on his stumps goes Byram. There is a single available this time because he's played it a little bit in front of square, so he is off the mark. 4 without loss here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra. Glamorgan against Gloucestershire in the One Day Cup. As Zafar, shirt blowing slightly in the breeze, is in bowl, and where's that one gone? As North East poked forward, he didn't have much idea of it. I thought for a moment he'd been bowled, but it's gone through everything and they've run a bye. 5 without loss, but there was substantial turn there from Zafar. Slightly too much turn, and just shaved the top of the off stump. 5 for North after 1.
Goodness me. Well, that's why Zafar has got the new ball in the past. If Gloucestershire think that a pitch might turn, then they do often decide that it might turn more with the harder new ball than it will with the older ball, so they give the ball to Zafar up front, and actually he will get more turn at that point. It's going to be pace from the river end, and it will be Tom Price to bowl. I never remember whether it's the river end or the river Taff end.
Either. Don't worry.
Well, I'd like to say the river Taff end. I think it's, it gives a bit more of kind of specificity, if that's the word, to say at this time in the morning. It's not a very COVID-friendly word, that one. Specificity. Here comes Tom Price. There are 2 slips in place, and he's bowling now, and it's driven uppishly towards mid-on. First ball by North East. It's knocked down by Zafar Gohar there on the parry, so he's done well to stop it, and it's 6 without loss as North East comes through for a single, but I don't think that was a crowd parry up there, was it? I think that was in the air off the bat of North East.
We'll have a look on the video replay on the county stream. Yeah, it was on full. You're absolutely right.
Far off Zafar. So Byram, the lefty, facing up straight away. Still the 2 slips in place for him, and the 2 fielders on the boundary are at third and backward square. In comes Price to bowl to Byram, who comes forward and plays the ball calmly up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Only one other game in the One Day Cup today. Northants against Worcestershire. Northants have been put in by Worcestershire, and they are 4 without loss after the first over. Commentary on that one available on the BBC Sport website.
And of course we had an awful lot of England-related news come out in the last 24 hours or so, which I'll come on to in a moment, as Price begins his steady approach. He comes in now to bowl to Byram, and Byram plays forward in defence out towards cover point, and there is no run. Eddie Byram, Zimbabwean born, and Zimbabwe are due to play a test match against England in 2025 at a venue to be determined, but it will be the first test on English soil between England and Zimbabwe since I think 2003, I read. So that's great news for Zimbabwe cricket. Price is into bowl, and Byram drives, doesn't time it, picks out Smith at extra cover, and there's no run. My first game of cricket actually was England versus Zimbabwe in the year 2000. I can't say I
feel old now.
Remember a huge amount about it, but I was there, Trent Bridge, for the test match there. could just about remember Mike Atherton scoring some runs, but yeah, back in the days when Zimbabwe had Flower Brothers, Heath Streak, etc. In comes Price, bowls, strikes Byram on the pad. Gloucestershire like this one, but the umpire says not out. We've got Mike Burns and Rob White out there today. I think that's Mike Burns who has turned that appeal down. Well, maybe height an issue. It's probably just pitched in line. That's always the number one thing with the right armour bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. But yeah, I mean it was a good shout. Can see why it wasn't given. Last ball of the over. Price is in to bowl. Byram pushes this one up to mid-on, and that's a good tidy start from Tom Price. He's been excellent with the new ball for Gloucestershire in this tournament. 6 without loss. Glamorgan after 2 overs. Nice tight start from the opening bowlers, and it's going to be important, you feel, with Glamorgan winning the toss on what is a used pitch and deciding to bat first. It's not too often in this competition that you see a side choose to bat, but you'd think on a used strip, if any time you were going to do it, now would be the time.
Yeah, it's been used for at least one day of the 100 cricket a couple of days ago here when Welsh Fire were playing Trent Rockets.
Yes.
I was about to give the crisp brand name, but it's the only thing I can remember really. As Zafar bowls and turns one past the edge of northeast. Now this is going to be an interesting first few overs within the power play, with Zafar bowling, who is getting a considerable amount of grip with this new ball. As northeast gets the pitch, that one drives it square of the wicket on the offside. In fact, it'll run away for 4 runs. First boundary of the morning. I think he meant to play it probably slightly in front of square, but got a decent bat on it, and it went racing away across the ground and between the two fielders, Wells and Tom Price.
Yeah, it's just a bit of width, and he bowls quite quickly with this new ball because he thinks he's going to get quicker turn, which means there is pace to use for a shot like that.
10 without loss. Zafar into bowl and beats northeast, pushing forward. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Well, this is interesting stuff, and Gloucestershire do have other spin options. Glamorgan have got a good range of spin available as well, as that is northeast pushing forward and defending, no run.
Yep, Tom Smith, of course, who's played the last couple of games effectively in lieu of Zafar as the spinner, with a different balance of the side, with Tector playing as an overseas bat.
As that's shorter from Zafar and worked away nicely through the leg side by northeast. He'll pick up at least 2. It's tapped back just inside the ropes again, and for the second time in these early overs they run through for 3.
Well, not necessarily a relay combination that you might have had your money on in Van Meekeren and Anwar Ali, 2 fast bowlers chasing after it, but somehow Van Meekeren managed to stop it.
It might be the run that wins the match.
It might be. And going back to the spin options, Gloucestershire are full of them. Ollie Price with his off breaks. Van Buren has been doing some bowling back from his side injury, so he'd be another slow left armour. Jack Taylor can bowl some leg breaks.
As that is an attempted cut by Byram, and he misses, and it's through outside the off stump to James Bracey. 13 without loss after 3 overs, but not without incident, with Zafar beating the bat on several occasions. So we mentioned England announcements. Of course, the headline grabber this morning is that Ben Stokes has reversed his decision to retire from one-day cricket. He'll be part of England's World Cup squad, and also the ODI series against New Zealand, the first of which is here, much to the delight of Glamorgan marketeers.
Yes, I saw actually the Glamorgan tweet about that right after the tweet about the actual announcement. get your tickets.
Suspect that might sell a few.
In comes Tom Price then to bowl, and forward goes North East and plays respectfully back to the bowler. They've also named the squad for the T20 series, and there are a few names in there that stand out. Gus Atkinson, who's also been named in the ODI squad, which immediately you would think catapults him into potential World Cup contention, seeing as he's sharp. Whether he actually ends up playing in the World Cup, we'll see, but he's clearly put his name well ahead of others as North East plays a length ball out to backward point and Ben Wells, and there's no run. I mean, he's clearly ahead of, say, for example, a couple of other quick bowlers who've been picked in the T20 squad in Josh Tongue and John Turner, who are both really exciting bowlers, and I thought it was only a matter of time until John Turner was called up, but I didn't actually imagine that it would be as soon as this season. Price bowls, and that's inside edged by North East onto his pad, and the ball rolls out into the offside, and it's picked up at extra cover by Chris Dent.
Yes, Atkinson has appeared a couple of times against Glamorgan, just took 2 for 24 here in the T20 and 1 wicket in the return up at the Oval. Can't remember huge amounts about him, to be absolutely honest, but
I think the word I would use is slippery. He's one of those slippery quicks. He doesn't run in like he's going to bowl as fast as he does. Price is in and bowls. This is a little over pitched, and North East drives out towards extra cover, and even though he's not timed it to perfection, the outfield is more than quick enough to take that over the boundary, and North East is on to 15 with Glamorgan up to 17 without loss.
So the England T20 squad, as well as Atkinson, includes Josh Tongue and John Turner, also uncapped fast bowlers, and the young spinner Rehan Ahmed. So that T20 series begins on the 30th of August, and then the one-day series follows it.
Price past the umpire and bowls, and that's back on the money, full and on off stump, but not too full, and North East plays it back to the bowler. Yeah, actually I should say, it's not that he doesn't, Gus Atkinson this is, it's not that he doesn't run in like he's going to bowl at 90, but his action doesn't look like he's bowling at 90. He's just got such an easy action, and he's quite skiddy in terms of his pace as well, which means his bumper can be extra effective because of that, from what I've seen. Anyway, Price is in, and once again targeting those stumps, but North East meets it in defence. Ends the over, just the one scoring shot off it, but it was a boundary, and after 4 overs Glamorgan are 17 for no wicket. I see Ben Duckett's also in that T20 squad, but not in the ODI squad, though he's got to be, you'd guess, in the reckoning for potential World Cup place if there are injuries. So there are still plenty of experienced players. Bairstow, Moeen, Adil Rashid's playing, David Malan, but it could be exciting to see what those young fast bowlers in particular can do in that T20 series.
Yeah, likewise Harry Brook, unlucky not to be selected for the ODI, I would have thought. Zafar starts a new over, and back on his stumps goes Byram, and clips him around the corner down to backward square for a single. 18 without loss. North East 15, Byram 2. And it is North East who comes back onto strike. He's had more of the bowling. Full details on the BBC Sports website on those squads, if you want to peruse them at your leisure. Zafar bowls, North East drives straight to shortish extra cover, and there is no run.
But it's nice to see some young, quick bowlers coming through, because that's the one thing you feel that England really need.
Next delivery spins a long way outside North East's off stump. It really is going away from the bat of the right-hander quite prodigiously at the moment for Zafar. And he comes bowls. This time it's on the legs, and North East manages to work it away down towards backward square for the single. 19 without loss in this 5th over.
Looked like the one that he tried to push through with the arm, just angled it too far down the leg side.
Right-left combination is probably helping Glamorgan, who have the informed Colin Ingram in next, off innings of 115 not out and 73, as Byram tries to cut and misses through to Bracey. Carlson batter fewer with no Bevan and no Root in this side. Callaway may bat 5, I guess, with Douthwaite at 6. As Byram works one away on the leg side for a single down to backward square, 20 without loss. So with relative youth in the middle order, Glamorgan will be especially dependent really on the experienced top of the order to launch a good platform, and hence I don't think they'll go hard at Zafar, certainly in these early overs. They'll be happy with knocking it around, I suspect.
Yeah, and I think it's one thing that's been quite a consistent theme through the games that I've seen so far. If you can make it through those first 10 overs with minimal losses, then actually you really do set yourself up. And Worcestershire scored, was it 375 against Gloucestershire? So the game before they scored their highest List A score, Gloucestershire, they gave up their second highest to Worcestershire. Price bowls to Byram, who drives down the ground. He's timed that one pretty sweetly, and Zafar won't get there. Shorter boundary towards the river, and it's Byram's first boundary, 24 without loss. Trying to pitch it up and give it a chance to swing Tom Price, but just slightly over pitching again, and it was beautifully driven by Byram. The only danger there was that Byram was going to drive it into the diving bat of North East. It was sprawling to make his ground at the non-strikers end, seeing that it was played straight, and that North East's bat might even deflect it onto the stumps. I've seen some bizarre dismissals like that in recent times, but I'm not sure quite in that manner. In comes Price over the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who's a bit squared up by that one, but manages to play the ball along the floor up to mid-off, and there's no run. But the thought about that Worcestershire 375 for 7, they were, I think, 24 for 1 after 10 overs in that game. Extraordinary acceleration for the rest of the innings, but it's something that Gloucestershire will, I guess, also know themselves, in that, yes, it's vital those first 10 overs to take wickets, and they probably ought to have had more than the one that they did, as Byram is working the ball straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And if you can't get those extra scalps, then things can be pretty tricky. And we've seen some really fast-scoring surfaces for both Gloucestershire's last couple of games, and really their opening one against Derbyshire was the same at Cheltenham, where you felt Derbyshire were well short actually with 298. Just didn't ever feel as if it was going to be enough. Price is in over the wicket. They've got rid of both the slips now, and Byram plays the ball with a degree of ease out towards extra cover in defence, fielded by Ollie Price, who is the second of the 2 slips. Quite a lot of numbers to throw at people from that last game, where Gloucestershire beat Somerset by 198 runs. That was their highest victory margin against county first class opposition. As Price moves in, he bowls, and that's tucked away but straight back to the bowler. No run. It was, needless to say, Gloucestershire's highest score on that ground, as well as any opposition. James Bracey with his double century, as I mentioned at the start, the 11th highest individual score in List A cricket. He joined a pretty elite group of players who've scored 150 even for Gloucestershire. I expect most people can have a pretty decent stab at some of those players. I believe there are 6 others, one of whom is playing in this game, in Chris Dent, who did it against this opposition as Price bowls, and Byram with a push drive which finds Zafar Gohar at mid-off, and that's the second consecutive over from Tom Price where he's only gone for runs off one ball, but it was a 4. And 6 overs have gone. Glamorgan at 24 without loss. It was the 7th highest team score in List A history, and of course it must be said, Somerset missing huge numbers of players, not just to the 100. I think it's 9 that they're missing to the 100, but it's also injuries to their bowling group which really led to their attack having no experience at all, other than Curtis Camphor, their overseas player, really. And it would have been a pretty tough watch, fair to say, if you're a Somerset supporter.
Good
but
heavens,
not if you're a Gloucestershire supporter.
I thought for a moment you were being over-sympathetic to your local rivals as Zafar bowls and North East cuts, but it's fielded at backward point and there is no run.
They scored also, Gloucestershire, 147 runs off the last 10 overs.
Oof.
Don't think I don't know how to look that record up, but yeah.
As there's an appeal for stumping. Bracey's interested as North East pushed forward to Zafar. No response from square leg there. North East just twitched the back foot, but it was no more, I think, than a sideways twitch across the crease. So Zafar bowling well into his 4th over as North East drives, but straight to Van Buren at cover. How long are we expecting him to bowl for, Zafar?
Well, if he's got a good spell going, he could bowl, 7 overs. I've seen him do that last year at least once, 7 overs in a row.
That's on leg stump and worked away by North East comfortably through the leg side for a single. 25 without loss, Glamorgan.
As I said, they just genuinely believe that this is the time when he might be his most effective, and because of the fact they've got so many other spin options, they don't have to worry too much about not having his overs through the middle.
As he'll have a go from over the wicket now. The left arm spinner bowling for the left hand Byram on 7 not out. And gets a bit of turn there. Byram looking slightly tentative as he pushes forward, rather defensively. 25 without loss. Zafar just about to finish his 4th over here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra. Down the wicket he comes and clips it backward of square on the leg side. Goes through for a single, and Glamorgan at 26 without loss after 7 overs. So Gloucestershire keeping the brakes on early on, but Glamorgan keeping wickets in hand. It's funny how fashions change in one-day cricket. At some points it's been the vogue for, remember, pinch hitters here.
Oh,
like
yes.
Robert Croft, who was put in, elevated from 7 in the order to open the batting and try and hit over the top. And Alex Wharf had a spell batting at number 3, but the trouble was he tried to be rather too technically correct. Did Alex Wharf to play like a proper number 3?
Right, I was going to say, because I can remember coming to Glamorgan games with that configuration. I thought it was great. I love a pinch hitter. Price is in to bowl, Tom Price that is, and Byron is working this one straight to Van Buren, who's fielding it short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I don't know, there's something nice about it in terms of, well, something's going to happen, don't you?
Yeah.
It's either going to come off or it's not, and if it does come off, it's probably going to be sort of 20 off 10, but it just gets the excitement going early. Tom Price actually has opened the batting once this season. It didn't go spectacularly well, unfortunately. He was out second ball. Price bowls to Byram, who's trying to flick the ball into the leg side as Price bowls it back of a length, and it's come off his sort of side area, I think, in the end, for a leg bye out towards square leg. 27 without loss.
Yeah, apologies for minor electrical buzz on our effects microphone. I think I'll change it round after my commentary spell, so we'll get rid of that for you, hopefully.
There we go. Yes, it is
In
very
fact,
rude. Nobody had the stewed prunes for breakfast.
If you want to carry on for a moment, I'll nip down to it now.
Sure. So it's North East who's surveying the field. He's been the more fluent of the two Glamorgan openers so far. Both have faced 22 deliveries. Byram 8 and North East 17. It's a pretty standard ring field now for Gloucestershire with a deep square and a third man back. This is on the leg stump of North East, and he clips the ball through backward square leg and down to the boundary. Having seen what we've seen so far, Glamorgan up to 31 without loss, whilst I don't think the pitch looks as if it's got any massive pace in it, it does seem as though the general kind of theme, both off spin and seam, is if you're slightly off, then you can go. If Zaffa bowled slightly short, there was really very little to help him out, as North East is jabbing this one down to third man and collects a single. So he's got 22 now from 24 deliveries, and it's 32 without loss. And I thought Van Meeken was going to go back into slip there for Byram, but it would have been a slightly odd slip fielder. Van Meeken is going to field at short fine. And Price has bowled his most expensive over so far. Gone for 6, although 5 off the bat. And they've decided they're going to bring third man up. And deep cover was racing out, but actually they're going to go with two fielders out on the leg side. The fielder's running about all over the place, but the two fielders out at deep square and deep mid-wicket. Price bowls to Byram. He'll tuck the ball towards wide mid-on. Anwar Ali tries his best to get there and manages to cut the ball off, and then sends the throw in to the non-existent wicket-keeper. Just threw the ball to backward point. Anyway, single is added. 33 without loss. A slightly odd piece of cricket, that.
8 overs gone, so Glamorgan going nicely at the moment. North East 22, Byram 9, having chosen to bat. And a slightly rearranged Glamorgan batting order with North East opening.
Here's Price bowling to North East, who runs the ball through the covers. It'll get past Van Buren at extra cover, and so another single is added. So 34 for no wicket and 8 runs in total coming off that Price over. 4 overs for 16. He's still bowled pretty tightly, but hasn't managed to beat the bat yet, unlike Zafar Gohart. Well, I said it might be 7 overs, but then you never know. And it's not going to be 7 overs because Paul Van Meeken has got ball in hand, so Gloucestershire are going to crank up the pace a little bit with Van Meeken, who's really been, for the most part, terrific for Gloucestershire, both in the championship matches at Cheltenham and in this competition. 3 for 34 from his 7 overs against Somerset the other day. Bowled 2 terrific Yorkers to get rid of Dixon and Umeed, who was batting quite nicely. Made 55, but delivered a terrific leg stump Yorker with Umeed moving too far across.
Here we go then with Van Meeken bowling, and that's the edge through slip and keeper for 4. Well, that one flew, and Sam North East stands where he is, and maybe a word or two were exchanged between batter and bowler there, as that one whizzed through off the edge.
What a beauty that is, and I'm afraid that's James Bracey's catch. It's not Ollie Price's, because he's moving to his left and he's also fielding wide at slip. Bracey, who's captaining the side, keeping wickets, coming off that double century. It's quite a heavy workload he's got on his hands, and he did not move more than a little tentative step to his right for that.
Next delivery from Van Meeken is driven back at him by North East. Hit hits the bowler's foot. He wonders where it's gone, and where it has gone is he's effectively booted it back down the wicket to North East, who lobbed it to the nearest fielder. That was almost like a dog chasing a ball there and getting a bit bemused.
Even chasing its own tail.
Yes, possibly. He was going round in circles for a moment, Van Meekeren, and realised the ball was dribbling down the wicket.
They had a great opportunity to run all over the middle of the pitch there. I can't quite find it. Just continue to run all over it. Although, of course, Gloucestershire are batting second, so his batters would not have thanked him for it.
38 for naught. Van Meekeren to North East, who's forward, playing it up to Dent at mid-off. And there is no run. I shall give way to Mr. Bevan at the end of this over, here on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sport Online. I've tried several different options to get rid of that slight electrical buzz, and none has so far worked. We're in a different studio from our usual one due to the presence of the TMS team around this time of year. As Van Meekeren bowls and North East drives to Dent, and there is no run.
Yes, it's a good start from Van Meekeren. He really couldn't have done too much more, and there's nothing more annoying as a bowler than when people don't go for the catch. You could sort of take both going for it and the other, sort of putting each other off. That sort of thing is far more kind of palatable, but for a ball to be nicked like that and for nobody to go for it, wouldn't have been the easiest catch for Bracey. He would have had to have launched himself to his right.
Slightly closer to slip? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Van Meekeren is in to bowl to North East, who drives into the offside. Wants a run. Byram was initially hesitant in responding, but is now through safely for the single. 39 without loss, Glamorgan. So a decent power play so far from the home side, albeit with one or two scares, that edge, and North East was beaten a few times early on by Zafar Goha. 39 for naught. Both sides will be struggling, I think, if the loser today will be struggling to qualify. Will depend heavily on other results as Van Meekeren bowls and Byron plays it into the offside. Might have just been a single there, but it's a good piece of fielding at point. So 39 without loss. North East 28. Byram is on 9. Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bat, and Ed Seaborn will be joined by Edward Bevan.
Thanks to Nick Webb. I'll be back in half an hour's time. I actually didn't notice the rotor there, so I was just going to... Oh, he's only just written it. That explains why. I was expecting to be just booted off whenever, so, it always helps to know exactly when to leave. We've got Tom Price to bowl a 5th over, the last over of this first power play, the only power play. In the other game that's taking place in Telly, Northamptonshire are 30 for 2 against Worcestershire. Lost the early wickets of Gay without scoring and Whiteman for 2. Matthew Waite and Dylan Pennington getting a wicket each. Vasconcelos is playing his usual type of innings, 25 and 25 balls, despite a couple of wickets lost. Price bowls to North East, who's turning this one to short mid-wicket, and there's no run there. So Vasconcelos and Keogh in at the moment. That's another massive game in this second group of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Northamptonshire currently second on 6 points, same as Gloucestershire, but Northamptonshire have played a game fewer, and Worcestershire in 4th, also on 6 points, having played 5, won 3, lost 2. So one of those sides has to lose, which is good news for both of these sides, but also one of them has to win, which isn't such good news. As Price is in to bowl, North East doesn't time that one. Is in position to try to drive the ball and was in position quite early and then had to check his shot and play it up towards extra cover. No run. And it's good morning to Edward Bevan.
Good morning, Ed Seaborn. You fitting well?
Yes, well, I'm not sure about fit, but I think I'm as well as I'm going to be, yes.
Good crowd.
It is a decent crowd,
Excellent
actually.
crowd.
Yeah.
Proper cricket, 6 ball overs.
In comes Tom Price. North East is waiting, bat raised, and it's flicked out through square leg. And North East picks up a single, and it's 40 without loss. And North East has 29 from 33.
This pitch will turn. It's not me saying that. It's the chief executive. We were having a little chat with him a couple of minutes ago. And I think it's pretty obvious because Glamorgan A opted to bat first. And secondly, because in the 100 competition, there were a couple of games played on this pitch. So it's been overworked. And probably with the sunshine coming on it, it'll get a bit of turn, which would be rather nice because we don't see any pitches turning these days.
No, we don't. Certainly not turn off the straight. It might get a bit of turn out of the footmarks if you're lucky, but that's a very different.
But the turn
game.
I think it'll get will be slow turn.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. It's probably, again, why Zaffa got the new ball. Price bowls round the wicket, and that's clipped through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and that's 4 runs. There wasn't much of a gap to pick there from Byron, but he's done it to perfection and moves into double digits. He's got 13, and Glamorgan 44 for no wicket.
All about timing, wasn't it, that shot? And he's been playing sort of second fiddle to North East, but both these batsmen are playing very well in as much as they're not taking any risks. They know that this pitch will not deteriorate, but help the spinners later on. It'll determine, I think, in another 10 overs what a good score might be.
I don't think that was particularly straight either from Price. I think he's turned that off stump, and he's again going leg side. Price drags the length back a little bit. Byron, on the back foot can get a single through forward square leg. 45 without loss, and 1 ball remains in this first 10 overs of power play. There's been basically no movement on offer whatsoever.
I have good news for you.
For Tom Price. Oh, do you?
The Lionesses, I've just heard from next door, the technicians, are 1 up against Australia.
Excellent.
So that is heartening news, isn't it? For you people who live in England.
Yes. Price and bowls. This is forced away by North East. But again, he doesn't time it. It's fielded at extra cover by Ollie Price. Tom Price, 5 overs for 22. And Glamorgan 45 without loss, 10 gone.
And obviously, I don't mean that. Those are just in jest, because I'm sure everybody, and can you imagine the Australians if they did win? Did you see that remark on social media from David Warner?
No, I didn't.
Go hard, the Matildas as they call them.
Yes.
Because you never know, England might change the ball. Do you remember that in the last test when they changed the ball? Always having a little dig, the Aussies.
Yes, and somehow they even manage to do that even when they lose. Isn't it amazing? The capability of them still to run their mouths off whenever they lose. No, it's great. We like to hear
I
it.
know, a little jest, don't we?
Yeah.
Van Meekeren, who I saw bowl with you, of course, at Cheltenham a couple of weeks ago, and I thought he's quite pacey. Perhaps his accuracy doesn't match his pace, but he's tall, lithe, and we saw from that first ball, which bisected the keeper and slip, that he can bowl. And here he is from this end, and comes in past the umpire now, and bowls to the left-handed Byron, who cuts down towards third man. There'll just be the single there. And they just think momentarily of coming back for a second, but decide against it. 46 for no wicket. Glamorgan win the toss, elected to bat. As you probably heard, one change in the Glamorgan side. Dan Douthwaite been released from the 100 competition, and he's come in for Tom Bevan. Therefore, you got East opening the batting, and 2 changes in the Gloucestershire side that trounced Somerset the other day. A lot of talk about that game, but Ed was there, and here's Van Meekeren comes in, bowls to North East, who clips this away to mid-wicket. Again, there's a single. They'll think of a second, no. Not really worth it at this stage of the game. Wells comes in to the side, and the pace bowler Shaw is left out. Tector came from Ireland, and he also drops out. And the other all-rounder we can call Zaffa, can't we, coming in? So 2 changes in the Gloucestershire side and just the one in the Glamorgan. Van Meekeren, in glorious sunshine here at Cardiff, comes in over the wicket and bowls. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty, which Byron played on the line of off stump. Just move a little away from him and straight through to Bracey.
This was something was really noticeable in that Somerset game, actually. Whilst all the focus, understandably, was on the batting from Gloucestershire, but Van Meekeren got the ball to move appreciably when basically nobody else had managed to do so, and he's already getting more out of this than Tom Price is.
I noticed that also up in Cheltenham. Here he is again and bowls, and this time his defensive response from the batsman, plays it out onto the offside, and it's fielded there by Van Buren, the diminutive Van Buren.
They are in general a lofty side, Gloucestershire, but it's
Good
come
line-out.
down somewhat. Yes,
Good
definitely.
line-out jumpers.
But we've got a couple of scrum halves, I think, now with Ben Wells back in the side as well
Van
as
Buren.
Van Buren. Wells in for Tector certainly lowers the average height.
I suppose Van Meekeren must be about 6'3", 6'2", 6'3". Here he is, turns, comes in now, and bowls to Byron. Byron drives, doesn't really time it, plays it up towards mid-off, where it is fielded by Anwar Ali. There is no run. North East leading the way on 30. Byram is on 15. And we are currently in the, what over? So many
11th.
11th, yes. We've just had the power play.
One ball to go.
So many on these new scoreboards, these modern scoreboards, there's so many things on there that you've got to search, even though I'm here very often. Here's Van Meekeren, last ball of the over. Bowls, short delivery that Byron lets go over his right shoulder. Goes through to Bracey. That's the end of the over. And Glamorgan 47 without loss. Ed.
6'3" is listed as
thinking
his
nicely.
Van Meekeren, and I've got to say, I thought he might actually be even 6'4", because he absolutely towered over me, which is not really much of a measure.
What are you about, 5'10"?
5'10", I think, yeah, probably. We'll round it up. 5'10" sounds a lot better than 5'9", because apparently everybody wants to be tall.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I
Tell me,
usually tend to go 5'10".
what's his position now? Is he just coming over on loan, or
Van Meekeren?
or is he on the staff, or is he off a contract?
He's been on the staff for a couple of seasons now, but I think it's tended to be mostly a white ball deal until, of course, he played in that championship game, which we covered at
That was
Cheltenham.
his debut.
Yes, his first class game for over 5 years. But no, he's out of contract at the end of this year. No announcements made yet, but the way that he's bowling, he is doing everything that he can to try and persuade Gloucestershire to sign him on, and he's also cranking up for the Netherlands World Cup campaign, which
of course
begins in October, and this should be excellent preparation, although I suspect the pitches will be a little bit different in India than they are
Just a
here.
little.
But actually they tend to be, particularly at the start of the competition, I suspect they'll just be absolute belters to bat on, so
It'll turn.
it'll depend where you play, I guess.
Yeah.
Tom Smith is into the attack from the river end, and this is worked away towards mid-on by North East. Comes through for a quick single, which he makes actually fairly comfortably in the end, 48 without loss. North East has 31.
There's one of the better one-day bowlers in this one-day mode. It's Tom Smith.
Yeah, Tom Smith is
Great servant.
actually not played in all the matches, as I mentioned at the top of the show, because the show? I don't think it's really a show, is it? It's a game. I don't know if it's entered sort of DJ mode there. I've never done any of that, and I don't know even why I said show. Here comes Smith and bowls over the wicket to Byram, who's turning down to long on and coming through for a trotted single.
And just looking at the way that these two are approaching now, the spinners, it's milking time, isn't it? And always has been in this, when you go from over about 12, 13 up to 28 or whatever, up to the 30 mark, just get in runs 5, 6 and over before the onslaught starts. And this is what I think, with the field they've got a long off and deep extra and a deep mid-wicket.
Still a slip for Tom Smith, who is going to have to do that one over, as he, I guess, noticed that his feet weren't quite where they should have been. He comes out from behind the umpire to bowl to North East, who drives, and it's well stopped by Smith. Gets down and tips the ball towards extra cover, and there's no run. I think, as I said earlier, he didn't play the first couple of games because Zafar could play, which gave a bit of extra batting, and they weren't necessarily surfaces where you needed two spinners at Cheltenham. Smith bowls round arm, a bit wide, and it's so wide actually that North East, who was toppling over to the leg side, can't get much bat on it and cuts it towards extra cover with
and Gloucestershire timing. Certainly read this pitch, Ed, because they've got three spinners in Price. Well, they've got four in Van Buren if you include him, Zafar and Tom Smith.
Smith bowls and North East cuts out to deep cover to bring up Glamorgan's 50 with one ball to go in the 12th over. And yeah, Jack Taylor, I mentioned earlier on, did a lot of bowling last year and took several wickets with his
bowling leggies.
Yeah, bowling leggies rather than the off breaks, which
the banned off breaks.
Yes, at the time when Gloucestershire won this competition in 2015. Reverse sweep comes out from Byram this time. He's picked out Jack Taylor, short third man, and that is the end of the over. So a tidy start from Smith, 3 off at Glamorgan, 50 without loss against Gloucestershire, here on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Yes, and this could be a good game of cricket, both sides sort of unevenly balanced, because you've got a very strong batting order for Glamorgan, the top 6 especially. Likewise with Gloucestershire might even go down a little bit lower than that. And Douthwaite has been brought in. You never know with Douthwaite how he's going to bat or how he's going to bowl. But when he does come off, he hits a very, very long ball. So that'll be an interesting if he does get in. Some North East 40 not out in that win against Sussex on Sunday. Then the previous game at Neath he made 69. He's such an intelligent player, you know. He hasn't gone as he's just selective in the balls that he wants to attack. And similarly, well, not similarly, because Byron loves to attack from the word go, but he's reined himself in. Van Mierken to start his third over, and he's coming into the right-handed North East, bowls to him, and is jabbed away backward of, just square on the offside, and there's no run. We've got a slip, a third man, and then an arc of 4 on the offside, a cover, an extra cover, and a man on the drive. And well, he's not on the drive. That makes it 3 on the offside, saving 1, and a mid-off. It's a very thickly populated offside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a long leg, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Here's Van Mierken. In he comes over the wicket and bowls, and it's North East, the midships there, as the ball ducks back into him. He's perfectly all right, and just goes for a little walk. Just epitomises, Ed, what I've been saying, and both of us, about Van Mierken. Now he's got pace out of that, which came on, and it was a bit too quick for North East. And this on a slow pitch. Yeah,
it seems as if you've got that extra yard, it's still skipping on enough. Whereas if you're bowling slow, then it's gonna get even slower off the pitch. Have we got somebody moving about behind the bowler's arm? I'm confused because I don't see anybody moving down there, but we've got quite a
perhaps they think
extended stoppage.
Here is Van Mierken in and bowls. And that's caught in the wicket. He's going for the pull there, North East. Got a top edge through to Bracey. He didn't hang around. So Van Mierken gets a wicket in his third over, and North East is out, caught by Bracey of Van Mierken for 32 and Glamorgan to 50 for 1.
He's got that wicket-taking knack, and that's one of the first bounces that he's bowled, and North East just wasn't in position to play that shot. It got big on him. It was an attempted swat. He kind of rehearsed swaying out the way, but it was a really well-directed short ball from Van Mierken, and I guess North East would have been hoping that he got a top edge and it flew over the keeper, given the position that he got himself into, but not so.
It climbed on him a bit, and he was rather well, he was slow on it on the end, but I don't think he expected that. He reminds me of the chap who plays for Durham, Cars. Have you seen Cars bowl?
Yes.
Another one who's tall and is quicker than you think. And yeah, good for him because he's got pace out of this pitch. And Colin Ingram, who has been very successful in the games that he's played, he had to miss 2. He got 100 in the first game up at Derby, and then down at Sussex he got 73. Didn't play against Warwickshire. Derbyshire, an undefeated 115. And the only low score has been 8. So he's come in, 2 left-handers at the crease. You call him Van Meekeren.
Van Meekeren.
Meekeren, right. Okay.
It's, you know...
Always with these foreign names, sometimes you don't know, how do I pronounce it? Van Meekeren.
The thing is, you've got a difference between the Dutch double E and the Afrikaans double E. So if you were from South Africa, it would be more like I think how you're saying it, Meekeren. Yeah. But because he is Dutch through and through, it's more like Meekeren. I think that's what I've been going with anyway.
It's like Labuschagne. Because he's Labuschagne is out in South Africa. So it'll be Van Meekeren.
Van Meekeren.
Van Meekeren. There we are.
Make a run.
And he has asked, may I have another slip? And he certainly has. He got 2 slips, generating pace. Here's his first ball to Colin Ingram. It beats him outside the off stump. Tentative prod from the new batsman. And Van Meekeren really now showing that he has been the best bowler on show, despite the slowness of this pitch.
Again, he's just getting a fraction of shape, and it doesn't have to be much at the pace that he's bowling at. Just angling it across Ingram, and that's not a bad ball to get first up.
And it's surprising because the slowness of this pitch. Ingram waits as in comes the next ball, and that's beaten him again. So he's had a wicket. He's beaten Ingram with 2 successive deliveries, and this really is a first-class over. He's 1 ball left.
It's the one thing which most sides are missing a lot of, quick bowling in this competition. And Gloucestershire, if they'd had Ajit Singh Dale fit, he was bowling rapidly in the first couple of games, particularly took a 4 for against Northamptonshire. They could have had 2 genuine quick bowlers.
Yeah.
Zaman Akhtar's not slow either. He's not playing in this game.
Here he is to end the over. Van Meekeren in and bowls to the left-handed. That's a wide, I would have thought. Yes, it is a wide. Signal there by the former Northants player, Rob White, who's officiating. Mike Burns is the other umpire, formerly of Warwickshire and of Somerset. Played against Glamorgan, Mike Burns, when Glamorgan won the championship down there back in '97. Oh. Mike Burns. He bowled off spin in that game and batted with Lauder. He was a wicketkeeper as well.
So I don't remember ever seeing him bowl actually.
Mike Burns, but he won't want to remember it. But I'll tell you why in just a moment. Last ball is played defensively, and that's the end of a very good over from him. And Glamorgan are 51 for 1, and no runs, a wicket maiden there for the Dutchman. Yes, I'll tell you, because Glamorgan were going well up into the 400s, and Robert Croft, all-rounder, came in and immediately hit Burns for 3 sixes, and this over long off, same place, up towards the old pavilion there. And that was a joyous day.
Of course, now if you'd done that, you might have been in danger of landing on the Taunton commentary bus shelter.
No, it was the other end.
Oh, see, towards the... Oh, I see. The old pavilion.
No, the old pavilion.
But the old pavilion is the Marcus Trescothick pavilion now.
The Marcus Trescothick.
Yeah, so you could have right, but so you could have hit the commentary bus shelter.
Exactly.
In comes Smith. He bowls to Byram as his work towards short mid wicket, and they decide against taking a single there, which I think was definitely on, even to Van Buren.
Commentary positions down there now.
Oh, I think wonderful. I heard for the Worcestershire versus Somerset game that Anthony Gibson had to stand on the marquee they were commentating underneath to stop it from blowing away. The bus shelter fell over multiple times, fortunately not in the game that I was covering. As Byram flicks through square leg, he'll pick up a single, and it's 52 for 1. But anyway, yes.
It has history. I have a history down there, as you probably know, in the ball.
Of course, yes. It went viral before viral was a thing.
Have I got news for you?
Yes, exactly. I remember watching on there.
And not a penny paid. Yes, it wasn't so funny at the time.
No, I can imagine. Smith bowls, Ingram gets off the mark as he repeats what Byram's just done and turns the ball through forward square. And it's 53 for 1. Yes, I thankfully have not come close to being hit, nor my equipment yet, by a ball, but there's time. Yes. 3 times for you.
Yes, I have. Twice on this ground.
Smith, round arm, delivers to Byram, and this is played towards wide long on, but Chris Dent is the fielder down there, and he's not generally a man to take on for extra runs, so they settle for just the single, 54 for 1, so the run rate's still hovering around that 4 runs per over mark. Haven't really managed to accelerate, because just as they might have been looking to, Van Meekeren's come on and bowled a beautiful spell and taken the wicket of north-east. As this is turned off the straight by Ingram towards short mid-wicket.
Not turned off the straight for the bowler head. Because you had to adjust at the last moment.
Yeah, Smith.
He's
thought he was
nearly
nearly through.
Turner, is he, Tom Smith?
No, he's, he
rolls it.
He'll give the ball just enough flight. He's not an absolute flat spinner like Van Buren can be, and Smith is again stopping beautifully off his own bowling, a one-handed effort to his left-hand side as Ingram is looking for the single towards long on, and that over has only gone for 3 runs as well.
Yeah.
54 for 1. Glamorgan through 14 overs. Just to say, in the game at Wantage Road between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire, Northamptonshire have lost a 3rd wicket. Vasconcelos has become Dylan Pennington's 2nd victim, and Northamptonshire are 56 for 3 in the 13th.
Is that man who's hitting double centuries for fun and centuries playing?
He's not, actually, and I suspect that may be one of the reasons why Northamptonshire's top order hasn't done so well today. So he's not. Prithvi Shaw, who actually has 2 of the top 11 high scores in List A cricket, because I know that because I had to look it up because of James Bracey.
In comes Van Meekeren and bowls the first ball, which is played out into the offside by the batsman, who is, of course, Ed Byram, who's been patient from the start.
It's quite something for James Bracey to score 224 not out, and it's not even the highest score of the competition. Because of what Prithvi Shaw did to Somerset a couple of games before that.
Did you know that Prithvi Shaw was signed ostensibly for this competition? He must be the first in the history of the game. I
think he was meant to come earlier, but visa issues meant that he didn't. That's what Andrew Radd told me anyway.
The Radders should know. Here's the next ball, which is rather short and pulled away up to mid-on. They'll have to scamper, and they do, as the ball is picked up and returned by Chris Dent. Is that Chris Dent?
It is,
mid-on. He's come from 3rd man, right down the bottom, to the opposite side of the field.
Actually, last year, Warwickshire signed Krunal Pandya for the One Day Cup because he played in the game that Gloucestershire had against them at Cheltenham start of last season.
Right.
So some Indian stars have come over for this
competition.
Cup, yeah.
Ingram waits. Van Meekeren bowls. Good looking shot. That'll be 4 as it goes up towards the short-ish boundary, up towards the big stand away to our right. Not a particularly good one, that. It was short. It wasn't all that quick, and Colin Ingram doesn't really need an invitation. He cracked it away for a boundary and takes the score to 59 for 1. There's a lot of laughing and chuckling going on next door there, which does that tell us that the score is still 1-0? Half-time 1-0.
Right.
The Lionesses, come on, yes.
Lionesses have got their grip on their prey. Can they cling on?
Out. Caught itself slip. It's loose-ish drive there by Ingram. caught low down at slip, and Van Meekeren has struck again, and that is a very big wicket because Colin Ingram has been in great form. He's caught at slip, and it's 59 for 2, Ingram out for 5.
And just as I thought after the previous ball that potentially Van Meekeren's pace might be getting down a little bit, it might be time to whip him out of the attack and save some overs for later. He pitches one up, inviting the drive, but not a half volley, and Ingram obliges with the outside edge this time that carries through to the slip fielder. Ollie Price. Ollie Price's first slip and just about made it through to him. So another indication, I guess, there, even though Van Meekeren is bowling fairly quickly, that there's not a great deal of pace actually.
Caught it low down, didn't he?
Yeah, very low down. Just managed to scoop it off the floor, and that's a critical wicket.
Absolutely.
For Gloucestershire, getting a couple in quick succession now.
So it's Kieran Carlson, who has also had a good competition coming in. And Glamorgan rather faltering. They're 50 for no wicket, and it was 50 for 1, 59 for 2, all due to the pace of this young man. And he is only in his 4th over. Now there'll be the option here of whether he bowls. If he's taking wickets, you might as well keep him on, or keep him for the last 4.
My suspicion is that he might be out of the attack so he can come back and deliver another burst at high pace.
Yeah, and restrict in the middle if he can, and then try and take the wickets when everybody's having a slog at the end.
Because the other thing about him is that he's played all the games in this competition so far. He's the only member of Gloucestershire's bowling attack in this game who've played in every match, so he's got through some overs. And of course those first-class games, 2 first-class games back-to-back, having played none for over 5 years, so he's got through a lot more work than he'd be used to, but he looks like he's really enjoying having that work to do.
Another slip has been brought in. Here's the first ball to Carlson down the leg side, which is called a wide. Umpire White just had a little think then. He said, "Is it?" "Yes, I think it is too wide." And goes through to the wicket-keeper. 2 slips now. One man brought away from that offside cordon. 60 for 2 then. 2 balls left of this over.
There's so many bowlers' marks down there, aren't there? I don't think I've ever seen so many. I guess it's probably because, of course, you have the double headers in the 100, so you have to have so many bowlers' marks. And then, of course, you've got the ones today as well.
Here's Van Meekeren bowls, and Carlson is called for a run, and they get it. I think it's a leg by, in fact, not a run. It is a leg by, signalled by the umpire. And the score just moves by a single, 61 for 2.
It's like a bit of street art or something down there with all those flecks of red and blue paint.
I can't understand. In the old days, you used to have a disc. You just toss the disc down, and they start from there. But now they take paint pots and everything out there.
What is the world coming to?
I think I can see a disc, but they probably have the paint mark or whatever it is. Is where they start from.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sort of where he gets into his full stride, I don't know.
Byram waits for the last ball of the over. Van Meekeren bowls, and that's dabbed away into the gully. Another good over from the pace bowler. 61 for 2. Ed Seaborn departs for a cup of coffee, whatever he's going to do with himself, an early lunch. And Nick Webb comes in to join me on this lovely morning. Glamorgan here, Nick just faltering after a good start.
Yes, it's a matter of time to read this pitch, isn't it? There's a bit of spin early on for Zafar go up, and the ball isn't quite coming on to the batters you suspect it might with the hardness of the pitch, but it's not quite working that way.
A bit surprised that they're playing on a pitch that's been used a couple of times. There's one brand new one in the middle. That's probably for the international that's coming up.
Absolutely, that'll be the gold standard, won't it be, for England, New Zealand in early September, with now starring Ben Stokes. Here's Smith in then to bowl, and Carlson nudges it down to short backward point. Zafar Fields no run.
So just remarking with Ed, there's a good crowd. I don't think you've had a good crowd as this for a while watching this competition, I must say.
Yeah.
Pleasantly surprised.
I agree. As Smith is in to bowl to Carlson, who drives on the offside for a single, 62 for one. Looking, I was just having a wander in the fresh air while I was off air, and certainly at this Castell Howell stand, Castell Howell, underneath us is pretty full there for the straight viewers. There are straight onto the wicket, that is. The main grandstand not in use, but certainly plenty at the ends as Byram plays 1-2 mid-wicket, goes through for a quick single as a shy at the stumps from Van Buren, but Byram was safely home, 63 for 2. And last Thursday at Neath, which is only a small ground, maybe 1,500, but is packed out, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Just under 2,000, I was told.
Oh, is that many, was it? Okay. Smith into Carlson, who plays to cover, no run.
Yeah, a slow bowler like this, like Tom Smith versus Salt, then I don't think he's going to concede too many.
He's still bowling with a slip for the new man, Carlson. Byram's been there since the off, but he's only on 20. And Carlson drives up to long off and will take an easy single, 64 for 2. Carlson 2, Byram 20. The men out northeast, caught behind, trying to pull or hook Van Meekeren for 32, and Ingram edging Van Meekeren to slip. Ollie Price, the catcher, for 5. One other game today in the one-day cup. As Smith is in over the wicket, left arm to bowl to Byram, who tries the slog sweep and almost holds out at square leg as it goes one bounce to the fielder down there in the deep, Anwar Ali, who
bit of a risky shot, wasn't it?
Yes, was only a few metres short of taking that on the full. Single taken, Byram 21, Glamorgan 65 for 2, and we've had 16 out of the 50 overs here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sport Extra.
Well, this does surprise me just a little. I don't know what your view is on it, Nick. Van Meekeren has been taken off, having taken 2 wickets in just 4 overs.
Yeah,
You've got a new batsman in there.
They've gone back to Zafar to bowl his second spell.
Yeah, I suppose it will be a few in the middle for Van Meekeren, and then all the last few at the end. But
that strikes me as a little bit by a captaincy
strange.
By numbers. I've already decided to do that, therefore I'll do it. Ed says he's bowled a lot, so maybe trying to lighten his or spread out his workload.
Maybe so. Here's Zafar, he's over the wicket and bowls. Here's the reverse sweep, which makes rather a mess of there. Does Eddie Byram. He mistimed it, and it hit the top of the pad and went out onto the offside. There's no run. 65 for 2. Byram 21, and been there since the start. Faced 41 balls. As the next ball comes, and again he plays a dangerous shot. He tries to chop that down to third man, straight into Bracey's hands. So it's a struggle at the moment for the Glamorgan batsman, without any doubt. Here's Zophar, bowls down the pitch. He comes and plays that out to rather wideish mid-on, and there's no run. Glamorgan tied down here. The run rate has gone down to 3, just under 4. It was just nearly 5. Oh, and he's walked right across his stumps. Why they appealed?
That was very optimistic.
His foot outside off stump.
He's well across. There's no way that hit in line.
Yeah, he's in a spot of bother here. He's Byron, and he plays back this time and just watches it carefully onto his bat. Gopher runs back to his mark to get through the overs. Put pressure.
That was the worst LBW appeal of the day from Zafar, that.
Of the season. And he comes again, Zafar, but he hasn't given any runs away, but he does know it's a single down to backward point. That's the end of a very, very quick over. We saw how quick he could bowl, not action quick, but that last day when they had to bowl 20-odd overs in the hour.
Oh, yes.
And I think they got 22.
Yes, when Gloucestershire needed to avoid deductions in the championship match at Cheltenham, as we see replays of the Zafar appeal that was probably about 6th stump where it struck the batter. 66 for 2 Glamorgan, 17 overs bowled here on BBC Sport Online, and tell you what, we're rattling through for an early finish here, whatever happens, because we're going to see an awful lot of spin today. Smith and Zafar doing their share as Smith starts a new over and Byram works one away on the leg side for a single. 67 for 2. Also have options in Ollie Price, Graham Van Buren and Jack Taylor, so they could bowl the whole lot of spin if they wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Jack Taylor with 3 spinners. He bowls his leg breaks, but might be very surprised. You never know. They'll do with these 3 because they're bowling well.
As that is driven by Carlson up towards wide long off. They amble through for a single. 68 for 2. Glamorgan bowled 29 overs of spin in the last match against Sussex
at home. Yeah, that was a slow
Hove.
pitch as well, wasn't it?
Kellaway, Carlson and Sisodia. Carlson was the wicket taker there with 3 for 43 in his 10. As Smith in bowls and Byram plays tentatively to mid-on, and there is no run.
Started his cricketing life up at Sussex, Tom Smith, then went to Middlesex, and then has been at Gloucestershire as a very, very good left-arm spinner in one-day games for some years now.
Very experienced man as Smith bowls, and Byram works that on the leg side. Van Buren jogs across the field from mid-wicket. Smith, even at this mature stage of his career, is still excitable with one arm in the air any time he thinks he's got a possibility of beating the bat, even if it's come solidly off the wood. 68 for 2. Smith in to bowl to Byram, just drops it into a gap on the leg side. This time Van Buren can't intercept, and they'll take the single. Lovely sunshine here in Cardiff this morning, and good to see a decent size crowd in. Well, there's still plenty of space if you fancy coming along.
We've been promised sunshine, haven't we, for 2 days? Hooray.
Yeah, rain around on
Friday.
Friday. Yes. Yes. As Smith comes round the wicket to Carlson, who cuts, doesn't really time it, and Zafar fields at backward point. No run, so just the 3 singles off that over. Glamorgan is 69 for 2 against Gloucestershire after 18 overs. And really, your heart goes out to club cricketers the length and breadth of the land.
It seems to be the 4th on the trot, I was told last night.
Seems to save the rain for Friday afternoon stroke Saturday morning.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
It's just ludicrous that the rain seems to come on the same day, every week.
Yeah. Now, there's a conversation going on here between the two umpires, Bracey, who is leading this side, and
challenge of the ball, is it?
The gaffer. I don't know quite why they want to change this ball, because it's becoming increasingly more difficult to score, but they are going to have a change.
Are they?
Or aren't they? The umpire seems to be rubbing the ball at square egg, but no, he's not.
Of course, they use a different ball at each end anyway, but
exactly.
The umpire seemed to have a different ball in his hand, so I don't think they changed it. Zafar goer.
Yeah, his is coming in and bowling short this time. It's pulled away up to deep mid-wicket, but it'll be just a single. There's 2 men patrolling that boundary. A rare short delivery from the diminutive left-arm spinner.
Had Glamorgan in a tangle a couple of seasons ago here and won a championship match for the visitors.
15, yeah, he took a lot of wickets, didn't he, that match?
Did take a lot of wickets at late season, and basically won the match for them.
He reverts to round the wicket to the right-handed Carlson, and there's more evidence that the ball is turning. He's got a slip in. Don't often see this in 50-over cricket at this stage in the game, and I thought, oh, he nearly played back to the bowler. He had a leading edge. Carlson looking to turn it around the corner. Appreciable turn from the left arm spinner. And this is not easy. So I go for bowls. That's hit in the air. This could just clear long on. Very fortunate. Carlson there just gets the single. But he is a free scoring batsman. Likes to get the scoreboard moving. But he didn't time that at all. He was looking to hit it over long on into the stands. But the batsman, the fielder running back there, was very interested. It was Van Buren's. The next ball, again, he plays his shot where he's trying to feather it down to third man. It's a very dangerous shot against the ball, moving away from you. And it goes through to Bracey's gloves. So this is his 6th over, and he is bowling very well. Here's the next one. It's pitched up. It's driven firmly, but stopped at short mid-on. And Dent collects, no run.
Yeah, that previous one was only a couple of strides beyond Van Buren as he ran back towards us.
He does play that shot again, and this time they go through for a quick single and get there. He did manage to get that down to short third man. End of the over. Boundaries have been far enough between for the last 20 minutes, half an hour. 72 for 2, 26 to Byram. Carlson is on 4. Batsman out northeast. Corp Bracey bowled and Makerman for 32. And then Colin Ingram, prize wicket for Gloucestershire, caught it slipped by Art Price. The bowling also of Van Meekeren for 5. Now those wickets were taken in successive overs, which begs the question, why wasn't he kept on just for an over or 2? Who knows? What do I know?
Well,
Nick, you'll tell me.
Maybe they are just trying to bowl him in short spells, but you'd have thought one more would have been at least the order of the day. Tom Smith is wheeling away at the River Taff end in the sunshine. Plenty of blue sky overhead. The cloud is light and fairly fluffy, so fingers crossed no dangers of interruptions after quite a troublesome few weeks in UK cricket. As Byram drives towards long on, but it's intercepted by diving mid-wicket and there's no run. 72 for 2, Carlson 4, Byram 26. Tom Smith is into his 5th over. He has 0 for 13 so far. And he comes, bowls to Byram, who goes to the slog sweep. He's hit that one quite sweetly, but they do have 2 back on the leg side boundary. So it is just the single. Couldn't quite bisect the 2 outfielders out there. 73 for 2. Byram to 27 not out as the experienced Smith adjusts his troops. Mid-on is about 3/4 of the way back.
They know how Carlson plays. He
No,
doesn't
come
like,
in, halfway back.
Doesn't like to be tied down, does he?
Long off is right back on the boundary. Long on is halfway between the 30-metre circle and the boundary. As Carlson drives, but it's fielded at cover, and there's no run. May look to his inside out over cover.
Christian's nearly in the taff there at long off.
He is in the deep where when the ground staff took a catch on Monday as Carlson drives and again doesn't time it, fielded at cover, no
Timing
run.
is so difficult, Nick, isn't it?
It is. It looks like a question of gritting it out, keeping wickets in hand, and even more than usual, just saving big shots for the closing overs. But Carlson may not play that way. He doesn't like being tied down. 4 off 11 balls is not the typical start for him.
I can't see him playing that way. Nor Kellaway when he comes in.
Slip is moved out to backward point as Smith in again to Carlson, who drives through the offside. He's placed that one, but be picked up by the sweeper. Anwar Ali out on the far boundary in front of the grandstand. Single taken, 74 for 2. The grandstand unused for this competition, it seems, as well as the championship. It's been open for T20 Blast and fairly full for the 100. Byram drives will pick up Oh dear.
Well, that's a big one.
That really should be a very simple single up to a very deep mid-off. But once the bowler had run across the path of the ball, they had to stay at home for a fraction of a second, but still should have been a single there. 74 for 2, and we're through 20 overs here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra.
It's the ball down the far end, which they're looking at again. The one that Gopher's bowling from this end seems to be perfectly all right, but it'll be interesting to see whether they change this. I wouldn't have thought they'd want to, because the run rate has decreased. We're only 5 overs away from the halfway mark. I think these two, with the batting to come, because, okay, you've got Callaway coming in next, but after that, it's you never know. It's because you've got the likes of Douthwaite, Horton, who, okay, they might get some runs, and but on this sort of pitch, Nick, it's not going to be easy. It's your experienced men you want to stay at the crease and wait for the last 10 or 12.
Looks like Ed, a no ball has been called there.
I was just going to say he was twirling away. I don't know if he was twirling away to get another ball. Twirling. Well, they haven't bowled them. What's going on here?
The last ball of Smith's over was called a no ball. So
this
Bracey has just gone down for consultation, and he'll have to bowl it again at 76 for 2.
Is this a free hit in this competition?
Yeah, this will be a free hit.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's making a lot of preparation for his fielders. Anyway.
Here he comes then, Tom Smith from the River End, as Byram can have a swing at that and is caught and bowled, but it won't count. 76 for 2.
You see, he hit that, or he attempted to hit it as hard as he could, and it was a quite comfortable catch for the bowler, Tom Smith, which again tells you that timing is so very difficult. This is in contrast to a wonderful wicket we had underneath the...
So more spin.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Nick, that pitch at Neath last week was lightning quick, and it made for a wonderful game, over 600 runs. But this is not a sort of pitch that's conducive to one-day cricket. I think you'll agree. You'd like to see runs, you know, and high-scoring game, but I think
it's a different sort of battle today, isn't it? It's a different sort of battle.
250 on this.
Yeah, 250 would be. You would have thought a very challenging score in the second innings. In the other match today, Northants against Worcestershire. Northants are 86 for 3 after 18 overs. The men out. Gaino score, Whiteman for 2, Vasconcelos for 25. 2 wickets for Pennington for Worcestershire, and 1 to Matthew Waite.
Van Buren then. Spin galore here. And he's going to be bowling to Kieran Carlson. The Matildas have equalised out in Sydney, 1-1 in that semi-final. Here's Van Buren with his first ball, bowls this, and this is a nice-looking shot. Might think, and then he might think again. No, says Carlson for the second. I'm not coming back, as it's picked up quickly by Wells and returned. So we've had Price, Smith, Van Buren, Zaffer. Anybody else fancy ball?
Well, Anwar Ali must be wondering why he's in the side, to be honest.
Van Buren over the wicket, clipped away for a single, and there will be a run.
The veteran seamer, Pakistan Limited Overs International, 35 years old.
Yeah, he's getting on a bit, as they say. That is again evidence of this pitch, that he launched into that and it just went very slowly out to the man feeling it a wide mid-off. Van Buren is in bowls, and this is driven firmly. That beats him this time, but again it'll just be a single. I can't remember when the last boundary. Oh, it is that cut shot from Colin Ingram. These in the last few overs, but they've got to try and reassess and rebuild here. this beats him. It might just go down for 4 boys. No, it'll be recovered just inside the boundary. Was it, I think, a chance for Bracey down the leg side, or was it a deflection? We probably will see this again. Certainly, Byram's out of his crease.
2 wides it's been called as.
Yeah, but still.
It just spanned, didn't touch anything on the way through. As we see the replay on the county video stream.
82 for 2 as in comes Van Buren, bowls, pitches it up, driven out towards long on. If they can pick up 5 and over, they'll be quite happy. The boundary would be very grateful, but I think this is the way they've got to play, not really give it away. As Carlson nearly did in that last over when he lofted a shot out towards long on. There is no long on at the moment. Just the man on the semicircle at mid-on. As in comes Van Buren and bowls again. And this is driven firmly to the left of the man at colour. And there's a little bit of a fumble from Dent. And they go through for a single. The score is 84 for 2. Carlson is on 8. Byram is on 29. Byram been very patient. And he's been there since the start of the innings. The cut-off, would you like to know? I don't want to know because it's going to be
2:30, but we won't get anywhere near that.
10 to 2, that's right.
Yes, quite. We should be finished pretty early. I mean, 3.5 hours, which I always say is far too much. Even if you bowl mostly seam, should be able to manage it in 3.25. But a lot of times it finishes around about 2 o'clock if you bowl a lot of spin, which is good to see. The people getting value for their money. As Tom Smith will come around the wickets as a bowl to Kieran Carlson. And Carlson turns his wrists on it and plays it through the leg side, and they go through for a single. 85 for 2.
We're looking forward, as a lot of people are, to seeing Ben Kellaway coming in. But I wonder what his approach will be against this spin. He just likes to get cracking, run down the pitch, but he'll have to be a little bit more wary.
As the next delivery turned on the leg side by Byram, they'll take a single, sharp single to mid-wicket, 86 for 2, Byram to 30. Yeah, we can't expect miracles of Kellaway every game. Innings of 82, 67 and 30 so far from the Chepstow youngster.
One of the most promising youngsters I've seen for many a year, especially for Glamorgan.
Had a couple of 3-wicket hauls as well. Smith in to bowl, and Carlson drives rather inelegantly up to long on.
Perfectly described, Nick. Inelegantly.
Across the line. Looked to hit straight and rather dragged it up towards long on, but it was along the ground, so it doesn't matter. Carlson moves to 10. Morgan to 87 for 2 in this 22nd over. Smith takes a longish run for...
He does, doesn't he?
Spinner. Can fire it through sometimes, but there's a little bit of flight down. Byram wasn't quite sure about that. Pushed it off the inside edge out on the leg side, and Bracey was quickly out from behind the stumps.
The Lionesses have scored 2-1 now. As my colleague next door is very excited because he's English. Very, very excited.
87 for 2. Smith to Byram, who plays towards mid-on. There's a single there even, though Van Buren runs towards the path of the ball. 88 for 2. It's almost getting to the stage, Van Buren, where they might think it's fake fielding because he's sort of dashing towards it wherever it is. I mean, can't blame him. But it has been...
Notice in the past we've seen umpires are very strict.
I suppose as long as he doesn't pretend to pick it up, he's okay. 88 for 2. Carlson on to strike. Men back on the ropes at long off and long on. He tries to find the gap on the offside, but plays straight to Ollie Price at point, and there is no run.
I think this is sensible cricket. We've seen both batsmen try ambitious shots, and they decided, because they can't get away with it on this slow track, that if they will go and try and milk, as I described earlier on, milking time up to the 35, 40 over, if they can, with the odd boundary. And the talk is always, if you get to 25 overs, look at your score, and then you try and double it or more if you can. But this is not the sort of pitch where you can go hell for leather.
No.
3 overs to go. I'll have time for just one of my overs before I change. And Van Buren, the eager, can't wait to bowl, can he? And
how many? 22 in hour and a half.
Here he is then coming over the wicket and bowls, and that's clipped away in the gap on the onside for a single by Ed Byram. As the score mounts very gingerly up to 89 for 2, and Byron playing sensibly is on 32. Carlson 10 of 19, but he's got to rein himself in. Byron is coming round the wicket to the right-handed Carlson and bowls now, and down he comes and drives firmly up towards mid-on, and there is an easy single for the pace ball of Van Buren, was taking Van Meekeren, who's taken both wickets. There's the left-handed Eddie Byram. Waits and plays forward, plays it in the gap past mid-on the bowler. He gets another leisurely single. I think Carlson there, the most experienced, Nick, has decided, yeah, I'm the captain, I will decide now how we play. Probably it went up in the stand. Here is the next ball, and it's cut fiercely, but straight to the man at deep extra cover. The field placing is perfect here for the slow bowlers. They're both very experienced, Smith and Van Buren.
Yeah, Carlson's got a few years under the belt, despite only being 25 since he debuted at 18. It's been reasonably regular ever since.
Calling him an old man, you?
Yeah, just experienced for his years.
Here's the next ball, and that's swept. That might just go down for 4. It's a despairing dive. It is stopped. They crossed for 2 and will be quite happy with those 2 runs. A very good stop down there, down by the boundary at the taff end. The score moves on to 94 for 2, and Van Buren will now bowl his last ball. If he doesn't bowl a no ball or a wide, and he comes round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Byron. Look, he uses his feet, shuffles down the pitch, drives to long on, takes a single. That is the end of the over. 94 for 2, 12 to Carlson. Byron is on 36. And we have had, how many overs have we had? 23 overs. 2 to the halfway mark, Nick.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Edward. So 95 for 2 after 23 overs on this lovely day here at Sophia Gardens on 5 Sports Extra and on BBC Sport website. Also available with the excellent video stream on the county websites. And Glamorgan recovering after losing a couple of wickets in the space of 2 overs. Kieran Carlson taking some drink on board, as we're going to have a bit of Anwar Ali from the River Taff End, and welcome to the team to Troy Lewin.
Thanks, Nick. First time down here, and it's a lovely day out at Sophia Gardens, isn't it, Nick?
It is a glorious setting. Troy has been writing for our T20 Blast matches, and now finally makes it to the microphone as well. Here is Anwar Ali directing his field. He'll be running from the edge of the circle, and James Bracey waving to players in the far distance, semaphore signals, telling mid-on to go back to long on. Here is Ali then to bowl to Ed Byram, running straight towards us. We're absolutely in line, and Byram gets a wide ball outside off stump. And Rowley's radar needs a little bit of adjusting.
Not the way you want to start an over off. Coming down, looking with intent, but just missed his line.
Yeah, not too many wides outside off stump in this form of cricket.
Indeed, usually see them going down the leg side, but Ali will hope to Correct, that is. He comes in once more from the River Taff end, hopefully to get the first official ball of his over underway.
Here is Ali then running towards us and bowling, and Byram driving to mid-off, calls for the single, and it is comfortably there with the fielders on the edge of the circle. Really, the ball is not coming off the bat hard enough to cause any problems in running to the edge of the circle. Glamorgan on to 97 for 2. And if they're still down at 2 down at halfway, they may target 250 to 270. It's not going to be one of the really high-scoring games that both sides have experienced in recent weeks. Gloucestershire in particular, of course, against their nearest rivals. Piling up 450 as Ali is in to bowl outside off stump. Cut away by Carlson, nicely placed and backward of square. And it is a rare boundary for Glamorgan as Carlson got his placing right there, and the sweeper on the cover boundary could do nothing about it. And that's 100 up for Glamorgan in the 24th over.
It has been a pitch where through the T20 blast, in the first innings it looked like maybe the scores were a bit less than what you'd expect, but turned out to be a decent score on a wicket that isn't as high scoring as it has been at times, and I reckon 250 Glamorgan would be quite happy with that, given the way things have gone so far through 23 overs. We're in the 24th. Ali comes to Carlson, who dabs it away on the offside. They'll come through for a quick single.
102 for 2 then Glamorgan, as that one was played neatly away, bringing the left-handed Byram onto strike. We saw some high-scoring games in T20, some good entertainment there, and of course the pitches have to be hard worked at this time of year, with the central one reserved for England duty, and the 100 having to be accommodated as well, as Anwar is in again to bowl to Byram, who pulls on the onside. Will just pick up the single there. Grunt of effort from the bowler, but comfortably worked away by Byram for the single. He moves to 38, 103 for 2.
Yeah, it's been steady, shall we say, from Glamorgan. I reckon, having lost obviously North East and Ingram maybe without really finding their groove, they'll be a bit disappointed to have not been able to kick the scoring into gear, but Eddie Byram looking to be that anchor of that innings.
Here is Anwar then to bowl to Carlson, who drives on the leg side but straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So last ball coming up of the 24th over. Got the feeling that we would have had more overs on the board by now, given the amount of them that have been bowled by spinners, but just one or two consultations about the ball have slowed down proceedings at times. As Anwar Ali from the River Taff end, nice straight run straight towards us, and bowls, and Carlson on the back foot punches, but straight to cover. And that is the end of the over, with a couple of dot balls, but 8 runs off it, including the wide. So Glamorgan will be very grateful for that. They lost by North East for 32 off 42 deliveries. He hit 4 fours, but since then 4s have been pretty thin on the ground. 2 to Byram, 1 to Ingram, and now the first one to Carlson. So just what's that, 8 boundaries in the space of 24 overs, 1 every 3 overs, which you expect more than that, as we're going to have a bit more of Van Meekeren for you, Troy.
Indeed, just quickly in the other game between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire, it's 93 for 5 for Northamptonshire after 21 overs. Van Meekeren coming from the Cathedral Road end into his delivery. Eddie Byram on strike, taps it away on the leg side. That'll go through. It's racing away towards the boundary, and it will get there for 4 runs. Eddie Byram starting off the 25th with a 4.
So Van Meekeren bringing extra pace to the attack. He got his 2 wickets in the first spell, but hard onto the bat can mean hard off it as well, and Byram timing that one nicely as he moves into the 40s.
It has been a good start with the ball for Van Meekeren, but again, as the overs start ticking on, maybe, as you say, Nick, they'll use that pace to the advantage of the batters. Van Meekeren again to Byram. That'll be a quick single on the leg side. Moves up to 108 for 2. And just a little shift in the field, maybe.
Yes, we're in the stage of the game where you're allowed 4 outfielders. So for Carlson, they're at square leg, fine leg, third man, and deep cover point.
Here comes Van Meekeren again. Kieran Carlson on strike, delivers. Nice line, and it's hit away by Carlson. That will get all the way for 4 runs. No fielder there on the leg side. Second boundary of the over.
Just dropping a little bit short there, Van Meekeren. And although it was outside off stump, Carlson launched into it and pulled it away over the mid-wicket.
This really does have the feel of the over where Glamorgan have decided, right, we've got to kick this up a bit, get the scoring.
Yeah, it's strange really, because Van Meekeren was piling on the pressure in his first spell, wasn't he?
Indeed.
2 for 14 in his first 4. 50 partnership up as well in that shot.
Here he comes again, Van Meekeren. To Kieran Carlson. Delivers, nice line slapped away on the offside. They'll come through for a single, no more man out on the boundary. Come through for the single, rotate the strike once more. 2 deliveries left in the over. 113 for 2.
Morgan just starting to move up a gear.
Run rate at 4.6 and over at the moment. Reckon they'll look to keep increasing that as we approach halfway. 2 more balls to the halfway point of this Glamorgan innings. Eddie Byram on strike on 43 not out. Kieran Carlson on 22. Van Meekeren delivers from the Cathedral Road end to Byram, who nice full delivery and will hold. There's a man at mid-wicket and no run.
Yeah, just trying a little too hard there, Van Meekeren maybe, slightly over pitching, but Byram couldn't take advantage.
Yeah, it looked like he just didn't quite get it to drop as he wanted to, but no damage done off the bat of Byram. 1 more ball left in the 25th over, 113 for 2. Van Meekeren again from the Cathedral Road end into his delivery, into his run-up. Bowls, and it's a short delivery which Byram will knock away for a single, and that will bring up the halfway point of the Glamorgan innings, 114 for 2.
So I think they'll be reasonably satisfied with that. They were 50 without loss after 10 overs, Glamorgan, so an excellent start, but then pegged back by the double loss of wickets to Van Meekeren, who dismissed North East for 32. Caught behind, trying to pull a short one, and then Colin Ingram, who hit one sweet boundary, but then edged his next attempt to hit through the offside, and it carried low to Ollie Price at slip. We're going to have a drinks break because it is it's that sort of day, really. The temperatures, well, getting towards summer-like, which is something of a surprise, really, after the nonsense that we've had in the last 4 weeks or so, or last 5 weeks maybe. There's not been ideal conditions for cricket in many cases. When we were on the road to Neath last Tuesday, it really felt like November driving down the M4 in South Wales, and it was certainly not what the doctor ordered on that occasion, but we've had sunshine since for Glamorgan's games at Neath and subsequently at Hove, and certainly Gloucestershire have had the sun shining on them on the field as well, with their big demolition of local rivals Somerset, which is Always enjoyed, I'm sure, by Gloucestershire supporters, whatever the strength of the Somerset side on question.
It could only be Cardiff, couldn't it, weather approaching summer like in August. The Lionesses have scored again, by the way. Alessia Russo's made it 3-1 over Australia, so it looks like England are on their way to the World Cup final, Women's World Cup final. But yeah, as you say, it's been a bit of a disrupted summer of cricket, not just here in Cardiff, but across the country. And yeah, it looks like if this weather may have arrived a couple of weeks earlier, we could have had a bit more play going through the last couple of weeks. But here we are now on a lovely day, and drinks break over for the players out on the field and getting ready to begin the 26th over. Glamorgan 114 for 2. Eddie Byram is on 44 not out. Kieran Carlson 22.
So what's in store for the second half? Glamorgan will be aiming over 250 now, you would have thought, but with less experience in the middle order as well, they'll have to judge things patiently. Carlson will come hard at it. Callaway, Douthwaite's likewise. So up to Byram, I guess, to 44 off 74 deliveries, just to increase his strike rate a little bit, but to be the one that the others batter around. As Anwar Ali, who's first over cost 8, will run in from the River Taff and bowl to Byram, who drops it on the offside and will call Carlson through for the single by the time that Ben Wells comes in.
Yeah, so as you say, coming over halfway now, and run rate around 4.6. They'll want to get that probably over 5, you'd say, and look to keep building as we go on. Byram, in the last fixture against Sussex, was 69 off 76 balls. They'll be looking to replicate that a bit today, I'd say.
Here's Anwar Ali then. Into bowl to Carlson, who has a big swing, big appeal for LBW, and not out as they go through for a leg by. That looked like an interesting shout. I wouldn't have been entirely surprised to see the finger go up there as Carlson played right across the line, practising as at the non-striker's end, looking to whip it through mid-wicket, but got the verdict in his favour from the umpire, and they picked up a leg by as well. As viewers on the stream will get a replay of that. No, it was going down leg.
Well, it did all look like it might have been in line, but
Anwar Ali bowls a grunt of effort as he plays that one to backward point as Byram. Yeah, initially it thought there may have been striking leg stump, but on the replay, I think the umpire got it right. It would have probably missed leg as Carlson gave himself a little bit of room. 116 for 2. Gloucestershire onto their sixth bowler, 3 spinners and the 3 seamers. They have other spin options if they need them, like Ollie Price and possibly Jack Taylor. Anwar Ali is in to bowl, and Byram punches that one up towards deep mid-wicket. We'll take the single. 117 for 2. Byram to 46. Not out. A patient knock, but I think once those 2 wickets had fallen in the 13th and 15th over, he had to maybe readjust a little bit, with the knowledge that they're going to be stroke players at the other end. Imagine Callaway will be in next at 5, which is a promotion for him. In comes Ali and bowls, and Carlson plays it into a big gap on the leg side. There might be 2 here. No, not at this stage in the innings, as it's well fielded at mid-wicket. Throw comes in. Not cleanly gathered by Anwar Ali, and Kieran Carlson, being helpful, picks it up for him. 118 for 2.
Would have been an aggressive 2 if they'd tried to go for that. But yeah, as you say, maybe Byram just bringing a bit of calm after the wickets fell, as you like, and don't need to lose unnecessary wickets too early, especially on this pitch, which may start to favour bowlers as we go on a bit more.
Well, Anwar certainly got some remarkable turn. First up with a hard new ball. Zafar rather, as Anwar bowls, and it's a drop and run from Byram on the offside. Plenty of those available through for the single. Byram therefore has taken the strike because that was the last ball of the over, which yielded 3 off the bat plus a leg by. 118 for 2 Glamorgan after 26 overs here on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sport Online. 5 Sports Extra listeners will get the 100 from the conclusion really of this innings, which will be fairly early, I think. The 100 starts at 3 o'clock as usual. Southern Brave Women against Birmingham Phoenix Women at Southampton, followed by the men's match at 6:30. But if you want to keep listening to this and you're on the radio at the moment, then tune to online or the app.
Paul van Meekeren back into the attack for Gloucestershire. He's delivering to Kieran Carlson, who takes a big cut, and that's up high. It might just drop in the middle of 3 fielders on the leg side, and he gets away with one rather there. Didn't quite get all of what he wanted, going for a big pull shot, maybe looking to clear the boundary rope, but
Eddie Byram getting underneath that one and lucky to get away with it, really.
My mistake.
The board's mistake as well.
I was going to say I was looking at the score, but maybe I should have noticed that he was batting with the wrong hand. Van Meekeren again then. This time it is Carlson on strike. Comes and knocked away, and that will go for 4 runs on the offside. Decent length delivery, but Carlson got a hold of it.
Just a bit too much width there for Van Meekeren, and Carlson on the top of the bounce, smashing it away backward of square very nicely indeed. 124 for 2. Well, Van Meekeren has not as yet replicated the threat of his first spell.
Not quite. I feel like maybe taking that bit of time to bring in some other options into the attack might have taken a bit of momentum away from him, but we'll see if he can regather it here as he delivers once more and taken off the toes by Carlson for a quick single on the leg side. It feels like he could have maybe lost that bit of momentum and feeling that he had in the early overs, Paul van Meekeren, but it could also be the case of Glamorgan now looking to be a bit more aggressive and maybe playing less into his hands than we had earlier. Here he is again from the Cathedral Road end. Eddie Byram on strike. Delivers and just misses the edge through to the wicketkeeper for a dot ball.
Yeah, Byram just trying to run it down towards third man. It's just trying to steer it away, but slightly perilous, flirted with the outside edge as it went through to Bracey.
So 125 for 2 in the 27th over. 2 more balls to come from Paul van Meekeren. Just in the trying to get back in the groove after those early wickets. It is Eddie Byram on strike as Van Meekeren into his run-up and delivers. It's a short ball, a bouncer, and knocked away for a quick single on the offside. 126 for 2, I believe. And no ball.
No ball called.
Indeed.
Van Meekeren looking down, disbelieving at his feet, but it is a free hit. The second of the innings. Eddie Byram didn't make the most of the first one from Smith. He hammered it straight back to the bowler. Caught and bowled, but of course not out because it's a free hit, where you can only be run out.
So 128 for 2 then with the extras from the no ball. Just a bit of a conversation between bowler and wicketkeeper, Van Meekeren and Bracey, as they get ready for the free hit. Looks like they're just deciding what they want to do with this, where the field's going. Not too much of a change as far as I can see, as Van Meekeren gets into his delivery. 3 hit for Kieran Carlson, and here it goes, and it's a big cut. Miss. Oh, it was a bit of a short delivery, and Carlson just thought, well, let's go for it.
I think he was, was he trying to ramp it over third man?
I don't know.
I'm not quite sure where he was trying to hit that, to be honest. It was I think quite a slowish delivery by the time it looped up off the pitch, and
looked like he was caught a bit in two minds of what he wanted to do with it.
Is vaguely waving his bat somewhat indecisively for Carlson, which is very rare.
Yeah, indeed. It is all over between England and Australia in the Women's World Cup semi-final. England will play Spain as Van Meekeren delivers the last ball of the 27th over to Carlson, and that bounces by, and no ball again.
Now, is that overstepping or on height?
Height by the looks of things. So we'll have another free hit. No? So just the extras, 130 for 2. One more delivery for Paul Van Meekeren in this rather extended 27th over. Here he comes once more, and what he would hope will be for the last time this over. It's Kieran Carlson on strike as Van Meekeren gets into his run. Delivers a decent strike by Carlson. Oh, there's a throw attempt at the stump as Carlson was coming through for the single, but throw was not in line. Takes the single, will steal the strike back, and 131 for 2 after 27 overs.
So good over for Glamorgan in the end, even if Carlson didn't take advantage of the free hit. 131 for 2. And Glamorgan going slightly in fits and starts. They had 45 for naught on the board after 10 overs, but the next 10 only garnered them 31 runs for the loss of a couple of wickets. Now they've kicked on again, and the third 10 will be their most productive. And we're only 27 overs on the board. They've already, since the 20 over mark, added 55. So Glamorgan just starting to get on top if they can preserve these wickets for the last 10-15 overs. Licensed to go hard as Anwar Ali bowls, and Carlson whips it away on the leg side towards mid-wicket. But fielder coming in off the boundary, and they'll just take the single. Byram on strike on 49 not out, and so far he has struck just the 3 fours, so relatively cautious innings, but that's his role. As Sam Northeast has played it on a couple of occasions to be the anchor. Northeast opening on this time and first out. Anwar Ali bowls, and Byram just deflects it away on the leg side out towards mid-wicket. Very comfortable single. And the applause there for Eddie Byram's half-century, which has come off 82 deliveries and includes 3 fours.
It's the kind of performance Glamorgan needed after those 2 wickets fell. Byram going to perhaps look to kick up a bit in these later overs.
Yeah, well, he's got the capability, because we've seen it on occasion in the T20 Blast, albeit he was injured relatively early, but certainly showed promises of being able to strike the ball hard when needed. Carlson drives into the offside, brilliantly fielded by Chris Dent at cover. Dent, who seems to be in the Gloucestershire squad for most of this century. He's only 32 actually, but came in pretty young, and one of them most enthusiastic fielders. Doesn't mind getting down in the dirt at cover, mid-off or whatever. 133 for 2. Carlson has 29 of them. Just one infielder on the leg side at the moment as Carlson drives over mid-off. 1 bounce for up to long off. Powerful strike by Kieran Carlson. with the offside fielders mostly up in the circle, and Carlson taking full advantage of that one. Early on, he just cleared long on by a few metres. That time, it really was lashed over long off, and Carlson moves up to 33. It's 1:37 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online.
Finally able to time one up. He's been looking for shots similar to that against Kieran Carlson.
In comes Anwar Ali then. It's been relatively expensive so far. Carlson coming down the wicket, chipping it away on the leg side. Takes the single out to mid-wicket. 138 for 2. Ed Seaborn will replace me. Oh no, we can't do that because I've got a 1 o'clock bulletin. So unless Ed Seaborn wants to replace me for the bulletin as well, we'll have to give it 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Ed. Apologies for BBC Radio Bristol listeners who are getting too much Welshness at the moment. But poor Mr. Seaborn is rather outnumbered today as Anwar bowls, and Byram goes through for a quick single. Carlson calls it just about, and eventually they were on the same wavelength. Yep. So the BBC Radio Wales update in a couple of minutes' time. So it's probably easier if I go through on this over. Although if it's one of the spinners, it could be very rapid indeed in terms of duration, and it is one of the spinners because Paul Van Meekeren's second spell was brief and expensive, and he is replaced straight away by Zafar, who's into his 7th over now, 0 for 20, so maybe Carlson might choose to dial it down a little. Byram plays this first delivery straight to Dent at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Cover and mid-wicket are in pretty tight to prevent the dab and run, but Byram drives towards long on, and therefore there is an easy single to be had. Byram moves up to 52 not out. 140 for 2. As we move towards the 30 over mark, this is the 29th. So Glamorgan can start readjusting their target upwards, but again with relatively inexperienced batting to come, they'll want to see these two stay at the crease a while longer yet. Carlson steps back, cuts and misses as Zafar gets the turn that he did early on, despite the ball being considerably older. As Zafar's in and bowls to Carlson, who will take runs through the offside. Probably a couple. They hesitate. Byram, though, puts the skates on and gets back safely to the non-striker's end. Well fielded on the cover boundary by Tom Price. 142 for 2. BBC Radio update to follow. Glamorgan going nicely at the moment, 142 for 2, make that 148 for 2 as Carlson hits a big 6 over the leg side off spinner Zafar Gohar. Carlson moves on to 42 not out. Eddie Byram is playing the anchor role, 52 not out. Sam Northeast out for 32 after a stand of 50 for the first wickets with Byram. Colin Ingram fell cheaply for 5, both wickets to Paul Van Meekeren, but on a slowish pitch which has been used, Glamorgan have had an intelligent approach so far, and they're 148 for 2 in the 29th over. In fact, at the end of the 29th over, to be precise, 148 for 2, Carlson 42, Byram is 52, and Troy Lewin will be joined by Ed Seaborn.
Indeed, and Kieran Carlson just starting to time up a few of the shots that he'd gone for earlier and maybe hadn't quite got that big 6 in the last over, a sense of what he will fancy himself to do going forward here as Glamorgan look to kick up the run scoring. The run rate has now gone over 5 and over as we have 21 remaining. And welcome back, Ed.
Thank you very much. If I can actually press the button hard enough to make it register, yes. Well, Glamorgan has started to accelerate here, and it's beginning to get a little worrying from a Gloucestershire point of view, because they're trying all sorts of different combinations, either to try and stem the flow of runs or take wickets, and so far they've not managed to find a combination that can do either of those things. So spin hasn't really worked. Seam Van Meekeren's second spell is not at the level of his first, although he did still beat the bat, and he had that ball which was looped up in the air near square leg, which fell in between 3 fielders. So he's still creating opportunities, but it's not quite the level of consistent threat that it was early on, which you'd potentially expect, given that we're later on in the innings now. But it is Tom Price to return from the Cathedral Road end, and he squares up Eddie Byron first ball. The ball comes off a thick outer half of the bat out towards cover as he looked to work the ball leg side, and he'll pick up 1 run, 149 for 2. They've still got to get through quite a lot of overs of their 5th bowler. Van Buren and Anwar Ali have only got through 5 overs between them, and they've conceded 35 runs, so that's a bit of a concern as well for Gloucestershire. And Tom Price has got to get through 4 more overs after this one. As he runs in now, bowls full and wide. It's slapped past extra cover for 4 by Carlson. An effort from Dent which never looked as if it was quite going to get there. And that brings up the 150 for Glamorgan. Carlson on to 46.
And yeah, here we go with Kieran Carlson once again, just finally starting to time these up. He's finding his groove now, and with the run rate ever climbing, the 100 partnership approaching as well, maybe this is the time for Glamorgan to put their foot down on the throttle and get up to a score that they'll feel comfortable defending in the second innings.
I think the good thing about their batting lineup is they've got a bit of an insurance policy if they lose a couple of wickets here. Price bowls to Carlson, who tries to jab that ball through the offside. The ball stays down a bit on him, but I don't think he quite judged the length that ball was bowled at. He's missed it on the inside edge, and it goes through, I think, on the bounce in the end to James Bracey. But they can afford to go now because they've only lost the 2 wickets, but also I think you look at Kellaway, he's been exciting. We're looking forward to seeing him. I haven't seen anything of... Well, actually, that's not true. I think he played in, yes, the T20 at Bristol. But, yes, I don't remember him making much of an impression. And Ed Bevan signalling 0 to me. So, yes. Dan Douthwaite, of course, can hit a very long ball. But if they lose a couple... You've got your championship opener in Zainul Hassan lurking down at, number 7. So that's there in the locker for Glamorgan. This is short and pulled by Carlson. That's 4 more, and that's his 50. 50 up from 45 deliveries. And that was his 6th 4 to go with a 6. It's not really quick enough to trouble a batter of Carlson's ability on the short ball on this surface. Is Tom Price rather sat up and asked to be hit.
Indeed, and as you say, with the Glamorgan lineup as well, don't forget Tim van der Hoogten made a couple of nice cameos in the T20 Blast.
Yes, including against Gloucestershire here, as Carlson pushes the ball out towards extra cover, and Dent will field. Gloucestershire right back on the edge of the circle here, and allowing these singles with a degree of ease to supplement the boundaries which Glamorgan are hitting. I think thoughts of scrambling to 250 are out of the equation, and I think Glamorgan are potentially looking at more towards 300 now. You would think with 8 wickets in hand and the way that they started to hit the ball here that 300 is very much on, and I think that will take some getting. So wickets needed, and it's wickets in the plural for Gloucestershire, not just in the singular. And fielders are scattering about. We've got fine leg coming up, so there's nobody on the boundary behind square. Long off and long on both outs. This is short and turned towards short, fine leg. Carlson says no as Byram's hoping for a single, which I think they might actually have got, but they decided to be cautious, and it's 10 from the over, so we've got 20 overs remaining in Glamorgan's innings. 158 for 2 the score here. In the other game in the One Day Cup, Northamptonshire are rather subsiding, 120 for 6, with nobody getting above 35 for them. And on a short-term basis, that's not great news for either of these sides, because Worcestershire's net run rate will go shooting up, and it will mean, we would think, not necessarily a done deal, but you would think that it will mean that neither of these sides will be in the provisional top 3 at the end of this round. However, there's still a long way to go. Northamptonshire has still got to play Warwickshire, and they've got a fixture against Glamorgan, so I think that's in the last round of matches. It could be effectively a knockout match, but we'll see. There's a long way to go. Either way, both games today really important as far as qualification goes.
Indeed, and first thing on Glamorgan's mind before worrying about the run rate will be simply to win. As here we go with Zafar,
yeah.
Zafar back in with his spin to Kieran Carlson, who takes a big cut and a miss as it goes through to the wicketkeeper for a dot ball. Just going back to what you were saying is about Tim van der Hoogten as well. It was against Gloucestershire where he hit 4 sixes for 38 off just 19 balls. So Glamorgan have that kind of power there as it's slipped away by Carlson for a quick single. But yeah, I think Glamorgan will be quite happy with where they are at the moment, and they will see something in. Oh, that's the 100 partnership up, by the way, between Byram and Carlson. 53 for Byram, 52 for Carlson, 100 together. But yeah, I think Glamorgan will feel quite happy with where they're at and what they're doing, and I think as it's knocked away by Byram for a quick single on the offside, might have thought about an aggressive 2 there, but they'll keep the single. They might, as you said, yeah, feel like 300 could be in reach, especially if Byram and Carlson can keep building this partnership as they have been doing. Zafar back with the ball in hand, ready to deliver to Kieran Carlson. Spinner brings it in, and another just quick knock and run from Carlson. 3 singles in a row. 161 for 2.
Well, it's only what 7 and over to get to 300.
Yeah.
7 and over with 8 wickets in hand. I know it's not the greatest surface to play big shots on, but still.
Byram tries the reverse sweep and nicely fielded by, I believe that was Van Meekeren.
It was, indeed.
Yeah. At backward square leg. And yeah, I feel you think that they would feel 7 and over is achievable. As that's drilled down the ground, there is a fielder coming over on the long onside. They'll come back for 2. And we'll get back quite comfortably. So Glamorgan at the end of the 31st over, 163 for 2.
Yeah, and as I say, we've got 19 overs left, and 5 of them have to be bowled by Gloucestershire's 5th bowler. It's something which is going to potentially define the sort of title that Glamorgan get up to. The way that Van Meekeren can bowl, that Zafar and Smith have been bowling on this surface, you'd like to hope from a Gloucestershire point of view that those are overs in the bank. And Tom Price has been a bit hit and miss at the death, it has to be said, but at the same time, 6 overs for 32 so far. He's getting through most of those 4 overs that he's got left now, which I think is probably a decent move. But then comes the thought of who's going to bowl those other overs between Van Buren and Ali. We haven't seen anything of Ollie Price yet. It might give him a bit of a go, given that Byron, the left-hander, is still out there, but not yet. And it's Price to start his 7th over, and still 9 overs left before Gloucestershire can put the extra fielder out there. I don't know if we're starting to get towards the stage where we don't need to have the 5 in for quite as long, because the totals are getting enormous in 50 over cricket. Price bowls to Carson, who swats the ball down to long on for a single.
I feel like maybe there's an argument either way, because you want to see runs, you want to see exciting cricket, but do you want to compromise, the chance for teams to actually restrict these chases and make an impact with the ball? I mean, it's a discussion to be had, I'm sure, but
yeah, I think it's the thing with the 5 in the ring is there's always one big area, isn't there? At the moment, it's between, I guess, a fine third and point, although they've just changed it now. So there's somewhere in the ring you've got 2 fielders having to cover 2 deep positions, which means there's always an option. Now it's extra cover mid-off. There's always an option to lift the ball over the infield for a boundary. As Byram will glance this one away, fine, down towards third man's going to go for 4. Third man's very wide, and Jack Taylor wasn't close to being able to get there. Just a delicate little dab from Byram from a ball back of a length, and it's gone for his 4th boundary. He's on to 60, 168 for 2.
So what would you suggest might be the answer then?
I don't know. I was only floating it out there, really. I'm not sure. I wonder if maybe after, say, even something like... it's tricky, isn't it? Because if you say sort of 35, that's not a round number. And we must have round numbers in cricket. Price bowls round the wicket, and it's been clipped straight to short mid-wicket, and Byram has gone. So Gloucestershire get the wicket to break this partnership. Is probably not the one that they would have desperately wanted, given that Carlson is scoring at a quicker rate. But Byram was accelerating, and they'll very much take that. The ball was hit hard by Byram, but he just didn't get enough elevation, and Chris Dent taking the catch at mid-wicket. Glamorgan 168 for 3 halfway through the 32nd over.
You'd say that's the key wicket as well. I know you said Carlson might be the one that you'd want to go for, but I think with Eddie Byram having been out there and building that innings and becoming the anchor, maybe now you can get Carlson off strike a bit and take your chances at the other bowlers at the other end, where the other batters at the other end. Whereas with Byram still out there, maybe he just gives that a bit more of a steady hand. You'd say, if like he did earlier when the 2 wickets fell in quick succession and he was there to level it out. Of course, Carlson is a danger to hit the big shots and hit the big strokes, but I think maybe that might be a wicket that you'd want to take of Eddie Byram at this point.
So I think they just needed to break the partnership, didn't they? Whichever it was, not going to sniff at it, and you've heard the cases for both the wickets, and it is Byram who is gone. Northeast for 32, Ingram for 5, and now Byram for 60, the 3 wickets to fall so far. I don't know if that contributed to the dismissal at all, but he did just leap slightly wider of the crease there, did Price, right as he was about to deliver. So I don't know whether the slight change of angle has done for Byram, maybe just catching more the inner half of the bat as it was speared in from wide of the crease. But either way, he did it pretty hard. He just would have been looking to get it over Dent, obviously. He didn't try and keep it down. He was looking for the aerial shot for the boundary. And so that will bring Ben Kellaway to the crease. And having said I was looking forward to seeing him bat, it's one of those things where you kind of think, well, so often as a commentator, a player that you're looking forward to seeing actually doesn't end up getting the runs, but we'll see. I mean, I can't remember. Only the other match it was James Rew. Actually, James Rew did get some runs. I was quite looking forward to seeing how Rew adapted his game for one-day cricket, having seen a fair bit of him in the Championship. He got a few runs, I suppose. As Tom Price bowls to Kellaway, and he's off the mark. First ball, just guiding the ball through the gap at cover point, and picks up a single, 169 for 3. Yeah, James Rew made 43 in the walloping that Gloucestershire handed Somerset in their last fixture. And I think from the point of view of the competition, this game, not just the fact that it is what it is in terms of the table, Gloucestershire coming in third, Glamorgan in fifth, with only 1 point between them. It's also kind of defining where Gloucestershire are as a side, because they won their first 2 games, played good cricket, then got hammered in their next 2. As Price is into Carlson, and Carlson turns the ball up to long on, all along the carpet, and it's a single, 170 for 3. And then, of course, have bounced back from that heavy defeat at Worcestershire, which was particularly galling, because that was another game like this, where both sides were coming in a similar position. They had the chance to not just pick up the 2 points, but deny Worcestershire the 2 points. And you felt at that stage that Gloucestershire had completely cooked themselves as far as their net run rate was concerned, because been bowled out for 120 at Edgbaston, then losing heavily to Worcestershire by over 90 runs. As Price bowls to Kellaway, punches the ball back up the surface, and Price is able to stop it in his follow through. It's the end of the over. 7 runs have come from it, but the wicket of Byram as Glamorgan are 170 for 3 after 32. But incredibly, 1 game later, and Gloucestershire's net run rate is in the positive. So you just never know with, I think, particularly with this competition, because it's a bit of a different beast, isn't it? With being played alongside the 100 as it is, some sides have been hit not just harder, but also differently from others. Some are missing their powerful batting, others are missing their death bowling. So, you know, you never know how these games are going to go, and it feels a bit almost like the T20, where really you could play a fixture 10 times and a different side would win it all 10, you know, just, you know, alternate wins and losses, that sort of thing. It's a strange old beast, but it's been enjoyable to watch, particularly today in the sunshine.
Indeed, as Tom Smith delivers with some spin to Kieran Carlson, who'll knock that away to long on for a quick single. Rotate the strike, 171 for 3 at the start of the 33rd over. Carlson 56 not out. Ben Kellaway just in, got off the mark with his first ball, as you say, in the last over. And yeah, he has been one that's brought a little bit of excitement, Ben Kellaway. And, you know, when you've got, as you say, players missing during the 100, and this competition does give players a chance to come out where maybe they might not have it. Maybe they would have that opportunity regardless of the 100. But, you know, it's not all doom and gloom when you've got the 2 competitions going on. There's another delivery from Smith, knocked away by Kellaway for another single. 2 quick singles here. But, because there is that conversation that goes on every summer when the 100 comes round, and especially this summer in an Ashes summer with, well, will ex-England player play in this, and you see some are, some aren't, and obviously taking place at the same time as the One Day Cup is Smith to Carlson, who knocks it away for a quick single, keeping it mostly in the infield at the moment. But yeah, I don't know how you fall either way on the 100, but it's as Ed Bevan gives a chuckle behind us, but you've got to say that more opportunity to play cricket for more players is a good thing of having more competitions, even if you don't necessarily take a favour to one or the other. As Smith to Kellaway cuts it away for a single on the offside, 174 for 3. 2 balls left in the 33rd over. Run rate holding a bit steady at about just over 5 an over, and you'd say maybe as it's knocked away, little shout and on the offside for another single by Carlson, you'd say 250 should be within reach, but I don't know, what would you feel that Gloucester should be happy chasing?
Well, I think they'd love to keep them to less than 300, really. It's going to be tricky from this point, but I think if Glamorgan gets to 300, I think they're heavy favourites.
I would say so, especially on, as you say, a pitch. That's a big shot by Kellaway. It will just drop short of the boundary on the leg side, and it'll be a 4 on 1 bounce. Almost hits a big 6.
That's a terrific shot because he's not got anywhere near the pitch of the ball there either. It's all adjustment with the hands, and there's a bit of turn there as well. He's done incredibly well to cover that and launch it over the mid-on fielder, and the key being not trying to smash it all the way for 6. He was content just to lift the ball over the infield, and as a consequence he nearly still hit it for 6, but not quite. But it makes it another good over for Glamorgan, just as Smith was looking to get out of it without conceding a boundary. Change of bowling from the River end, and it's Graham van Buren coming back into the attack, so looking to try and get through some more overs of this 5th bowler. Van Buren to Carlson, who drives for a single out towards deep cover, and it's 180 for 3. Well, I have been absolutely spoiled, I must say, with my cricket viewing over the last few days, because not only did I get to see Gloucestershire's record List A score, individual and team-wise, as Van Buren bowls reverse sweep from Kellaway, and he's picked the gap between short third man and backward point. 4 runs. That was beautifully played, just unfurled the reverse sweep with a flourish and sent it away into the gap. 184 for 3.
He is showing his technique here. As you say, it was all in the hands when he hit that long 4 in the last over, and now a nice reverse sweep. 4 more. 11 for Galloway, and yeah, I think if he's getting this chance consistently to show off some of that, that can only be good for him.
It is Callaway 11 from 6 on strike 2. Van Buren, who's gone for 20 in his 2.2 overs, so perhaps just showing that spin isn't necessarily just a done deal, that it's going to be cheap, as this is pushed away out into the colours by Callaway. There's no run. The day after watching that extraordinary game between Gloucestershire and Somerset, as Callaway comes down the pitch and just about manages to beat Van Buren in his follow-through, beats the turf, because he'll feel he should have stopped that, as good as he is off his own bowling, and they'll take a single. 185 for 3. I did come here to watch Welsh fire against Trent Rockets in the 100, and I saw Tammy Beaumont make the first century in the women's competition, as Callaway is trying to clip the ball through the leg side, and he gets a leading edge and he spoons it back to Graham van Buren, and Glamorgan have lost a 4th wicket, and that is a vital one. Apologies, it's Carlson who's out. I forgot, of course, that Van Buren didn't stop the ball in his follow-through as he was meaning to in the previous delivery, and Carlson has gone, so they've got both components of that big partnership between Byram and Carlson out now. Maybe just a little bit of drift from Van Buren, and actually I thought it was a leading edge, but looking at the replay of it, was having to look through Carlson effectively to try and see it. I'm not sure that it was a leading edge so much as he just actually pushed it with the full face of the bat back to Van Buren. A really tame dismissal, and Glamorgan 185 for 4.
Yeah, well, he'd started to find his timing on a couple of shots over the last few overs, but yeah, it wasn't really... didn't really seem like it was played with any intent. And well, I mean, we had the debate over what the key wicket was earlier. Well, they're both gone now, so I think Gloucestershire will be quite happy with where they are now, having taken those 2. So yeah, I think for Glamorgan it's all about not losing too many wickets too quickly and starting to build another partnership as Dan Douthwaite comes in to the batting.
Yes, I would guess that Dan Douthwaite is most likely only to play one way. Judging by every other time that I've seen Dan Douthwaite, we're against red or white ball, so this could be exciting, especially with him and Kellaway in at the same time. I don't think that the wicket's necessarily going to bring a drop in the run rate, but what it has done potentially is open up Glamorgan's middle to lower order, so vital that Gloucestershire took those couple of wickets, Byron for 60 and Carlson for 59. And now they've got a slip in place for Dan Douthwaite in the 34th over, and Douthwaite comes forward and plays very respectfully, carefully out towards extra cover to his first ball. There's no run, 185 for 4 after 34 overs. Now, you can debate 100 versus One Day Cup, whatever, till the cows come home, and you can debate the 100 full stop the same way. But I don't care what anyone says. Scoring 118 runs in 100 balls is an extraordinary effort, and it was one of the best white ball innings that I've been able to see from Tammy Beaumont a couple of days ago. Just surgical precision in terms of hitting the gaps, but her power hitting just seems to be coming on no end, and
exactly. Well,
sitting on 99 T20 international caps is the 100th on the way.
Well, there we go. She said she was challenged to up her scoring game ahead of some England T20 fixtures coming up, and maybe making her case to be in that T20 squad, as Tom Smith delivers and cut and a miss from Ben Kellaway for a dot ball. But yeah, she's had a great summer.
Yeah.
Really phenomenal in the Women's Ashes. Of course, that incredible double century in the Test match. But yeah, it seems like the 100 competition can give you that sort of platform, as Smith to Kellaway. Smith runs into Dan Douthwaite at the non-striker's end, but no damage fielder there, dot ball. But yeah, you get the sense that the 100 can put you in that conversation, and again, maybe it's a bit more significant in women's cricket than maybe it is in men's, but it can put you in that spotlight ahead of some fixtures, as that's knocked away 2 long off for a single from Kellaway, 186 for 4.
I think you can say, again, I think regardless of the overall argument, that you can make a case that for women's cricket, the 100 is actually the premier competition in the world in terms of level. Now that there's the increased professionalisation for the English players, I think the English players that are playing in that, you could make a case that it's a higher level than the WBBL now.
I would say so, and of course, with as Douthwaite knocks it away to get off the mark, 2 long on. With the women's IPL coming along as well, there's going to be franchise cricket opportunities all year round at a high level, and it was a great. Well, I would say it was a great debut season for the women's IPL, and maybe the women's 100 is as Smith comes back in. And big shout for leg before, and it's given. It's given out. Ben Kellaway looking to play a bit of a sweep and caught on the pads, given out. Smith has his first wicket, 187 for 5 with 1 ball left in the 35th over.
This is something that you may find more and more as you do more and more of this, is that as soon as you start talking about something else, it all kicks off out in the middle.
Indeed.
And this was a decision which, to be honest, I'm almost surprised that it took that long for the finger to come up, because Smith is bowling stump to stump. He's not turning the ball miles when it's bowled on that line. It tends to be a bit more grip when it's bowled a bit further back of a length, but when it's bowled really full, there's not a great deal there. And we got a perfect view of it right in line, and it was not going anywhere, I don't think, other than potentially middle and leg, striking him on middle as Gloucestershire strike again, and that's another important wicket given what Kellaway's done in the competition so far. Well, I say it struck him on middle, it probably struck him on middle and off, and I've been going on to hit middle. I think even middle and leg might be a little bit conservative, but keeping on taking wickets, Gloucestershire, and Tom Smith gets his first.
Well, your finger went up straight away. I think there was no hesitation on any of us up here that was out. It did take maybe a bit longer than you'd expect for the umpire, but Zainul Hassan in for Glamorgan. 35th over, last ball of it from Smith. Douthwaite on 1, Ul Hassan in now. So I'd say 300 could still be on, but maybe you're looking more, get to the 250 and see.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to make sure that you get the score that you should have got from 168 for 2 before you then start to think, actually, we can kick on from here. I think you're exactly right.
Indeed. So last ball of the 35th over. from Tom Smith to Zain Ul Hassan. Smith coming from the Cathedral Road end with the spin to Ul Hassan, who defends it away, plays it conservatively, and dot ball at the end of the 35th over. Glamorgan 187 for 5, and Edward Bevan will be in for me shortly.
Thanks very much, Troy. So, with, what is it now? 15 overs left in the Glamorgan innings. It is up to the two new men, Douthwaite and Zain Ul Hassan, to... I don't know whether they'll think of it as a mini rebuild, but at the same time they do need to be a little bit more conscious about the wickets column now that Gloucestershire have taken, what is it, 3 for 19.
Yeah, I don't think you can start thinking about 300 at the moment, because half the side are gone. Wicket is very slow, and the spinners are bowling well. You've just got to try and survive. If you do get a loose ball, you hit it for 4.
Van Buren to continue then to Douthwaite, who's dropping the ball into the offside, quick single taken, Dent sharp, but he's not picked the ball up, and actually if Zain hadn't run so far through, they might have thought about a second run there, but when you're sprinting full length to try and, or full speed I should say, to try and make your ground, you're not likely to be stopping instantaneously, so it is just the single, 188 for 5, Douthwaite on to 2, and now Gloucestershire are positioning their field for the left-handed Zain Ul Hassan, so right-hand, left-hand combination for Glamorgan. And Makeren's in pretty close at square leg. There's a mid-wicket and a short extra as well, mid-off and short third on the circle, as that's clipped away towards backward square leg, and Van Makeren does his audition for the Cirque du Soleil there as he tries to stop the ball, and that one turned appreciably as Van Buren just dropped the pace on it and allowed it to grip. And no run there, as the next delivery is pushed straight to extra cover. There's no run.
I think, Ed, here, you've just got to keep on playing. Treat every ball. There's a lot of overs left in the context of the game.
Van Buren is in over the wicket to Zain Ul Hassan, who sweeps firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. It's only going to be a single. Timed it nicely, but straight to the fielder. 189 for 5.
I think Glamorgan would have taken this, don't you, at the start on this pitch after the first couple of overs. It wasn't easy for the main contributors, Carlson and Byram.
Van Buren bowls, fires that one in a bit quicker. Douthwaite's got to be quick on his feet to adjust and keep the ball out, blocks it away into the covers. Yeah, probably one fewer wicket down, would you say, maybe?
Yeah.
As Douthwaite looks to turn the ball leg side, another yelp from Van Buren as he doesn't quite get through. The ball's turned towards square leg, towards mid-wicket, and that's a terrific over from Van Buren with just the 2 runs from it. And not only is he getting through these overs of the 5th bowler, but actually he's taken the wicket of Carlson and has bowled a cheap one there. 189 for 5, 36 overs. And just want to give a quick shout out to James Healy, who works for the club, Gloucestershire that is, who's on holiday in Boston, USA, and is watching with his wife. So even when you're on holiday, apparently there's no break from cricket.
You go all the way to Boston to watch cricket.
Yeah, watching the picture feed. So
why not?
Hi, Jim.
Tom Smith to continue, and he's bowling from this end, and Smith has got 2 overs left, and he's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan. Not out, I don't think. There, no, just drifting down leg. Ul Hassan has really been a find. He got 26 not out at Sussex at the end of the innings last week, but generally he's filling as an opening batsman in championship cricket and done extremely well, and one has to credit him because he's been to a lot of counties, having a lot of trials, not succeeding, as he waits now for Smith, who comes in and bowls, and it's clipped away to mid-on. There's no run again, and let's hope that he gets, I don't know what contract he's been offered, but a contract which will help him, and in other words, give him plenty of time, not worry, if it's for 1 year I don't do well and what have you. Smith over the wicket, close to the stumps, and that's well played, and it's in the air, but down to fine leg. And he collects another single. Now, how's your maths? What's 37 times 37? That's 13 overs times 6.
13
78
times 6.
78. 78 balls left. That's what you've got. I always think of that. And Smith is going round the wicket to Douthwaite. Long on and a long off, because everyone knows Douthwaite likes to play attacking shots. You know, I've got a couple of grandchildren and they play under 15s, under 19s, and they bat quite high up in the order. And I said, look, don't go and play attacking shots. Immediately, think of the balls remaining. And when you think of that, as the next ball is played up to long on for a single, you know, you talk about 78 balls left, you get 78 runs, you're up to 50 to 60, bit of acceleration, all of a sudden you're knocking 280 if you stay in. And I don't think a lot of people forget, you know, think, oh, 30 odd overs, yeah, we get on with it. You don't, because you can easily lose wickets. I don't know if you agree with that, because
I think in this situation, definitely.
Oh, that's close again. Oh, he's fortunate there. I think that was close. He might just got outside the line.
Yeah, that was my thought. Just where the pad ended up. Let's have a look. Whoa, you'd be sending that up, wouldn't you? It's not obviously outside the line. The only thing it would have been was umpire's call if you're sending that up. And actually, the one earlier on in the over, I thought was closer than initially I thought. I thought it was going well down the leg side, but that one would have been worth a look on the old Hawkeye. But
not a shot.
Gets one look.
No, not a shot to play on this sort of pitch with the ball. You don't know if he's going to come on to you or not. If it's a straight ball, just try and play straight.
Van Buren bowls to Douthwaite. He clips towards short mid-wicket. That's going to be another dot ball. And so, having been, as I mentioned last time, been a bit of a problem, Gloucestershire are really managing to get through some overs with Van Buren here. And I think they're just going to keep him going as this is pushed straight back to him by Douthwaite. They're struggling to find these single options, and actually at the start of that
bowling.
It is also at the start of that Barham-Carlson partnership they were struggling in a similar way as Douthwaite punches the ball down to long on for a single this time, 192 for 5. And on a slow pitch, that's one of the things. It's not just the fact that you can't hit big as easily, it's also just the singles always seem to end up at either short extra cover or short mid-wicket. Just put those two fielders in, and they can save you so many runs. Van Buren is in and bowls. This is turned down towards long on by Zayn for one more.
Glamorgan badly missing the experience of Billy Routier, who has had a good competition. He's been rested for 2 games, and that is the policy with Glamorgan. They want to try and get these young players to come through. Now you can look at that. I'll just break off.
Van Buren to Douthwaite, turned off his legs out through the mid-wicket area, and it's another single.
You can look at that both ways, of course, because you think, right, do we need to give the likes of Kellaway, who's been quite superb, young man coming along, and it's put his name up in lights, if you like. On the other hand,
as Van Buren is about to complete the over, bowls around the wicket to Zayn, who works the ball straight to short mid-wicket, and it's just 3 from the over. 194 for 5, 38 gone.
Or do you want to say, White will play our strongest side, please, our supporters or members, and try and win it, as they did 2 years ago. But to their credit, of course, when we went up to the final at Trent Bridge that year, Glamorgan stayed.
Yes,
if you remember.
Yes, I was there. I went to the game.
Did you really? Well done. If I'd known you were going, I'd have left your ticket.
Oh, okay. Well, if Glamorgan make it this year, you can leave me a ticket.
You got your pass here, all right. But they left. You know, Cook didn't play, and certain other players, which was, and of course, Durham played their full side. People coming back from the 100 and playing. That worked. But it's a moot point, isn't it? Whether you play your full side or you bring the youngsters through. The accurate Tom Smith is here to bowl his final over, and he is bowling to the right-handed Douthwaite, who is on 5. He's coming around the wicket and bowls the first ball, and that's short, and it's chopped away into the offside for a single. And Douthwaite knows he's dubious if he's going to try and hit over the top, because right on the boundary is a long Well, not now, because they're coming in for Zane. A long on and a long off for Douthwaite, so he's got to be careful. Left-hander to left-hander as in comes the next ball on the back foot, chipped away on the offside, but straight to mid-on. I think Al-Hassan has had the message, don't try and sweep and get the brush out again.
He's got himself in trouble a couple of times already doing that.
Here is Smith, bowls to the left-hander, and that's hit him on the pad as it goes down to fine leg again very quickly in an anguished yell. You will expect Tom Smith to not bowl accurately here. He's so experienced and a fine bowler, and they'll have to try and, if they can, block these last three or just get the odd single. As in comes Smith, he's over the wicket, close to the stumps. Now he's again trying to sweep. Third time he's done that, and he's been nearly LBW once. You know, Douthwaite's the senior player here. Just go down the pitch and talk to him. He's a young man making his way in the game. Just say, look, we've got over 10 overs left. What are you trying to do? Smith again over the wicket, bows down the pitch this time. That's a far more authentic shot, proper cricket shot. Gets a single up to long on. Score moves on to 196 for 5 both. These Al-Hassan now, he's on 4, Douthwaite's on 6.
So Smith's last ball of his spell then.
Yeah.
Been typically parsimonious.
36 so far. That's could be out again, and is. He plays a shot like that, last ball of Smith's spell. Douthwaite. Dreadful shot. There we are. 196 for 5, then he's in the 100.
It was a strange old bit of cricket, wasn't it? Because Smith probably would have conceded a run for a wide if Douthwaite had left it. It was almost as if, oh, hang on, this is so wide, I better have a go at this. But it wasn't a kind of a committed drive at it from Douthwaite, and to be honest, he was struggling really to reach it, because you're expecting the ball to be straight, given that's where Smith's bowled most of the time. I'm sure that Tom Smith will tell you he's deliberately hung it wide and forced him into the shot, but I'm not so sure.
It was a good catch.
It was a good catch from Ben Wells.
Ben Wells, yeah. So Glamorgan now are in a spot of bother here after being 168 for 2. They're 196 for 6, and the last 3 wickets they've been undone by spin, as we thought they would be. Carlson just popped a return catch back to Van Buren. Callaway unwisely trying to sweep on this sort of pitch, and now Douthwaite saying to Wells, be ready, I'm going to give you a catch. So he was out for 6. Al-Hassan is there. Well, Tim van der Gooten, as you heard there, is coming in and really has been a revelation with the bat this year. He may fail here today, but you know, he's had various 50s, played extremely well. And well, if Glamorgan lose one of these, they could well, you know, you're looking at 210, 220.
Wow.
Which should be really in Gloucestershire's sights then.
Gloucestershire will be sniffing blood if they get another one of these, I would think. Of course, Sisodia would be 10, I would guess, ahead of McIlroy.
Yeah.
Sisodia opened the batting, did he not, in the T20 game here against Gloucestershire? I can see from the reactions in the box how well that one went down. But
how's he going to run? Well, I haven't taken any wickets either, which is most worrying for Glamorgan.
Van Buren starts his 6th over to Zane, who comes forward looking for a single, and it's not going to be there, out into the offside. You mentioned Billy Root, and at the risk of drawing your ire once again to mention the 100, but one of the most amusing parts of the last couple of days, Van Buren bowls, this is swept by Zain Al-Hassan out towards deep backward square for 1 run, was when Joe Root came out to the middle, and the supporters to my right gave him a, you're just a unbroadcastable word, Billy Root.
Yeah.
Yes. And he played 1 scoop shot that went for 6. That was the one that was caught by the member of the ground staff, I think. And then next ball he went, well, I say next ball, next time he went for it, it was caught behind. So there we go. Such is the way with the ramp. Round the wicket comes Van Buren to bowl to Van der Hoogten, and it's worked straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
you know, the extra dimension, of course, is Rudy's such a good player of spin. He reverse sweeps properly, as it were.
Van Buren is in. Van der Huchten will not get a run here as he pushes the ball straight to backward point. Tom Smith with the fielding. And this is the tricky thing when you're a hitter. I'm not saying hitter because that's disparaging.
An aggressive player.
Yes, when you're a player who likes to clear the ropes, that's a better way of putting it. Because hitter is really damning with faint praise, isn't it? As in comes Van Buren and bowls, and this is guided away, and they almost conspired to misfield that collectively, Smith and Van Meekeren this time, but Smith missed it. Then Van Meekeren actually ended up inadvertently flicking it off his boot, I think, up into his hands. And they thought about pinching a single anyway, but decided not to. Last ball of the over, Van Buren wasting no time, and Van der Huchten does hit big, down the ground, and for 6 over the boundary. Long on was up, so it was a decent option, and that 6 brings up the 200s for Glamorgan, and Van der Huchten is off the mark with a 6.
Lovely straight hit there for 6, and noticeable that they only had the cow corner man out and the long off, and mid-on was up, and he knew then, right.
Now signalling that the final batch of power plays are about to start.
Yes, I'm sure we know that. I was just going to say that Glamorgan could be just a bit between the devil and the deep blue here, because 60 balls to go. If it's ever a case of pick your delivery out if you're going to hit it, this is the case now. And we've got a change of bowling. Zafar is back. He's got, what's he got? 2 overs left, and appeal for LBW again. Ooh. Well, somebody...
he was out exactly like that in the championship match at Cheltenham, Zafar, going back and trying to pull quite a full delivery. I mean, the ball I think struck him outside the line of off stump and was going over the top. That one was just outside the line, I think, but this time not given.
Here's the next ball then, and he drives that up to mid-on. He just be patient for the last 3 or 4 overs here, because if Van Gooten can attack from the other end, what have we got? Not much batting to come, I'm afraid. Alex Horton is okay. He can hold a bat. Does he go for a quick single? Like Fred Khan was outfit out there. What happened then?
Well, Jack Taylor has decided inexplicably to deliver a left arm throw from short fine leg, and then he's thrown the ball straight into the ground. He spiked the ball, NFL style.
We've seen something in the last 20 minutes, haven't we? Kamikaze cricket.
I mean, there barely was a single there, I thought, off the bat, and then that happened. How strange. He's got that strapping on his right hand. Surely that doesn't affect him to such an extent that he was having to deliver a left-arm throw. Perhaps it just felt like he should try one. I don't think he'll be trying it again.
Here's Van de Gooten to face the next ball, and it goes back and cuts nicely out to deep extra cover and gets a single. So they'll have to negotiate these. What have they got? 8 balls from Zafar, 4 for Van Buren. But in comes the next ball, and what was he doing there? He's halfway down the pitch, nearly trying to drive, and he's completely at sea, and he's stumped and gone. Well, Glamorgan has just given it away by the looks of things. Why do you play a shot like that, when you've got 10 overs to spare?
The thing is, he's used his feet, and he's I mean, I don't know, he's looking to drive actually, isn't he? I thought he was looking to turn the ball down towards long on, which might have given him a better chance of hitting the ball, but Zafar's completely done him in the flight. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, still going through with whatever shot it was he selected, which we can't quite work out, some sort of jabbing drive out towards long off, and Zafar's got another wicket. And the thing that will be particularly irritating from a Glamorgan point of view, coaching staff point of view, is that Tom Smith had 1 over left. Zafar has only got 1 over left after this. If you just blocked out the rest of Zafar Gohart, they've then got to go back to seam, which hasn't looked as if, whilst it's actually picked up the first 3 wickets, so we'll give you that, but it hasn't looked of late as though the seam is where the threat's coming from. It's been from the spin.
Absolutely. And Glamorgan have got 2 spinners Kieran Carlson, who's a part-time spinner. Okay, he bowls and bowls quite well in this competition, but he's not a recognised first-team spinner. And you've got Sisodia, who should do well on this pitch. We'll have to wait and see, because he's not done well in this competition or the T20 throughout the season. So Glamorgan got their problems here now, and they've got a lot of work to do if they're trying to get out of it. As Alex Horton, the wicketkeeper, comes in, and Glamorgan would like a contribution from him, because he's been in a couple of times, and well, he hasn't got into double figures yet, I don't think. He takes guard. A young player against a very experienced spinner. And they're sticking to the in-out field. I thought they would have had perhaps more people in the ring to try and defend, because you're not going to hit this chap very far.
Unless they're thinking they want to give Horton the single to be on strike for the next over.
He's brought a slip in now. Slip and a man on the drive on both sides, so they're really crowding him in now as he comes in and bowls the first ball, which is hit to wide-ish from mid-off. There's no run. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan all of a sudden 205 for 7. Who was talking about 300 a few minutes ago?
Oh, I think I did, didn't I? I can claim credit for that one from Gloucestershire listeners' perspective.
Glamorgan have this sort of long tail, which is not wagged today, from about number 7 down. And really, you shouldn't have to say this, but it all depends now on Van der Gooten.
Ed Seaborn, Edward Bevan, 2 Eds on commentary. I'm not going to do the joke, which we have to have at least one time every time we're on together. But yes, BBC Sport website and app, and on Radio 5 Sports Extra. There are 9 overs remaining in Glamorgan's first innings, and only innings, I should say, the first innings of the match. It's Van Buren who's bowling now to Van der Gooten. He's bowled. He goes back and tries to cut a straight delivery, and Van Buren speared that one in towards off stump, and it's actually been flattened as off stump. And
well, he pushed it through, didn't he?
Subsiding continues from Glamorgan's point of view. 168 for 2 they were. They're 205 for 8. It was a bit of a half-hearted waft at that in the end from Van der Gooten. It was not really short enough, certainly not wide enough to be playing a cut shot to, and he's gone for 7.
Yeah, it's been very poor from Glamorgan since Carlson and Byram played so well, and they've been let down by the middle and late order here. Well, it's not the pitchers to blame, it's been some poor batting, it has to be said. Glamorgan get out of this game today, they'll have to bowl extremely well.
Just to give you an update on what's happening at the other game in the One Day Cup today between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire. Northamptonshire are making something of a recovery, and Tom Taylor is at it again. He's 71 not out from 59 balls. Yes, he got 100 against Gloucestershire,
that's right,
which was in the end in a losing cause, but it looked as though he might just burgle that game for Northamptonshire. So he's got 71. James Sales is out there with him at number 9. It's a decent bat to have a number 9 as James Sales.
David Sales' boy, that is.
Indeed, yeah. He's got 17, so they have put on 70 now for the 8th wicket, and Northamptonshire 209 for 7 in the 43rd over. So at the very least what that might do is mean that Worcestershire's leap in their net run rate, if they do go on to win that game, might not be quite as extravagant as it might have been. Although it's quite, well, I say it's early to be worrying about net run rate. These sides will have played 6 games after this, so although it feels like only just past the halfway stage, which it is, we're then getting towards the latter stages of this One Day Cup group stage. Premis Sisodia to face Van Buren then. There's a slip still in place, and Sisodia comes forward and plays the ball slightly nervously out towards extra cover, and it's fielded by Dent. There's no run. Vultures very much circling now, even though they were in the last period of power play. Sisodia will get off the mark as he knocks it down to long on. 206 for 8. slip in place, extra cover in close, backward point likewise, and short fine leg is up. Actually, with this, having said that, with the slip in place, that's the word I was trying to get to. I nearly said spinner in place then. I suppose there is a spinner in place with Van Buren. With a slip in place, they still do only have 4 in the ring, so not going over aggressive. Van Buren to Horton, who turns the ball down towards the long arm, and it's a single. It feels quite easy, really, given the fact that the score is 207 for 8 now, to have long on and deep mid-wicket wide open.
And a long off. I quite agree with you. You know, they're not, well, I would hope that they're not going to try attacking shots here. Just paddle ones, therefore you might as well bring your long on, long off in.
Van Buren to Sisodia, who's going for a swash, swoosh, swish, something like that, out towards extra cover and misses it. I don't think swash means that, does it? That's to do with the sea, isn't it? Swash and backwash. Yeah. Anyway, it's about the only vowel that doesn't work with that. As Sisodia cuts towards the edge of the circle, there was probably a single there, even with Dent fielding, and 2 runs have come from that over Van Buren, having been a bit of a concern as to whether Gloucestershire might be able to get through 10 overs of their 5th bowler, having gone for, I think, what was it, 20, something like 22 off his first 3 overs. He's now then only gone for 13 off his next 5, and he's taken 2 wickets. 207 for 8.
Trying to look at the bowling figures, I can't make head or tail out of them.
Well, it's on a massive screen right next to you.
What that scoreboard he's trying to tell me, I don't know. Right, it is Zafar to continue, and he will be bowling to Alex Horton, who's off the mark, just the one. He bowls to Horton. Ooh. Horton tries to play a shot and doesn't get any connection whatsoever. Another factor here, Ed, is how often do you play against spin in the country these days?
Quite. Well, everyone throws their hands up in the air when a pitch starts to turn.
Yeah. And there are good practitioners out there of spin. The experience of Tom Smith, Graham Van Buren will tell you everything. Zafar, of course, he's another experienced one, exactly what you want for this sort of pitch. And we were saying off camera, I suppose we were on camera, off air, is this the sort of pitch you want for one-day cricket? You know? In comes the next one, that's hit him on the pad outside the line. There's an ambitious appeal which is turned down.
So it might have been appealing for even caught behind potentially. Is that just flicked his pad? No, I don't think so. I think it's actually gone, it's gone straight through. Lots of turn though.
Here's the next ball, a bit quicker. Horton is bowled and had no idea whatsoever what was going on. This is a sorry batting display, I'm afraid, by Glamorgan. Horton goes.
That's the arm ball that's got him, isn't it? Every ball had turned in that over, and then he just fizzed one through, went with the arm, and struck leg stump. Lovely bowling from Zafar, and he was just looking that time to block it, was Horton, and it skidded through. And another wicket for somebody in their last over, with Zafar with just 1 ball left in his spell. And what is this now? 7 wickets for 39 runs.
It's inexcusable, really, isn't it? Okay, that may be the price if you're not going to play your strongest side. They say, let's blood the youngsters. Well, really, they haven't had much clue how playing spin. I think that's the answer. We had the experience of Carlson and Byram, who've been around for some time, but I'm afraid the others have been rather clueless against spin, as Jamie McElroy makes his way with 7 overs and 1 ball remaining, 43 balls remaining.
I think you'd have to say also that, of course, there's still the second half of the game to go, but with the spin options that Gloucestershire have up their sleeve, this pitch has actually played into their hands as far as their bowling attack is concerned, because, of course, they were always going to have to bring, well, not have to, but they were always going to have the option to bring Zafar back into the side, given the fact that Harry Tector has left for the Ireland-India series.
Oh, no, he's not, yeah.
Which is taking place. And then, of course, Ireland take on England in the ODI series later on in September, so busy time for Irish cricket, even though they haven't managed to qualify for the World Cup.
Well, McIlroy is in to try and get something out of this. 207 for 9. And he will be facing Van Buren with 1 ball to go of his final over. So there's been a wicket for Tom Smith, his last ball, last with 1 ball. Zafar has got a wicket, and yeah, everybody's coming in now except them. 1 man out at long off, and quite rightly so. In he comes and bowls, and that's blocked by McIlroy onto the offside. So 207 for 9 is the Glamorgan score, and that's a very good spell there. 10 overs, no maiden.
1 maiden in the end. That was maiden just then.
Yeah, of course it was. Van Buren and Zafar rather has bowled 10 overs. I make that out to be 2 for 36.
Yep.
With a bundle of numbers behind, which means nothing to anybody.
Well, those are the bowlers' numbers and then the overs underneath, but it does make for slightly crowded.
What are the other things then?
What other things?
Well, the numbers behind there.
Well, let's say those are the numbers,
10.
individual numbers, and the number of overs. Van Buren continues and he bowls to Sisodi, who pushes this one up the pitch. Yeah. There's no run. So
I'm with it now. Yeah.
Yeah. 2 for 36.
That's
for
good
both
bowling.
Smith and Zafar, almost identical figures, with the exception of that wicket maiden there, which is actually first maiden of the innings. Van Buren bowls, and that's turned away to his right-hand side. He scuttles across to his right to stop it.
And these two, fair play, they're 10 and 11. What do we do?
Yeah, well, I've been left in this situation, left in the lurch, really. Van Buren is in, and Sisodi off the back foot rather extravagantly flicks the ball down to long on for a single. And he's on to 2, and it's 208 for 9.
You see, Gloucestershire can just play and push ones throughout the innings, chasing this modest score now.
They could do. Whether they decide to, we'll see. But that would be the sensible approach.
Yeah.
Yep. And there's no need at all for Gloucestershire to think about net run rate either, because that's something that at this stage has got to sort of take care of itself. You can't go out thinking about going out and bludgeoning the ball, I don't think, to try and get ahead of the rate. If
Glamorgan lose this game,
they
go down to Somerset on the weekend, and they'll have to try and bludgeon those young bowlers. Whether it make any difference, I don't know.
The sort of treatment that
they see here.
Yes, and Prithvi Shaw. Yes, Jack Brooks and Josh Davey both injured, the 2 senior bowlers who.
Do you know, I think I recognised one bowler, Langridge or somebody. I've seen his name.
17 years old is JT Langridge. Van Buren to McIlroy. Slip in place, and McIlroy plays that one straight back to the bowler. Played it nicely, but no run. And now we get the wonderful spectacle of a number 11 trying to keep the ball out of the 50 over goal. He's done more than that this time. He's lifted the ball over the bowler's head. It's not been fielded cleanly by Wells down there at long off, but they don't decide to take on the arm. 209 for 9, so McIlroy's off the mark in very pleasant fashion. Just lofting the ball towards straight long off. Last ball of the 44th. Van Buren is in, and that's slapped away, and it's into the ground and stopped by Van Buren, who's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 37. He went for a single, didn't he? I thought we were going to have nice symmetry with all the spinners 2 for 36, but not to be. I'm going to make way for Nick Webb.
Yes, it's been, I'm afraid, apart from 2 batsmen and, of course, North East 32, a rather sorry performance by Glamorgan on this turn-in pitch. A sizable, a healthy crowd here, Nick. Probably you've got some Gloucester supporters.
Yep. Seen a few visitors' caps around.
Yeah, and they'll be very, very happy, but, Glamorgan would have been looking at that big partnership, right? If we can get 270, 260, we're in here, but the batting has been abysmal.
Yeah, they haven't really had much idea of how to deal with this treble spin attack of Zafar, Smith and Van Buren. as we're going to see a bit of seam back into the attack with Van Meekeren. In comes Van Meekeren then to bowl to McIlroy, or not, as the case may be. He does not deliver for some reason. Whether it was the batter pulling away or the bowler losing his rhythm at the last moment, I'm not sure. So if you're just joining us here on 5 Sports Extra or on the BBC Sport website, Glamorgan getting to 168 for 2 with half centuries from Eddie Byram and Kieran Carlson. But once they went, the rest has gone downhill rapidly for Glamorgan. Ben Callaway 13, Dan Douthwaite 6, Tim van der Hoogten 7, Zainul Hassan 6 and Alex Horton 1. Straight driven by McIlroy, back past the bowler, will take a single up to long on as Ollie Price fields. So plenty of him in the championship match with both bat and ball up at Cheltenham recently. Glamorgan 210 for 9, 5 overs and 5 balls remain if Glamorgan can see them out. But it really has been a collapse from 168 for 2 at one point. Van Meekeren in, bowls short of a length, pulled away and just clearing mid-wicket with Prem Sisodia there. And it's a couple of runs out towards the boundary. It was dug in by Van Meekeren, not a lot of pace in the pitch. And Sisodia just about managed to clear mid-wicket. He bats top order for his club, Cardiff. Scored 190 odd in a Premier Club game earlier this season, but it's a different gravy at this level. Can hit the ball hard. Will he get a chance? Van Meekeren in, running away from us. Balls, full length ball driven by Sisodia, but not timed, out on the offside. Glamorgan have got the 3 spin options in this match in Sisodia, Carlson and Callaway, and I suspect that we will see them into the attack relatively soon, and bowling could even be bowling 30 out of the 50 overs between them. 29 delivered down at Hove the other day.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they bowl, because you've got 2 very good players at the top of the order, Chris Dent and James Bracey.
Bracey in the toppest of top form as Van Meekeren bowls short, pulled away again by Sisodia. This time I think it'll be just a single up to long on as the Price throw comes in again from Ollie Price, rather dribbles down the middle of the wicket and has to be backed up by the man at point.
Well, the speed at which Van Meekeren was bowling earlier on, this is totally different, whether the pitch has gone slower and slower or whether he's running out of puff. Is the bowler, but he's nowhere near the threat.
Well, he hadn't played championship cricket for a number of years, had he, before he appeared against Glamorgan. Van Meekeren in to bowl, and McIlroy tries to pull. That's gone over the top of the stumps. I'm not sure whether it took a bottom edge en route, but it's gone over anyway and through to Bracey. And Glamorgan look
shell-shocked.
Yeah, short of ideas as to how to deal with this Gloucestershire attack.
Well, the other thing is, Nick, that they're so experienced. Van Buren, Tom Smith and Zaffa have been around for a number of years. And they know all the tricks of the trade, but pace to bowl on this pitch. And I suppose the groundsman has so much work to do with the other competition, preparing pitches and this, that he's had to double up and use worn pitches.
Van Meekeren is into bowl, and for some reason Jamie McIlroy tries to ramp him. What was he thinking of? There are 5 overs left, not 5 balls. You're a number 11, facing a bowler of reasonable pace, and he tried to ramp him, and the ball went past the off stump. I've seen this all.
I'm saying nothing.
McIlroy stunned by the heights of reaching 13 in one match earlier in this competition. He's got vertigo. He's got carried away with himself. It's a very lopsided scorecard at the moment once you get past number 4. And no one in double figures after number 5.
Okay, Van Buren is coming in now and will bowl to Sisodia. Plays it back down the pitch and fielded by the bowler. There are fielders out. There are long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover, and a deep fine leg, rather wide. Van Buren in bowls, and there's another wild Yahoo, which catches something, bat or pad, I think is the top of the bat. Let's see what the umpire says. Yes, got something on it and gets a single.
You know, they can get 4 singles and over without playing a shot in anger.
Well, exactly. Look,
just the fielders are on the edge of the circle, just dab and run.
Yeah. And he comes again and bowls, and this is lofted in the air down towards the long on. They get a single. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You just push it and run an easy single there instead of trying to play ambitious and rather wild shots. 215 for 9 as Van Buren from the river end comes in and bowls off the back foot, and he plays it out to deep extra cover for a single. 216 for 9. The crowd has gone rather quiet.
Not surprising.
Stunned, I think, probably is the word. Van Buren in and bowls, and that's driven. Singles coming. 217 for 9. 7 to Sisodia. McIlroy's on 4. Sisodia to face. Got to make use of the overs. Here's the next ball. And that's Gordon bowled. Hits it straight back at him, and that is the end. Oh, I don't know how to describe that innings. Initially it was played very well, but I think shambolic is the right adjective to use for the end of the innings. Glamorgan all out for 217. They went from 168 for 2. That's the last 8 went for 49 runs, which really is inexcusable. And, well, will Gloucester get them? They should certainly get them with their strong batting order, but Glamorgan will look back at a batting performance which at times beggared belief.
Yeah, the frontline batters fired, but no one else gave them any sort of backup. Graham Van Buren finishes with 9 overs, 3 for 41. The other bowling figures: Zafar Gohar, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 36. Tom Price, 7 overs, 1 for 39. Paul van Meekeren, 7 overs, 2 for 40. Tom Smith, 10 overs, 2 for 36. Van Buren, as I said, 3 for 41 off 9. Anwar Ali bowled just the 3 overs, 0 for 20. So 29 overs delivered by the spinners. And they took 7 wickets between them. Glamorgan stumbling away badly after 60 from Ed Byram, 32 from Sam Northeast, 59 from Kieran Carlson. That was about it. So Gloucestershire must surely be favourites to win this match. We'll resume commentary here on BBC Sport Online in half an hour's time at 2:45 as far as 5 Sports Extra listeners are concerned. They will have the 100 with Southern Brave women against Birmingham Phoenix at 3. Southern Brave men against Birmingham Phoenix at 6:30 from Southampton. So choice of listening. We'll be back from Cardiff Online in half an hour. Glamorgan 217 all out. Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Gloucestershire county websites, where Gloucestershire need a mere 218 for victory against Glamorgan, who were bowled out for 217 in just 46 overs, and they really did fall apart after the substantial stand of 109 for the third wicket between Eddie Byram, who made 60, and Kieran Carlson, who made 59. And 7 of the 10 wickets falling to the Gloucestershire spin trio of Zafar Gohar, Tom Smith and Graham Van Buren. We've probably got more Vans than in any other county lineup, almost in a few freight sites, I would imagine. We've got Van der Hoogten, Van Buren and Van Meekeren playing in this match. And in the squads, all 3 players in county cricket, beginning with Z, Zain Ul Hassan.
Oh, that's
Zafar Gohar and Zaman Akhtar, who is in the squad but isn't playing.
I hadn't realised that there were none elsewhere.
I don't think so. I think I was flicking through the averages and I think there are only 3, and they are these 3.
That's a great spot.
Completely irrelevant, but there we are. Here's Tim van der Hoogten bowling to the very in-form James Bracey, and the first ball is played on the offside, and there's no run.
And one of the many extraordinary things about that 224 was the fact that Bracey hadn't scored higher than 60 for the rest of the season. He was quite scratchy early on, actually. He played and missed 3 times in an over to Danny Lamb with the new ball. It was only when he hit about 60 in terms of his own score when he really started to look absolutely imperious.
As Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Bracey, who drives to mid-on, no run.
But, you know, cricket's the type of game where if you're not careful and you go out there thinking about what happened last time, it'll humble you rather quickly, and I'm sure James Bracey won't be thinking about trying to play the same way because it won't work. It wasn't actually the quickest of pitches at Bristol. It was just the fact that there was a tiny boundary to one side and it was just even paced enough that you could hit through the line.
Van der Hoogten bowls to Bracey, who'll get his side off the mark with an edge out to deep square, fielded by Ul Hassan, and they're off with a single.
I mean, it was probably the shortest boundary certainly the shortest boundary I've seen in my time covering Gloucestershire. It must only have been, I mean, measuring it with the 30-yard circle, it can only have been 55 yards max.
Yeah.
I think it's 50 is the minimum
towards
size.
The car park?
Yes, towards the car park. It was getting peppered. The ball landed on the roof of the ice cream truck, which is quite good, on the bounce, actually, off the concrete.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Dent, who's cutting this one hard. He's beaten Kellaway at point, and this one should run away to the pavilion boundary for 4 runs. Gloucestershire 5 for 0, chasing 218.
I think my other particular highlight to do with the action in the car park was when a gentleman tried to throw the ball from the back end of the car park where the ice cream and burger vans were, and threw it right into a car way short of the playing surface.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Dent, who drives and misses. A wafty, loose shot outside off stump through to Horton.
Yes, having laced one away through the covers there, I think Dent was possibly in the mode of, well, this is actually quite easy, isn't it? Facing his first ball and putting it away, and that one he just flashed a bit harder at, and I think you get yourself in trouble if you do that on this surface.
Colin Ingram is in there at slip as Van der Hoogten runs towards us, bowls, and Dent plays it on the offside, and Kellaway fields that point, and there is no run. Was it a gentleman of more mature years involved in this rubbish throw?
To be honest, it was at a distance at which I couldn't quite ascertain his age, but safe to say it was not a throw that would have any club cricket scout, even never mind anything higher than that, particularly interested.
Well, the arm goes at about 50. That's my experience. There are very few people over 50 who can actually throw the ball properly.
It was just the way that it was lined up as well. So right, here we go. Oh, smash! But you know, it was always going to be a case of don't park your car there today. Just find somewhere outside the ground. There are plenty of side streets where you can park at Bristol if you know where to go.
Are there? Good heavens!
Oh yes, yeah. Actually, I mean, I know there are quite a lot of areas where you can't park as well, but most of the side streets to one side of the ground you can park in. It's McIlroy to bowl. There's a bit of swing there, and Bracey will stroke the ball down to third man for a single, but he was playing slightly away from his body there, and it did continue to swing away, so that will interest McIlroy. 6 without loss, but I didn't necessarily imagine that the danger would come from, let's say, behind the cars rather than in front of them.
Quite.
Anyway.
Yeah, McIlroy's done well in T20 Blast, but just 1 wicket so far, and this is 4th game in the One Day Cup.
So here he is, left arm over, moves in and bowls, and it's picked up into the leg side by Dent on a couple of bounces. It goes out towards deep forward square, and it's 7 without loss. Never really like getting out there, Dent, but likewise it was always going straight to the fielder on the boundary. And I think actually, much as I've said Bracey obviously is going to have all the eyes on him after what he did last match, but I'm going to be interested to see how Dent plays this. As McIlroy is into Bracey again, there's some shape there, and I'm not sure did he mean to play that down to third man? He'll get a single for it, but I thought he might actually have been trying to leave that ball. But let's see, we can have another look. Yeah, I think he's pretty much unintentionally left the bat out there, and it's just happened to have gone down to third man.
Wish I could play accidental
shots. There he goes. Almost in such great form after his double century that even when he doesn't mean to get runs, he does. McIlroy is into Dent again. There's nice shape away from the left-hander, and Dent plays the ball out to extra cover, and there's no run in that game because, again, there was nobody really to talk about other than Bracey. It was Dent who got Gloucestershire off to an absolute flyer. 65 from just 38 balls, 6 fours and 4 sixes. And it basically looked as if it just decided, I'm just going to go into T20 mode here. This has reached the point now where Gloucestershire needs something to set the tone back in the right direction. As that's clipped in the air, and that's gone. Wicket for McIlroy. The ball's turned straight to northeast at short mid-wicket. Only had to take a couple of steps to his left, so it's not directly to him, but it was a fairly comfortable catch in the end for northeast because of the fact that the ball was not travelling very quickly, and so Dent will not be able to do what he did the other day and set the tone, as it's another fairly tame dismissal. We've seen quite a few of those. A ball which was on leg stump. Probably the only thing you would say is it's the one ball in the over which hasn't shaped away, just continued to go on because it was directed towards leg stump. So Glamorgan get an early wicket, and Gloucestershire at 8 for 1.
Well, it's the only way Glamorgan are going to win this match, isn't it? To bowl Gloucestershire out. They're not going to keep Gloucestershire under 217 in 50 overs at a rate of, what, about 4.3, which is not particularly demanding in modern day cricket. Glamorgan need to keep taking wickets and need careful selection of bowling, because Gloucestershire chopped and changed quite a bit, and most of the bowling changes seem to come off, and there are several wickets in final overs of people's spells as well.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's going to be easier, and I was kind of plotting what I guessed, and I can easily see, even if Gloucestershire do get there, I can see them being 6 or 7 down. I don't think this is going to be the sort of chase where you can really kind of put your real kind of stamp on it as a batter, get ahead of the rate, really, I guess, make the opposition's morale go down, and that can lead to the game finishing even quicker than potentially it might do. I'm not sure I really see that on this surface. I don't think it's going to really get much easier for batting, and so you've got to be really careful with how you play. Ollie Price is out in the middle at number 3, and he's got a slip for company. Fine leg is up, deep square is back, as well as third man, and McIlroy bowls to him, and he comes forward and plays a defensive shot out towards extra cover, and that ends a successful over to start McIlroy's spell. 3 from it, and the score remains 8 for 1. And we've had 2 overs. Ollie Price also got some runs in that 454 for 3 declared. That's not declared. What am I talking about? He said declared. They might as well have declared.
They might as well have. That really would be rubbing it in.
Yes.
40 overs, 400
That's
on the
right.
board.
We've got enough already.
That'll do.
Yeah. Ollie Price made 77 from 83 in that game. And to be honest, it was almost a point where you felt Gloucestershire could have gone even harder when Ollie Price and Bracey were together.
Here comes Van der Hoogten then to bowl to James Bracey, who's beaten outside off stump through with decent carry from Alex Horton, enjoyed by the spectators down beneath us, who had a good view of that. Bracey pushing hard defensively, but down the wrong line. 8 for 1, just looking at the usage that the ground staff have to get out of this square before the end of the season. There's one further Welsh Fire Day, which of course is 2 lots of 100 balls, as Bracey pushes on the outside, offside, and there's no run as Carlson comes in, or 2 lots of 200 balls. Then there is one further one-day match for Glamorgan next Tuesday against Northamptonshire. Then a little break for them to get things in order before the one-day international here on Friday the 8th of September. Featuring Ben Stokes now, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Bracey plays to mid-wicket and there's no run.
It's a little bit like a sort of sponsorship, I think, for a series, isn't it? Except now it's the one-day international between England and New Zealand featuring Ben Stokes.
Well, why not? You've got to sell the game around its heroes.
Quite, yeah. No issues with that whatsoever.
As although Bearstone Route didn't exactly set the ground alight a couple of days ago here. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Bracey up on his toes, plays out to cover, no run.
No, I was feeling rather fortunate that I'd managed to see a bit of Joe Root in the test day that I went to between England and Australia at Headingley. So at least I did get to watch Joe Root back, because that's, I think, the only time I've done so. He's not been, he didn't play, of course, quite prominently, didn't play for Yorkshire in the last game of last season against Gloucestershire when Yorkshire were trying to stave off relegation.
Not the best look, was it? Van der Hoogten running towards us from the River Taff end in the afternoon sunshine, bowls to Bracey, plays out on the offside, and there is no run. Thought a few more of the crowd might have moved round to the far end by now, but perhaps they've had enough sunshine in the morning, and quite a few of them are just cooling off in the shade which hits this side of the ground in the afternoon. Maybe a few more just moved sideways out to the stand by the entrance, the main entrance to the ground. 8 for 1. Tight over from Van der Hoogten as he's in to bowl to Bracey, plays into the offside. We'll look for the single. Carlson makes a half stop as it moves out to mid-off, and it is a maiden over from Tim Van der Hoogten, as James Bracey got about 8 or 10 metres down the track, and then I think realised that Price wasn't going anywhere, and there's no run. 8 for 1, three overs gone. Doesn't matter at all that a maiden has gone by from the Gloucestershire point of view. It's wickets in hand that will count today. Just to finish off the story of this ground this season, there are 2 championship matches then on the 10th and the 26th of September.
McIlroy into Ollie Price, who drives and squirts it towards mid-wicket, and North East gets down to his right, and there's no run. Of course, there was the Cheltenham Festival involved in this, but this is one of the other things which is particularly on the minds of county cricket followers, several grounds have this sort of situation. So after the T20 match on June the 22nd between Gloucestershire and Sussex at Bristol, there were then only 6 more days of Gloucestershire cricket after that, as again Ollie Price is playing the same shots to the previous ballers. An in-swing there from the left-handed McIlroy to the right-handed Ollie Price, and he's trying to play straight, but the ball ends up skewing out towards mid-wicket. Just the one championship match remaining at Bristol, starting on September the 10th against Derbyshire, and then the one remaining one-day cup home fixture, which is against Durham on that final day, on that Tuesday. McIlroy bowls, wide delivery outside the off stump. It's been wided by umpire White, 9 for 1.
Yeah, McIlroy giving the umpire a bit of a look there. It was going wider, I suppose. It was a difficult ball to play, as we see the replay.
Oh, I don't think so. There we go. It's always nasty when you've got to try and judge the left arm angle in terms of exactly where did it pass the batter, because then it goes outside the wide line, but I think after it had got past Ollie Price. Next delivery's in, and it's played up towards mid-on a little more securely by Price, but he's still struggling a little bit with the shape that McIlroy's getting, and it is something that you still don't see that much. Left arm in swing, there just aren't many left arm bowlers about. Of course, Gloucestershire don't have any.
No, they've got all their spinners left armers instead.
No, that's true. It was death by left arm spin today. McIlroy is into bowl, and that's played very softly by Ollie Price, and ends up going more behind him than in front of the stumps. I'll try and say what I mean to say eventually. What I meant to say was it went more behind him than sideways. Oh dear. More behind him than in front of him, yes. Good one. So no runs off the bat yet this over, and McIlroy bowls, flash and a miss outside the off stump from Price. I don't think it carried through to Horton, so even if he'd nicked it, he might have got away with it, but just signs of impatience there, and he's missed that. He's actually been beaten on the inside edge there.
It's driven outside it. Driving without due care and attention, I believe it's called. 3 points on your licence, Sunshine.
Last ball of the fourth over, McIlroy bowls. This is a touch too straight, and it's been flicked but not past fine leg. So the one opportunity he really had in that over, Ollie Price, he's not managed to cash in, and this is a tricky start for Gloucestershire. They're 9 for 1 after 4 overs. It hasn't been for the lack of trying, but Glamorgan are bowling tightly, and the seamers are getting enough out of this surface to make life tricky. They still need 209 more runs.
Yeah, it's interesting watching McIlroy from, virtually in line with the wickets. You can see his swing, certainly, from our elevated position on this third floor of the media centre. As it's actually the second floor, but it feels like the third floor because there's such a big terrace below. Van der Hoogten is into bowl. Bracey plays to Carlson at cover, and there is no run. 9 for 1 then, chasing 218 for victory. Looked as though it was going to be a chase of 270, 280, but Glamorgan losing their last 8 for 49, which was not the best display of batting. You'll see this season. Really fell away, didn't really know how to play the spinners. Van der Hoogten to bowl. Bracey drives down the ground and will get runs here. Douthwaite is off in pursuit. I don't think he's going to catch it. No, he isn't, as the ball cannons into the sponsors' advertising hoardings, and Douthwaite rightly didn't think that it was worth trying the dive from that distance, because you'd have only risked injury for nothing. Dan Douthwaite released back to Glamorgan from the Welsh Fire 100 squad, not having featured. Chris Cook likewise hasn't played, very disappointing for the Glamorgan duo. as that is driven again by Bracey, but not timed quite so well, and it's straight to the blue-booted Douthwaite at mid-off.
So you can always tell the ones that have played some sort of, whether it be franchise cricket, well, I mean, I know the 100's not technically franchised because it's not, but you can always tell the ones who've played there because they're always the ones with the brightly coloured boots. Nearly always, anyway.
As in towards us comes Van der Hoogten. Bowls to Bracey, who cuts hard, half fielded by Callaway at point. They'll take one, and they'll come back easily for a second run as Kieran Carlson dashes back from cover to do the fielding, and Callaway saving a couple of runs there, really. Got a good strong hand to it, but still they went through for two, and it's 15 for one. Just wonder whether Glamorgan will risk spin within the power play. Carlson might just fancy an over himself, albeit not, you'd say, a frontline spinner in the longer game. He's very much a wicket taker in One Day Cup. As Van der Hoogten bowls, played into the offside by Bracey, no run. Carlson has got 8 wickets, Callaway 6, and Ul Hassan has 6. So not maybe what you might have expected from Glamorgan's attack looking forward at the start of the season. But Carlson did well with the ball last year as well. Ul Hassan operating in a different role from his championship role of opening bat. As Van der Hoogten comes round the wicket, bowls, Bracey drives aerially past point for 4 runs. Didn't get to the pitch of it, flashed away just to Callaway's right at point. And, well, took his life in his hands, hit it pretty firmly, but I think had it been a little bit squarer, then Callaway could probably have got a hand to it. Just above his head, maybe. 19 for 1, Bracey moves to 13.
Off the bat, I thought he was a goner. It just looked as if it was looping straight to the fielder at point, but yeah, he just about managed to find his gap. He was really trying to reset himself when Van der Hoogten came around the wicket, was Bracey. He did the Bracey dance, which is that sort of jumping side to side thing that he does when he's just first out there. McIlroy bowls to Ollie Price, who's beaten again, this time on the outside edge, and that is beautifully bowled by McIlroy. It was quite wide, having angled the deliveries in and swung the balls in so far. That one just continued to go away from Ollie Price, and we've got a left armer moving the ball both ways. It's a tricky proposition. I'm sure that Gloucestershire would like to try and knock this white ball out of shape, but at the moment they're struggling to lay bat on it from this end. McIlroy is in, and that's whipped away through forward square leg by Price. Only get a single for this with Zain Ul Hassan out on the boundary rope, but Ollie Price is off the mark, and it's 20 for 1. I think this start has really underlined what we felt, in that even a score of 250 might have been tricky, but certainly the 270 that they looked on course to get quite comfortably when Byram and Carlson were there, that would have been really tough. McIlroy into Bracey, and Bracey turns that one away fine. They don't get a run as Van der Hoogten knocks it down, or they do get a run now. Eventually they came through for it. I was wondering why they turned it down, especially after it was parried away by Van der Hoogten, but Bracey will be cross because that was right there for the leg glance, and he's only picked up 1 for it. 21 for 1. And Ollie Price, tall right-hander who scored his second championship ton in the game against Glamorgan at Cheltenham, is playing an on drive this time straight to Dan Douthwaite at mid-on, and there's no run. Got a century as well in the the opening game for Gloucestershire in this campaign against Derbyshire. His first List A ton, made 116 not out to see Gloucestershire over the line there, aided by Harry Tector and Jack Taylor. And he's really hit form since his graduation ceremony, has Ollie Price. McIlroy bowls, and he drives, but will only pick out mid-off. Eddie Byron, the fielder there. They've moved the slip out into a short, straight mid-wicket, which is basically now a position which Ollie Price sees every time he bats. Short, straight mid-wicket, extra cover, and they're now even going to have two fielders catching at mid-wicket, which with McIlroy trying to swing the ball back in, is a pretty good field, I would have thought. McIlroy bowls, and that's a controlled outside edge from Price down to third man. Because there's no slip in place, you can play that shot with a lot more ease. So 3 off the over. He's still got a really good opening spell going here, is Jamie McIlroy. 1 for 7 from his 3 overs. Gloucestershire 22 for 1 after 6, chasing 218 to win.
So McIlroy tidy. He's got the 1 wicket to fall so far, but Glamorgan need to keep taking wickets, and they really could do with a second victim inside this this opening power play. It'll be interesting to see after the power play whether they do drop the 4 fielders back, the extra 2, or whether they try and keep the pressure up, as Van der Hoogten will go into his 4th over. He comes to bowl to Price, who drives off the back foot through the offside. A bit of a chase for McIlroy. They'll pick up at least a couple as McIlroy knocks the ball back behind him and then manages to recover quickly, and they take 2. 24 for 1.
He'll still try and play straight, will Ollie Price, even if they set the field straight. It's just what he naturally does. There's still enough gaps there that there are runs to be had down the ground.
Price doubles his score to 4. Van der Hoogten in again, and Price tries to, I think he tried to run it down to third man, but got rather too much bat on it, and it ended up with Ul Hassan coming in from point. A little bit of cloud going overhead, but it really has been a lovely day for watching cricket. Tomorrow's meant to be good in South Wales as well, before the rain arrives on Friday to put in jeopardy our weekend cricketing entertainment.
Yeah. It might rain down at Brighton and Hove. It's never rained there when I've gone.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Price drives, doesn't time it. Up to mid-off, no run. 24 for 1 in the 7th. We had one game in Hove a season or 2 back for a T20 game. We arrived at the ground at 5 o'clock for a 6:30 start, and at 5:30 the umpires abandoned it. And it had not rained at all in Hove that day.
Wow.
It was just the effect from earlier in the week when it had deluged down. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Price drives on the offside. There's a shy at the stumps. Horton can't take it. It's well backed up. It's an action-packed dot ball. It's not very often you turn up expecting a full evening's play, because the weather forecast for that evening was fine. As I say, it hadn't rained that day. And there we are.
Yeah.
It's all off.
Still, at least it's a short drive.
Yes. Yes, I think I stayed the night anyway.
Oh.
Van der Hoogten bowls, driven through mid-on. Nice shot from Ollie Price. He should pick up 4 here. Douthwaite is giving chase, but he won't get the ball by the time the ball skips over the rope. And Gloucestershire move on to 28 for 1. And really, with a modest chase like this, it's not maybe going to be too long before you can say they've broken the back of it. Maybe with 100 on the board or whatever. But Glamorgan need to keep taking wickets. Van der Hoogten finishing his 4th over. Short ball pulled away by Price, will pick up 4 more to mid-wicket, beating the dash of Callaway round in front of the pavilion. And well, Van der Hoogten really hasn't matched the threat of McIlroy in these opening overs. 32 for 1. 25 of those have come off Van der Hoogten's 4. And well, Van Houten was rested for a couple at the start of this competition, but without being too disparaging, I think it's fair to say that he hasn't looked the threat that he has in Championship cricket with any sort of regularity. That'll do from me for the time being, and Edward Bevan will join Ed Seaborn.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's odd because there's clearly turn in the pitch, and to reverse the Shane Warneism, if it spins, it seems. McIlroy bowls to Bracey, turns that one aerially towards the floppy hat-wearing Carlson at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. But he wasn't in full control there, was James Bracey. But I haven't seen much movement from Van der Houten. Maybe it's just the particular white ball that he's got with the white ball from each end. Maybe McIlroy's is just a nicer white ball. Bracey's missed out on another ball on his legs, which, especially with fine leg up, would have been expecting to be able to swing away. I'm not sure he ended up getting any bat on that at all. Just gone off his pad down towards short fine leg. There's no run. Score remains 32 for 1, and Edward Bevan's back with me. What have you made of the start?
Yeah, steady start as you need. I'm surprised Glamorgan even now haven't started with a spinner.
McIlroy to Bracey, turns that one towards Carlson, this time in more controlled fashion.
Spin is the threat, as we all know, and might as well have an early go, as did Gloucestershire. But then I suppose, although this white ball doesn't say shiny for long, I suppose you've got to use your two seamers, your front line seamers, and see if you can get a bit of swing. McIlroy's done well, but as Nick was saying, Van der Houten been a bit off colour.
McIlroy is in, nicely bowled on off stump, and Bracey has to keep the ball out and plays it up to mid-on. Did see Carlson doing a few stretches just then, so possibly he is going to have a bowl. Right-hand, left-hand combination at the moment for Gloucestershire, but they've got quite a right-handed heavy middle order, having seemingly spent a lot of the season discussing about how left-hand heavy they are. They've got a middle order of Ollie Price, Ben Wells, Van Buren, Jack Taylor, Tom Price, all right-handed. McIlroy to Bracey, and that's whipped away past short fine leg, well past him, and down to the long leg boundary for 4 runs. He gave him 3 goes at putting away that ball on leg stump in McIlroy, just asking a bit too much, well, much too much actually, in the end of the ball to come back from there. 36 for 1.
Yes, and Bracey is just picking out the loose deliveries and getting his boundaries. He's had a couple and plenty of time, you don't have to rush, just pick them out.
182 more needed as McIlroy completes his latest over by bowling to Bracey. He plays a nice looking off drive but won't beat Dan Douthwaite, and that's the end of over number 8, 36 for 1. Is there another Douthwaite?
Not to my knowledge.
So why has he got D Douthwaite on the back of his shirt?
I have no idea.
Because he wants to. I can only imagine that's the reason. I was just curious because I didn't think there was another Douthwaite. And in fact, it looks like now he's going off anyway.
There's a change of bowling at the
changes bush perhaps.
Yes, perhaps he is. Getting his bowling boots on.
And here we have the anticipated change. It's Kieran Carson coming to bowl his off spin from the river end. Much will depend on how accurate he and Sophia and possibly Ben Callaway are, with 2 bowling off spin, 1 bowling left arm spin. And how many overs have we got? We've got a couple left for the power play. And the 2 outriders are one at mid wicket and the other on the long on bound. Well, both are on the boundaries. And Carlson then is bowling to the right-handed Price. He's on 12. In he comes, bowls the first ball and is chopped down to short third man where Sophia fields, hurls it back into the wicket keeper. A few clouds around, but it's a very pleasant day here and a good crowd. Expecting there more runs, I would have thought, from Glamorgan this morning, but it didn't happen. Carlson bowls, and this is a reverse swept for 4. Very good shot, well controlled shot there by Price, and these 2 now on their way.
I think if you're going to play the reverse, then that's a ball that you really can try and do it to, because it was well wide outside the off stump. You're in no danger of being bowled. So as long as you keep it down, like Price did, then it is actually fairly safe.
He moves on to 16, 40 for 1. As Carlson from the far end comes in, and that's hammered away. That is the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the pavilion away to our left. And they go through for a single. So the second wicket pair full of confidence at the moment. We'll have to go through these permutations you were telling us about this morning.
Oh gosh.
If one loses here, one wins. Glamorgan then will only have 2 games left. So we'll wait for the end of the over for that, as Bracey, the left-hander, has a look round and sees where the fielders are, as that is pitched. And it's driven airily towards short mid on to the northeast, 5 yards closer in, and it would have gotten straight at him. There's the example, as Glamorgan's batsman showed, of playing too early on this very slow pitch. Here's the next to leave his ball rather quickly, and it's a single. Despairing dive from McIlroy, but it goes down to mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. 42 for 1, and Carlson bowling his off-spin very quickly. Perhaps he'd better advise just a little bit more flight. Try and make the batsman guess. That's very quick there, and he tries a reverse sweep. This time it doesn't come off. That's the end of the over, and it's 42 for 1. Shall we say then that Gloucester win this game, Glamorgan lose? What is the position?
Well, Gloucestershire will go up to 8 points. Glamorgan will remain on 5, so the maximum they can get up to then is 9.
Yes.
And one of Northamptonshire and Worcestershire are going to get to 8 points today. There will be a result in that game, which then means that whichever of those sides win, obviously they can't then pick up any more points unless it goes down to net run rate. And if Glamorgan were to lose, then their net run rate will go further into the minuses.
Exactly.
So that won't
it
help
doesn't
either.
Look good.
It's not, it's not drastically in the minuses. No. McIlroy bowls to Bracey, who pushes out towards short mid wicket. Carlson can't pick the ball up cleanly, but it's not going to be a single. I mean, there's still a lot to take in there, and I think actually, given the fact that Glamorgan have to play Northamptonshire, that at least then means that's one game against which Glamorgan would be in control of. You know, they would have the chance to deny Northamptonshire those 2 points in the last round, so could come into play. McIlroy is in, and Bracey comes forward and dabs the ball to cover. No run.
Even though they have this game, the last one game down at Taunton on Sunday, they would be well advised to try and emulate Gloucestershire by going hard at these young, inexperienced academy players.
I think it's a bit unlucky in a way to draw Somerset at home, because I think at Taunton they looked, just before they'd even started, and Anthony Gibson said this very early on, they just looked so flat out there at Bristol the other day. As this is worked away through mid-wicket by Bracey, probably think about 2 here with the fielder coming from deep square. They decide against it. It's just the 1, Bracey to 20.
Why do you think playing home to lift this?
Yeah, I mean, they beat Worcestershire at home. They pushed Sussex a long way at home as well, with Pujara basically, well, not quite winning it single-handedly, but very much the case. If you took Pujara out of that side, then Sussex may well have lost to them at home as well. So I think there's a bit of difference between getting Somerset home versus away, but then at the same time, as McIlroy switching to round the wicket now to Price, who dabs it down to third man and picks up another single.
Should really get Billy Root back into this side, ask if Cook is available, because he hasn't played any of this 100 competition. Because if they know they have to win, or do they want to still throw the young players in, which, young Callaway, but I'm afraid none of the others have made much impression.
In some ways, maybe you might think, as it's against Somerset, as McIlroy bowls now, and Bracey comes forward and plays the ball quietly to mid-off, there's no run, that actually, if your youngsters can't win you a game against the side that Somerset are putting out, then maybe, potentially for the last game against Northamptonshire, but then it's tricky bringing people into a competition for just one game. So I guess maybe I've talked myself into your way of thinking.
Just see how it rolls, I suppose.
Last ball of the first 10 overs of power play. McElroy bowls. Bracey tries to find a gap on the leg side, well in front of square. Can't do so. Barham comes across from mid-on, and so that is the end of the first power play. Comparison-wise, I would have to guess that Gloucestershire are a little ahead in terms of runs, but Glamorgan at this stage hadn't lost their first wickets. North East fell in the 13th over. So the difference, of course, the massive difference being whenever you do these comparisons is that Gloucestershire know exactly what they're chasing. They know they're only chasing 217, whereas Glamorgan effectively were chasing 250 plus.
Plenty of overs. Kieran Carlson to continue from the river end, and he's going to bowl his off spin. Dolly Price, who is not out. 18-20 to Bracey, the captain, and now he can put his fielders deeper than they were. Deep extra cover, long on, deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. That's the field, the boundary riders. As in comes Carlson, bowls to Price. Price sweeps and will get 4 runs. Not a long way from the fielder there at backward square.
Also went the wrong way.
He
which didn't help.
No. Yeah.
He did that once at Bristol the other day, did Price. When he plays that sweep shot, there's just something about it. And actually that was the reverse. There they moved finer and it went squarer, and that this time the fielder moved squarer and it went finer. It seems to be deceptive.
Here's it goes again, and he's going to get just a single this time to the man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And he crossed for that single and going along nicely. 49 for 1 at Gloucestershire.
I said last match, I think Ollie Price in his previous life must have been a street cleaner, because he's never seen anything that he doesn't want to sweep. Against the spin. It's incredible. He'll play, so 80% of his shots against spin will be sweep, but he plays it well. In
comes the next delivery to Bracey, with Carlson coming round the wicket to the left-hander, trying to get a bit of turn to get the ball to move away from the Gloucestershire captain, but I think he's bowling it just a little bit too quick. Carlson wide of the crease bowls, and this is driven through that gap at the offside for a single. And applause, you might hear, ripple of applause for the 50 for Gloucestershire. Carlson then over the wicket to the right-handed Price. And there's a man being positioned there now, but it beats him, and that is another boundary. Carlson there, you can probably see that he's not a first-rate or a recognised off-spinner. He just fills the gap. Andrew Salter has retired, so apart from Sussex, who doesn't play first-class cricket, then you've got one spinner.
This might be a better angle to Ollie Price. We saw him didn't play a great reverse sweep to the first delivery from here.
Now what's happening here is an appeal for stumping, as he tried the reverse sweep and rather lost his balance. Horton asked for the stumping. He probably left. Have a look at it on the replay.
So it was up in foot was up in the air, but he's got it back down again. Yeah.
Profitable over there. 54 for 1. Price overtakes his partner. He's on 27. Bracey is on 1. The batsman out is Chris Dent, who's caught by North East of McElroy for 5.
I think what we saw when Van Buren bowled his first spell, and he just didn't get his length quite right. He bowled a few deliveries which were short, and they kind of sat up a little bit. I say short, I mean on a normal surface you probably have got away with it, but in a slow surface it's going to stick in there even if you bowl it kind of a good length, and there's time then to hit it away, or it was just a bit full. So it's not just a case of bowl anywhere as a spinner and you'll be able to cause problems, and Van Buren really did correct where he was bowling in his second spell and ended up with the most wickets in Gloucestershire's bowling innings. Forward comes Bracey to the first delivery that he faces from Prem Sisodia, who's into the attack from the Cathedral Road end, and the ball's blocked out towards cover point, and they come through for a well-judged short, sharp single. 55 for 1. It's an homage to my predecessor in this role, who rather liked his short, sharp singles. It is Ollie Price then to take strike for the first time for him to Sisodia, eyeing up the leg side for his sweep shot, but it'll be against the spin, so he comes forward and just knocks the ball on its head out towards point.
And bowling has been Glamorgan's Achilles heel this season since Nisa departed.
Sisodia bowls, that's a full toss, and that's the sweep shot that Ollie Price plays well in front of square. He's got such reach that he can drag it from well wide of off stump, and it was a full toss, so there wasn't much danger. He could have hit that basically anywhere he wanted to, and he picked the gap between the man out at deep square and the man at short mid-wicket, and it's 4 more runs, 59 for 1.
Yeah, and it's the run rate now gone over 5. It's very ordinary bowling by Glamorgan, apart from the opening overs from McIlroy.
Ollie Price has got 31 from just 29 balls now. As Sisodia bowls, he's gone for the sweep again as Price. It's gone backward a square on the leg side, but not hit with enough force that it's going to be more than a single, and it's 60 for 1. The solitary pigeon, which was grazing on the square, has been scattered. It's not quite the oval, I must say, with regards to pigeon activity. Sisodia is over the wicket, bowling to Bracey, nicely flighted, and he comes forward and plays the ball back towards the bowler. I think that's more the pace that you need to be bowling. I know it feels like it's giving them a lot of time to line it up, but actually it's very hard to force it away.
You're absolutely right.
Sisodia is in, and that's on leg stump and turned through backward square. Sisodia looks up to the heavens. Would surely have had him LBW if he'd missed it. The only problem is that he didn't, and it's a single, 61 for 1, and we've had 12 overs. In the other game between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire at Wantage Road, Worcestershire lost an early wicket in pursuit of 252. Tom Taylor with another century for Northamptonshire.
Batting at number 8.
Batting at number 8, finished 100 exactly from just 80 balls to go with the century that he scored against Gloucestershire. He's having some campaign, and then he went and got Gareth Roderick in his first over. Roderick out for 1. Pollock and Rob Jones at the crease now for Worcestershire. Seem to have steadied the ship a little after that early loss. 32 for 1. Halfway through the 8th over, chasing 2-5-3 to win.
Carlson starts another over, and the first ball is pushed away on the offside. Talking about pigeons and the Oval, many years ago, the secretary of the Oval was a gentleman called Brian Caster. And whenever, and I'll just break off because these bowlers are getting far too quickly through their overs.
I know what his nickname was.
No. Every time the pigeons, he'd go on the public address system. Will you please go away, you pigeons, and cross the river to Lord's? Because everybody knows they thought it was very funny. I can't remember it, but apparently that was so. Here's a reverse sweep appeal for LBW. A huge appeal by Carlson there. As this time Bracey goes for the reverse sweep.
It looked close, even though I didn't actually see it through Bracey's body, but let's have a look here. I think he's hit it.
I think he's hit it in his high.
I think he's hit it onto his pad, hasn't he? That's what Bracey signalled to Carlson. He signalled that he'd hit it.
Carlson round the wicket, comes in, bowls, and he's just square drive out to deep extra cover for a single. No problems at all for Gloucestershire at the moment. 62 for 1, 24 to the captain, Bracey. And Ollie Price, who's been a very adventurous, plays a very good attacking shots. He's not out. 32 as they chase down the Glamorgan total of 218. That is 217. Glamorgan's mega total, 218 to win. And there's no reason from here why they couldn't do it comfortably. Carlson in, bowls to Price, tosses that one up. It's reverse swept again. And it's straight at Sisodia, who's feeling there at fine leg. Short fine leg. Carlson then in his third over. he comes in, bowls. I think I'd put 4 men there for him, 1, 2, 3, 4. And try and get him to haul out. Anyway, he's succeeded. That's the end of the over, 63 for 1. Bracey is on 24. Price is on 33. And Glamorgan's attack has been punished in every sort of cricket they finished. I think it was bottom of 1 in the 2020. Doesn't look as if they're going to go very far in this competition. In that 2020, they conceded 203 times, which, it shouldn't be, really. And in the county championship, they've gone 500s once or twice and 400s, and without Nisa. And I know Nick continually asks, have you signed a bowler for the 3 important games for the end of the season? But as yet, nothing. I'm sure you can elaborate on that later on.
Yeah, and of course, I think others have stocked
everybody's
up a little. Well, certainly in the top division, Neil Wagner's been signed by
Somerset.
Somerset. Kent have made a signing, Jacob Lister, I think it is, as that's been cut and missed by Ollie Price to start a new over. That was a dangerous shot. It wasn't short, and it only just missed off stump. Oh, gosh, that's missed by a whisker.
He's bowling slower than Ned.
Yeah. Sisodia around the wickets. He's trying to play the reverse sweep, and he's ended up cueing it towards extra cover. The usual line about chalk could follow. Yes, that didn't go right. Sisodia to Price, who comes forward and defends a ball that just hints at a bit of turn there. This is nice over from Sisodia after a slightly sloppy first over. He's started to find, I think, the pace as well as the length that is making the ball do things for the spinners. As Price goes back and kind of French cricket style plays this one to where a short leg would be. And it seems very quickly as if it's switched from Price trying to attack the spinner to now just try to play this over of Sisodia out. He bowls once again, leaning forward is Price, and is able to get off strike as he sends the ball off the front foot out through the covers and gets 1. 64 for 1. Second wicket is down at Wantage Road. Tom Taylor's got a second wicket. It's Ed Pollock for 25. He's been so short of runs as Ed Pollock. He's one of those players
Never gets a run.
Well, he's yeah. I mean, what's been extraordinary is that they were saying this at New Road is that they signed him obviously primarily for white ball cricket, but knowing there'd be the opportunities in red ball cricket. Sisodia bowls to Bracey, reverse sweep shot for leg before wicket is turned down by umpire White, maybe outside the line that time. I'm sure we'll get a replay to have a look ourselves. And yep, outside the line of off stump.
Good decision by the umpire, but applause there for a very good over from Sisodia.
64 for 1. But yeah, I mean, it's funny, they'd signed Pollock more for white ball cricket, and he's really not scored in white ball cricket, whereas actually he's got a few good scores in the championship.
He started off like a bomb. I remember when Glamorgan, some 6 years ago, were in finals day up at Edgbaston, and he was the one. I think he got 50 in no time. Basically won the match for them. As Carlson starts another over. David Lloyd, the very popular broadcaster and former England coach.
That David Lloyd, yeah.
That David Lloyd, I know there's tennis David Lloyd and others. He tears his hairs out when he sees a reverse sweep simply by saying, well, why can't you just drive it to mid-off or long off for 1? Because you're taking a chance. Carlson pushes that through and feels pretty well himself.
Whereas I think the modern day player would say, actually, if it's going to turn, I get in more trouble by playing a drive than I do by playing a reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, the modern player, they all play it. It's up to them. But I'm sure you have seen many dismissed in that way. Carlson bowls, and Bracey pulls a full toss out to mid-wicket for a single. 66 for 1. Bracey moved on to 25. His partner, Ollie Price, on 35.
And there are plenty of stats on it to say that for some players it's actually one of their safest shots. It's just the perception of it, I think, is still that if you get out doing it, it's not a good dismissal.
But silly. Here it comes again, and this time it's a single. Obviously, Price has perfected it, and we were talking about Billy Root. He's another one. plays it very, very well. Rarely do you see him haul out or get LBW. And young Callaway, his first boundary today was a reverse sweep for 4. Here is Kieran Carlson, pushes out and through. It was in an inch or two of bowling brace. He took a wild swing.
There was no need for that
shot. Against the spin. Not what the captain should show to his teammates. Carlson in his 4th over, last ball is too short, too quick. Hammered away for a single to deep extra cover. 68 for 1 and going along nicely. And that's the end of the 15th over.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments in an innings which comes along and it sort of serves as a point just to reset, and it's usually where the partner at the other end in schoolboy cricket says head on mate or something like that, because there are enough scoring opportunities off Carlson that you don't need to go searching for them. So actually for that reason, as well as just the fact that the shot that he'd picked for that ball it wasn't there for.
No, he's bowled his 4 overs. He may have another one, and I think it's time to have a look at Ian Callaway, who's an useful but not experienced off spinner.
Sisodia to continue, and he's bowling to Bracey on 26. And Bracey sweeps a ball which is down the leg side, and that must have taken a bit of pad, I guess, or perhaps umpire White decided that he's gone too far across there, and it would have hit him in his original stance. It's fairly open stance does Bracey off the spinner, and that punishes you nowadays with the change in interpretation of leg side wides. Sisodia is in, and that's worked away through backward square by Bracey. He'll get 1 for this, and it's 69 for 1. So what you really need to do is have a kind of a closed stance and then open it up rather than have the open stance and close it like most players do, and you get an extra several inches worth of the wide line.
That's right.
Price surveys the field. There are 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary now for his sweep shot, but he'll be doing it against the turn, and he plays it off the inner half of the bat down towards short fine leg, and they've come through for a well judged single. But if you're Sisodia, again you're thinking you're nearly through there. This is good bowling from Sisodia. We've seen left arm spinners so far today. Smith 2 for 36, Zaffer 2 for 36, Van Buren 3 for 41 from 9. Bracey punches this one straight back to the bowler. There's no run, so if you need any further encouragement as Prem Sisodia, then you're probably not going to get too many pitches better to bowl on than this. As a slow left armer. He's in and bowls a sweep shot from Bracey, and he's bowled. He's bowled leg stump. And that is a key wicket just as Gloucestershire were beginning to build something here. 62 runs these two had put on, and Bracey has tried to sweep run round the corner and has missed it, and the ball has cannoned into leg stump. 70 for 2.
Yes, Bracey was the less confident of the 2 batsmen. I thought Price had played beautifully so far, but he tried some strange shots and some dangerous shots, and again, you know, if he'd just gone back, worked it to mid-wicket, that might have been the better option. But Sisodia, we haven't seen him bowl particularly well this season, has got the pitch he wants now, and he's beginning to get into his groove. What Glamorgan do want badly is another wicket or 2 and another spinner, because we've seen it's spin that's going to do the most damage.
So who's coming out next? It looks as if it is Ben Wells, and Wells batted down, I think, at number 7 in the first game that he played, and he's by nature an attacking player, had opened the batting in last year's competition, and he's in a new position at... Oh, hang on. It is Ben Wells, yeah, right. I was going to say. Just had a moment where, because Van Buren has those gloves,
is
just
he
thinking
a rugby player?
Is Wells.
Ben Wells. Is he a good rugby player? Is he? Have you heard of him, Nick, at all?
I don't know. He.
There is it might be Leicestershire's Wells that was a rugby player, thick set and sort of all rounder. But Obviously, it's not this one.
No, I don't think. As I think we said earlier, it'd be a scrum half if he were any position. But yeah, I don't know, to be honest. So 2 right-handers for Sisodia to bowl at. Although of course he's just got the left-hander out, and Wells. As I say, by nature he is an attacking player, and
he's only
could potentially bring Glamorgan back into play if he does that.
1 ball to face from Sisodia's third over rather. And then when you look, Kellaway and possibly Colin Ingram, but I think his thighs doesn't allow him to bowl. That's the story I've heard. He's got a bad thigh, a recurring injury. Anyway, here's Sisodia to finish the over, and he bowls to Wells, who plays a nice shot to get off the mark. He's going to get runs. Might get 4, yes he will, I think. Yeah, running away from the fielder. That was beautifully timed by him. And 4 runs to Ben Wells. He'll feel better for that. And it's 74 for 2 as Ed leaves us for a break and Nick comes back into the driving seat. Carlson will continue, and it will be Nick to continue commentary. Not enough runs, Nick.
No, it's looked inadequate. Even given the difficulties of the pitch, you'd felt that had Glamorgan played more sensibly from their lower order, they could have got up to 250, taking fewer risks. But they carried on playing shots and carried on paying the price as Carlson bowls to Price, who plays the reverse and will get a single down to deep backward point. Ul Hassan does the fielding. 75 for 2.
He must have played that shot 10 times, but more importantly, he's succeeded with it.
Quite.
Bracey didn't, but certainly Price has mastered that shot. Surely you bring your man in now for the new batsman.
Carlson's bringing 1 extra up to backward square, just in case the top edge sweep, and now Long On, yes, is listening to you as well, Edward. He's trotting up into the circle.
You've got to get wickets.
So, trying to put the pressure on as Wells gets in a bit of a tangle there, and inside edges the ball to square leg.
Funny looking shot. You got a lot of turn there.
So, although we're into the second power play, Glamorgan have still got just the 2 fielders out, as Wells plays 1 to square leg again. So the only outfielders at the moment for the new batter are at deep point and mid wicket.
Do you think he's pushing it through a bit? I think it's very quick.
Carlson bowls, Wells back on his stumps and defends to square leg.
As if he's bowling cutters.
Well, yeah, strange. You might do with giving it a bit more loop, but
tempt the batsman, all sorts of things when you toss it up.
He's taken wickets over the last couple of seasons as Wells. Well, gets in a frightful muddle again. Misses a attempted forcing shot on the offside. Horton removed a bail just in case. Carlson in again, bowling to Wells, who hoiks this one away on the leg side to relieve the pressure a little. Takes a single out to deep mid wicket. 76 for 2. And that is the end of the Carlson over. 17 gone, 76 for 2. And the overall target just 218. So the run rate required is a mere 4.3. They're already just ahead of the run rate. It's all about wickets.
But doesn't this show up because of the dearth of spin in county cricket and any other competition really, how batsmen struggle against that form of bowling? Because you don't see, I made the point that Glamorgan don't have a recognised spinner on the staff, which is quite incredible, because Sisodia doesn't bowl
in championship cricket.
Yeah. This one is played to Carlson, who fumbles, and it beats him and goes for a single. Takes Price on to 38. He's playing extremely well. Wells now. And if I was Sisodia, I think I'd just toss it up and put my mid on back just a little. Mid off is back on the long off boundary. The Sisodia comes round the wicket, and does toss that up, and is pushed defensively by Wells out to Carlson on the drive on the offside.
Yeah, after years of firing it through in T20, where he's played most of his first team cricket, he's having to adapt to different skills.
Here he is again. Goes very wide of the crease that time, and Wells is Price is forward, pushing it up towards short mid on. Really is a beautiful day here at Sophia Gardens. Sisodia in, bowls on leg stump, not the place to bowl really. This just pushed away by the batsman Ollie Price. He didn't bowl his off spin today. Him and his brother Tom. Are they twins?
No.
7 overs, 1 for 39.
A couple of years apart, I think. Year and a half apart.
Right. Wells to face. Sisodia comes round the wicket and bowls to him, and that's a good looking shot. He's only going to get a single. Slashing cover drive as that is taken on that cover boundary. Ben Callaway parading there. Fleet of foot, as you would expect from a 19-year-old. Here's the last ball of the over. Sisodia bowls. Here's the reverse sweep yet again. He's really mastered that. They cross for one. They'll have a think, yeah? Think they do, and they'll think against. End of the over. 79-80 now for the loss of those 2 wickets. And if you've just come in and you've finished early in work, I can tell you first of all, if you're interested, that the Lionesses won 3-1 out in Australia. They're in the final against Spain. Ollie Farrell is sitting back in his armchair and enjoying life. That's the second story probably today. And here, Gloucestershire, who are chasing 218, a well-placed Nick Webb on 80 for 3. 80 for 2, I beg your pardon.
80 for 2, chasing 218 as Carlson bowls, and that is top edge, the reverse sweep. It's falling just wide of Sisodia, though, as Price got away with that one. Didn't play it correctly for a change, and that one looked as though it was ballooning up, but neither Ul Hassan nor Sisodia could get to it in time. Single taken.
Put it away in your locker.
41
Ollie.
to Price. 81 for 2. Carlson, right arm round the wicket to Wells, back on his stumps, playing it on the leg side. 2 square leg, fielded by Byram. No run. As Carlson looking for his first wicket of the day. Bowls flat and played not with any great confidence away on the leg side by young Ben Wells, 23-year-old, born in Bath. Single to him, moves on to 8. Carlson with 8 wickets before today in the competition. Bowls, that was short, flat, and given the treatment, just helped on its way. Down to wide, fine leg for 4 runs by Ollie Price, and that was a buffet ball as Carlson just straying down leg side, and Price really had a free hit on that one. 86 for 2. I wonder if we'll see Callaway into the attack soon. Carlson bowls, reverse swept by Price, down towards backward point. Ul Hassan fields. Single taken.
I'm afraid this is rather ordinary bowling from Carlson.
It's into his 6th over. He's gone for 31 so far as Wells props forward to the last ball. 6 overs, 0 for 31. Sisodia has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 18. And perhaps the teenager... Well, is he? Right. The teenager Ben Callaway with 6 wickets to his credit might be an option. Yeah, Douthwaite obviously brought back into the side as an all-rounder, but I wonder if it's his sort of conditions today with a slow pitch and not much value to banging the ball into it.
Sisodia to continue. He's coming around the wicket and bowls, and that's a short and cut away there by Price for a single up to deep extra cover. And okay, the bowlers, it's hard work, but they will say, well, have a look at the batters in this game for Glamorgan. it's not our fault. They can turn around and say, you know, it's we defended such a small total when we should have got more. Sisodia round the wicket, bowls chopped away like a knife through butter coming down on that by Wells, and there's no run. He's on 8.
Thought you were describing the progress of Gloucestershire's spinners there, knife through butter through the middle and lower order.
Here's the next ball. That's well bowled, and you see, bowling slow there, Nick. It just waits. Batsman has to wait for it and decide. Well, Carlson is really racing through. Sisodia, left arm, round, bowls, good length ball, pushed away into the offside. Yeah, when Douthwaite came in at number 6 and followed by the others, nobody got into double figures, which is a very sad state of affairs. Sisodia to Wells, in he comes, and that forces onto his stumps. All saving single except for the one each side square on the boundaries. This time long off is sent back. This probably because it's the last ball of the over. End of the 5th over for Sisodia, 1 for 19. Perfectly good figures by him. And he comes. That's the ramp shot. He didn't know where he was then, did young Wells. He was looking for the ball. He tried to ramp it over the keeper. So there's two in successive overs. That's a good over from Sisodia. That could easily have been dismissals.
Well, it could have been caught, and he almost ran himself out because the ball flew up towards third man, just reached the fielder on the bounce, and Wells came halfway down the track for some reason. Douthwaite it is then, who will be replacing Carlson from the River Taff end. 88 for 2, Gloucestershire. Just 130 runs needed to win, and Glamorgan need to induce a similar collapse to that which Glamorgan suffered. So batting to come, experience in the middle order in the form of Van Buren and Jack Taylor. The all-rounder Tom Price, Tom Smith, Anwar Ali, as that's driven by Price but not timed. The ball trickles out towards square leg and they go through for a single. 89 for 2.
It's the 2 games in the T20 for Douthwaite this year. He played in the first game. And,
2? I thought no, it's more than that.
He played against. He hobbled off against Surrey, I remember.
Yeah, I think there was 5 or 6 in. He had 10 wickets to his credit. You know.
Played against Sussex.
Edward's getting his computer going. As Douthwaite is in to bowl, and Wells mistimes a drive and it dribbles to.
Yeah, I remember when he pulled up. It was at the Oval when Surrey got 240 or something ridiculous.
89 for 2. Douthwaite thankfully restored to action in time for this white ball campaign in August, but after playing a couple of warm-up games for Glamorgan, he has not featured in the 100 as Douthwaite bowls, driven by Wells to cover, and there is no run. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in a minute or two. Gloucestershire 89 for 2. Douthwaite needing a breakthrough for Glamorgan. Bowls driven by Wells, not coming on, and driven straight back to the bowler. Very side on Douthwaite as a bowler. There's must be quite a lot of strain to the body in that action. So a bit of experience still to come for the Shire in the forms of Van Buren and Taylor. And a bit of lower order ability as well as Douthwaite bowls to Wells, who drives straight to Bevan, the substitute fielder at point. Tom Bevan left out of the 11 for this game. 89 for 2 remains. Run rate required has just moved above the run rate on the board by a small fraction. But absolutely nothing for Gloucestershire to worry about while they've got wickets in hand. Short ball by Douthwaite, pulled off the gloves by Wells. Glamorgan could have done with fine leg being up in the circle. He wasn't, he was back on the ropes, and they're through for a single. 90 for 2 after 21 overs. So update for BBC Radio Wales in just a moment, and then we'll continue with commentary as Prem Sisodia is going to continue his spell from this Cathedral Road end as the sun comes back out. Beautiful watching conditions. A few more have moved round from the shade beneath us into the sunny areas of Sophia Gardens. In comes Sisodia. It's bowled to Wells, who mistimes his drive back to the bowler. Have to really watch the ball onto the bat on occasion here. Sisodia in to bowl. Wells steps back and plays one through the offside for a single. 91 for 2. Gloucestershire are 91 for 2 in the 22nd over, and they're only chasing 218 to win. Glamorgan collapsed badly after being 168 for 2. Half centuries for Kieran Carlson and for Eddie Byram. Gloucestershire's spinners did the damage. 3 wickets for Van Buren, 2 apiece for Zafar and for Tom Smith. Gloucestershire in reply lost an early wicket to McIlroy, and Sisodia is Glamorgan's other wicket taker. But there's a half century for Ollie Price. He's 50 not out, and Gloucestershire well placed, chasing 218, then 93 for 2. Price is 50 coming off 51 deliveries. Sisodia to continue. Edward.
Yeah, coming around the wicket and bowls again, and this is played away on the onside by Price, and they amble through for a single. Price has played extremely well, apart from one false shot when he got a top edge to his favourite lap shot, which landed just short of 2 fielders. He's been very much in control.
7 fours in the 50.
As Sisodia comes in again and bowls short this time, and it's well fielded there by Carlson at short extra cover. And it was very well timed. In comes Sisodia to complete the over. And that's a better delivery, which is pushed out to Carlson, who hurls it into the wicketkeeper, as is his wont. 94 for 2. 51 to Ollie Price, and Wells is not out 10.
So frustration for Carlson as the details of Price's 50 are confirmed. 51 balls, 7 fours, virtually a runner ball, and Gloucestershire firmly back in the driving seat after losing Dent for 5 and Bracey for 27 with a score on 70, but these two starting to build again, and absolutely no pressure on the required run rate. Glamorgan need to get wickets fast and frequently.
They won the toss. They've had the advantage of that, opted to bat, and were going pretty well until that dreadful collapse where they lost those last 8 for 49.
In comes Douthwaite, which really is one of the collapses of the season. 8 wickets for 49.
They've had a few, mind you.
Well,
one day
it's been largely the bowling that's been the weaker side for Glamorgan this season. Douthwaite then running in towards us, bowling to Price, who plays it cautiously down to Ingram at point, and there's no run.
There was a game. Was it against Middlesex, the last game?
I was on holiday by that stage, Edward.
Yeah, Middlesex made 200 for 9, and Glamorgan, with Carlson making 77, were all out for 151. last 9 going for 56.
Yeah, that's
so this isn't anything new.
The one day I've missed this season, that was.
You're very happy to.
Douthwaite in, bowls, Price crosses stumps, driving up towards mid on, good tumbling stop in the distance by Tim van der Hochten, and keeps them down to a single. Apologies for the slight buzz on the line. We've changed various options, and difficult to identify the source of it at the moment. We'll change things around again for the next game, but we're not in our usual studio due to Test Match Specials gear being all over it. Here is Douthwaite to bowl, and Wells clips it off his legs. Will take at least one down to fine leg. Byram does the fielding. In comes the throw. Single taken, 96 for 2. Wells to 11.
Yeah, Sisodi's bowled pretty well, but the rest of it has been fairly ordinary. No threat, really, and shows the vast difference between the quality of the Gloucestershire attack and Glamorgan's.
Douthwaite bowls, short delivery, pulled away by Price to square leg for a single, 97 for 2. I think they might as well get Callaway on, nothing to
taking the words out
lose.
of my mouth, Nick. I can't understand why Callaway hasn't come in. Spinner's wicket, and
he's had a couple of 3-wicket hauls in the 4 games that he's played. So Glamorgan struggling to stay in this competition as Douthwaite is in, bowls another short ball, and again it's pulled away gently this time by Wells for a single. I mean, Douthwaite can get 1 or 2 to zip through when he's got some help from the pitch, but this really isn't that pitch, is it?
No.
It's not the one where he's going to get much out of the short pitch delivery unless the batter makes a mistake.
Oh, for the days of Croft and Koska, where they bowled 20 overs in the middle.
We had a few slow and low pitches in those days, didn't we, at Sophia Gardens, as Douthwaite bowls, and Price mistimes his drive back to the bowler. Douthwaite fields in the follow-through, tidy enough over, but Douthwaite
no threat,
looking somewhat disconsolate as he takes his cap from the umpire. 4 singles off the over, that'll do the visitors. 98 for 2 after 23 of their 50 overs. They're chasing 218 to win, and here is young Ben Callaway for you.
Yeah, tall young man, should get a bit of bounce because he must be 6 foot-ish, and I suspect, let's have a look, this is the 6th bowler. Of course, they have the option of Zane bowling, but I don't think there's anything in this pitch. He's a medium pacer, bowls straight, but I don't think it. We might see him at the end of the innings, but really now, Callaway and Sisodia, to me, if Glamorgan are to cause an upset, these are the two. As he's running away from us from this end, tosses this up, and it's hit away for 4 runs. No, it isn't. There's a man just in front of us, Colin Ingram, who appears into view as we look over. Oh, sort of balcony stroke window. In fairness, he tossed it up, trying to get a bit of spin from that. Wells moves on to 13, and the score moves on to 99 for 2. Ben Callaway, over the wicket, comes in and bowls, well pitched up, and it's a bit of a misfield, but backed up by Eddie Byram. 99 for 2, as in comes Callaway with his off spin. That's hit over mid-off, that'll run away for 4. And,
or will it?
Or will it, as you say. Oh, yes, just inside. Well, there was no doubt that he did stop it inside. Not like that dreadful decision. Well, it was. I've spoken to so many people. And,
well, were they all Welsh people, though?
No, but if you looked at it...
No, I genuinely thought you couldn't tell from the replays, even the freeze frame.
I've spoken to people. That's a big appeal for LBW, but it turned too much. As the return comes in... no, I'm absolutely convinced, because you could see his foot. There are people... I was... in a local cricket club the other night who was sitting behind, and they had absolutely no doubt. What I couldn't understand is Callaway comes in again. Oh, that bowled him. That turned a mile. And that is the end of Wells, bowled for 13. And we have been asking, where has he been? That turned as much as any ball today, because he's got this tall action and he can rip it.
That really was a sharp spin, wasn't it? That's pitched miles outside off stump, and it's turned virtually at 45 degrees. That's come back a good couple of feet. Well, Ben Callaway will enjoy playing that one on the on his laptop at home.
It shows that if you are a top-class spinner and you bowl it in the right area, I don't particularly like that word, in the right spot, shall we put it?
Good areas.
Then you will be rewarded. And this stumps were splattered there as Wells goes for 13. And the score is 102 for 3. Just 6 runs short now of the halfway mark for Gloucester's. I suspect the old hands will be coming in now, the likes of Van Buren. Jack Taylor, well, we all know how Jack Taylor plays. There is no boundary big enough for Jack. I've seen him hit some huge sixes. As probably Ed Seaborn has seen far more than me, but my word, he hits the ball long. But it's Graham Van Buren who comes in, and he will be joining Price, who's anchoring this innings. He's on 56.
Yeah, really is the backbone, isn't he? Ollie Price, even more than anchoring, he's going at almost a run a ball, really. And it doesn't... It's Gloucestershire's match to lose, isn't it?
Oh,
with just 117 runs, 116 runs needed to win. But it's not quite a foregone conclusion then. If Callaway can carry on spinning them like that, he might cause a little bit of uncertainty in the visitors' ranks. 102 for 3.
Yeah, that was. We saw one ball in the Glamorgan innings. Forget who it was. It was spin.
Zaffa was turning them sharply from the start, wasn't he?
Might have been Van de Gooten, but it spun back. Now, do you put a slip in and do you attack? You've got to take wickets. Glamorgan have to win this game, but I think they'll. Callaway now, what does he want? He's no problem here. You see, Nick. If he just pushes forward, backward square, then there's about 30 yards in the man on the drive. Then you've left him off the hook, and he gets a single. I'd be inclined to bring somebody in. You're not going to have a belt at your first ball, or you shouldn't. Van Buren waits, and here's Callaway in, bowls, gets a sort of thick outside edge, which has gone out to cover. He'll retain strike. Good over from Callaway, and at the end of it, it's 103 for 3. Van Buren is 1, and deserved applause there for the young all-rounder in Callaway. And Ollie Price is on 56. Excuse if you do hear some gremlins.
Yep.
Probably a horse on the line from here to railway line from here to Salford.
Well, that's a novel excuse, Edward.
Say that.
It's time for Troy to come in to replace Edward Bevan, who will go off in search of our errant horse and give it a good talking to. 103 for 3. Dan Douthwaite to bowl from the River Taff end, and in he comes, and that's defended by Van Buren to mid-off, and there is no run. 103 for 3, almost halfway to their target in another 6 runs time. 3 wickets down as Troy Lewin comes in alongside me for the next half hour. 103 for 3 as in comes Douthwaite and bowls, and Van Buren blocks it to mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, all the calls for Callaway to come in from up here, including me behind, wondering the same thing, clearly paid off. Let's see what he can do as he gets a few more overs in after Douthwaite finishes this one.
Nice to see the youngster turning the ball so sharply soon after coming on, as Douthwaite charges towards us and bowls, and Van Buren on the back foot plays to Carlson at mid-wicket.
Looks like something out of a video game, that delivery that got the wicket. I couldn't believe it when I watched the replay. But if you can get the pitch to do that and can keep getting some good movement, I think Glamorgan to take that right now.
Absolutely. Spin to win. Well, it was Gloucestershire's philosophy. 7 out of the 10 wickets falling to the slow bowlers as Douthwaite bowls, and that's driven by Van Buren. That's beaten the sprawling mid-off fielder, and that one will run away for 4 runs. Jamie McIlroy at full stretch, but couldn't quite get down on time. And Van Buren, just with it seemed a nice firm push really, but he's timed that beautifully for his first boundary. He moves to 5, and it's 107 for 3.
Just looked like a bit of a safe shot to take a single and get 4 from it. I mean,
that's the timing of professionals, isn't it?
Indeed, indeed.
That's why they're earning decent sums playing the game and we're not. 107 for 3, Douthwaite to Van Buren again, and he plays a similar shot this time, though it's closer to McIlroy, and the tall seamer from Mid Wales able to get across and block it, and they just go through for the 108 for 3. McIlroy didn't appear terribly happy with life as he picked that one up, just stretching his neck, whether he jarred something as he went down, I'm not sure. 108 for 3 in the Cardiff sunshine. Douthwaite in the bright yellow of Glamorgan, bowling to Price, who blocks it back to him. That is the end of Douthwaite's over, which yielded 5 runs. Gloucestershire's required run rate is only 4.4. They're 108 for 3. They need another 110 runs. And we're at the halfway mark of the innings, but Gloucestershire, you feel, Troy, have still got plenty in the bank.
You'd imagine so. I mean, at this point, Glamorgan started to kick up their run chase. You'd imagine that Gloucestershire would do the same. Yeah, they would have been probably disappointed to lose that 3rd wicket, but not too much damage done. There should still be plenty in this lineup to get it across the line, but well, Ben Kellaway back into the attack, and we'll be hoping that he can take another wicket or 2 to give his side a chance here. He'll be bowling from the Cathedral Road end. In the 26th over, it is Van Buren on strike. Here comes Kellaway with the spin, and knocked back to Kellaway, just 1 bounce off the ground, back into his hands for no run.
I thought for a moment he'd mistimed that and chipped it straight back to the bowler.
Did look a bit like that, didn't he? Here's Kellaway again. Knocked away another dot ball on the leg side. Yeah, I had to pause for a second to see if anyone had reacted to that, but just a dot ball. And there he is again, getting through his over quickly. Kellaway to deliver, and knocked away. That'll be a single to... oh, there's a lot of buzz on the microphone. Single on the offside. 109 for 3. Yeah, not quite sure what's going on with that. Hopefully it doesn't continue. It is Oliver Price on strike now. 56 not out for Price, and here comes Kellaway with his delivery. That's a full toss, and just gets away with it. Nice fielding to keep it from the boundary. A bit too full, shall we say.
Yeah, the reverse pull almost down to 3rd man from Price, but well stopped by Van der Hoogten to keep them down to the single.
Here's Kellaway again, 2 more balls in this over, and that's knocked back to him, and that is, again, 1 bounce played into the ground and back to Kellaway. Dot ball, 1 left in the over. Van Buren still on strike as Kellaway comes down and delivers, and it'll be played back to him again. A good over from Kellaway, only 2 coming off it. 110 for 3 after 26 overs.
He's not afraid to give the ball a bit of air, is he? Ben Kellaway is, Edward said, a tall young man, upwards of 6 foot, and giving the ball a little bit of air and posing as many questions as he can. got one to spin really sharply to dismiss Ben Wells. It's the tall figure of Ollie Price on strike. The considerably less tall figure of Graham Van Buren at the other end. There must be about 6 inches in height between them. And Dan Douthwaite to come into his 4th over. And he comes, bowls to Price, who drives on the bounce to northeast at cover. And there is no run.
The height difference, just thinking of whenever England were lining up for the anthems in the Ashes, they always seemed to put Ben Duckett between the two, between Crawley and Broad.
Yeah, he's a little dutt, as they say in Wales, Ben Duckett, isn't he?
Don't think that was any coincidence.
110 for 3. Douthwaite charging in, bowls, and driven by Price to mid-on. And there's no run. Price just starting to see his run rate slip a little bit, but it really doesn't matter with all these wickets in hand. Just needs to stay there, and the runs will come for the visitors with only 4.5 needed per over. Douthwaite into Price, turned into the leg side. They'll look for 2 here because Callaway has got a fair way to go, and good running from the Gloucestershire duo as Callaway's throw to the non-striker's end hits either Graham Van Buren or his bat. I think his bat, because there was no physical reaction from the player. Bat or pads. Didn't strike his body. 112 for 3. Gloucestershire past halfway in the modest run chase. Price under 59. Douthwaite to bowl to him again. A short ball pulled away through the leg side for 4 runs, fielded by one of Glamorgan's 12thers out at mid-wicket. But there is no value in Dan Douthwaite banging the ball in, because Price was just able to almost watch that, sit up and smash it away.
Yeah, they wouldn't be too fussed about the run rate at this point, as you say. Plenty of time to kick it up, plenty of wickets in hand, hovering around the required rate.
Douthwaite in again, bowls to Price, who drives back past him. Douthwaite can't get his boot to it, but McIlroy mops up from mid-off. Has rather an angry shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and spoils the effect somewhat by missing.
4.3, the current rate, required weight 4.4. They've been hovering around that for the last couple of overs, and I don't think they'll be too worried.
No, just the occasional boundary. Saw Glamorgan short of boundaries, even when they had wickets in hand. They weren't scoring frequent boundaries. Price drives up to mid-off. McIlroy fields. No run. 6 off the over. 116 for 3 Gloucestershire. Need a further 102 runs in 23 overs here on BBC Sport Online with Nick Webb and Troy Lewin as the batters meet for another little mid-wicket chat.
Just the latest from the other game in the One Day Cup going on. Worcestershire are 112 for 2 in their chase of Northamptonshire's 252 all out. At the crease at the moment is... I've lost his first name. I'm sorry. Is Jake Livy and Rob Jones. Jones 51, not out. Libby 29. As Ben Kellaway is back in to deliver to Van Buren, who knocks it away on the offside for a single.
Yeah, Rob Jones moving from Lancashire to Worcestershire, and when those moves, where the player moves on loan ahead of the permanent deal.
So, Ollie Price back on strike on 63, not out. Kellaway with the spin, coming back to him. Full toss, ripped away. There is a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, so it'll just be a single. Brings Van Buren back on strike, 118 for 3 in the 28th over. Ben Kellaway with the spin from the Cathedral Road end. And here he comes. Holds his length a bit better as that's knocked away on the offside. Only a single. They little thought of 2, but no need to push it and risk a silly run out. as Kellaway now looks like he's coming around the wicket to Price, righty to righty, and Price plays a little almost reverse chop more than a reverse sweep. He gets a single, and 2 more balls to come in Kellaway's 3rd over. Van Buren back on strike as Kellaway goes back over the wicket and knocked away for a dot ball. 1 ball left in the 28th over, 120 for 3 Gloucestershire. And here comes Kellaway to Van Buren, who knocks it away, and it gets by the fielder coming in from 3rd man, and they'll get a cheap single to end the 28th over, 121 for 3, 97 more required.
So Gloucestershire going very nicely indeed. Just looking as to see whether Ben Kellaway could be easily accommodated in this this championship side. It is a strong batting lineup if they have David Lloyd back as scheduled from his loan at Derbyshire before his permanent departure there. It's a strong top 6 for Glamorgan, strong top 7 really, with Chris Cook batting at 6. Kellaway could conceivably come into that side, replacing theoretically Mitch Schwepson, and then there's the option of bringing in an overseas quick if one is available. And nothing had been sorted last time I spoke to the club management a week or so ago. 121 for 3 as Sisodia will come on again for his 2nd spell, replacing Douthwaite, who really didn't have any joy at all from the pitch, bowling his medium fast. Sisodia off a longish run for a spinner, lopes in, bowls, and Van Buren places that one beautifully just past northeast, the short field at cover. It's kept inside the ropes by a sprawling McIlroy up at the River Taff end, but they're through very comfortably for 2 runs, 123 for 3, and Van Buren moves on to 12 not out. Sisodia in, and that's slapped away again by Van Buren. This time it's wider, and it's placed away nicely from the former Gloucestershire skipper for 4 runs up to the deep extra cover boundary, 127 for 3, and Gloucestershire regaining their momentum after dismissal of Wells. The score on 102. That was in the 24th over. Sisodia bowls and Van Buren cuts to backward point, and there's no run. Crowd going a little bit quiet. I think 1 or 2 might have made an early exit from the Glamorgan camp as Van Buren pushes forward, thinks about the quick single, but it isn't there as Kellaway moves in smartly from cover. 127 for 3, but it's those supporters who have crossed the Severn Bridge will be in much the happier mood at the moment as Van Buren pushes forward to Sisodia and defends 6 runs, having come off the first 2 balls of the over. There's absolutely no pressure on Van Buren to take any risks for the rest of it. Sisodia bowls, Van Buren plays it into the covers. Kellaway comes in again smartly to field 4 dot balls in a row, but it really doesn't matter from the Gloucestershire point of view. 127 for 3, and they now need just 91 the runs for victory in 21 overs, and Glamorgan very much need the 7 wickets.
Decent end to the over from Sisodia with 4 straight dot balls, but yeah, those 6 runs off the first 2 balls, not what you'd want to see with the match in this this state. I think, as you say, it's wickets is what Glamorgan need now, and Gloucestershire will be happy just to take the runs that they're given as Ben Kellaway delivers to Ollie Price, who knocks it away they'll come back for 2, as that was sent down to the boundary at fine leg. 2 runs off the first ball of the 30th over, 129 for 3.
He's adept at that reverse sweep, isn't he? Mr. Ollie Price turning third man into fine leg.
And Kellaway delivers again, and there's another reverse sweep. This one will only go for a single.
Yeah, you have to consider. I mean, either's valid, I suppose, isn't it? Both because third man becomes fine leg from the way that he's placed it.
Yeah,
well, the way he's placed his feet by the time he hits it, if you see what I mean.
Exactly. Well, that's what confused me, clearly. As Kellaway delivers again, it's Van Buren on strike now. As he chops that away, it will be a single 2 long on. Runs coming off every ball of the over so far. 131 for 3. 4 runs off 3 balls. Kellaway to deliver to Price again, who tries the reverse sweep again. Doesn't quite get all of it, but will get 2 at least. Field is converging on it. Will they think about 3? They will stop.
They will think about it.
They definitely thought about it. Although just
good chase by Northeast.
Indeed, just maybe a bit more incitement to go for it from Van Buren than for Price. As he looks to play another one, call for leg before. Umpire's not moved. They're going to come through for a run. Looks like it will. Yep, it will be a leg by.
So much reverse sweeping going on at the moment, isn't there? And sweeping generally, they just need everyone square of the wicket, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was hitting the wicket. There was a nice bit of turn in that delivery from Kellaway, but maybe not enough to bring it back to the stumps. Final ball of his over and driven by Van Buren. 2 long on for a single. End of the 30th over, 135 for 3, 83 more runs required for Gloucestershire to win.
Well, Glamorgan were going along nicely like this, weren't they, in their innings, but there was such a collapse, a clatter of wickets, last 8 going for 49, that puts absolutely no scoreboard pressure on Gloucestershire, who looked like they'd be chasing 270-ish at one point, and if it were 270 the target, then you'd think Glamorgan would still be in with a decent shout, but Gloucestershire have been able to take their time. Ollie Price has been going at a run a ball nonetheless. As Sisodia bowls, Van Buren steps back, tries to work it through the offside, but it's intercepted by Kellaway at cover, and there's no run. Glamorgan's remaining games away to Somerset on Sunday, that inexperienced Somerset lineup that Ed was talking about earlier. As Van Buren prods the next one back to Sisodia, and then Glamorgan finish here against Northants on Tuesday. Gloucestershire's games are on Friday away to Sussex and on Tuesday at home to Durham. Van Buren getting a little tucked up there and playing to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 1, 3, 5, 4, 3.
Glamorgan were comfortably ahead at this point on the runs per over, but as you say, the collapse.
Sisodia bowls, Van Buren defends to mid-wicket. Glamorgan need to make something happen. Gloucestershire quite happily just plodding along and hitting the odd bad ball.
Indeed, at the end of the 31st over, Glamorgan 163 for 2 and then started to go wrong.
Sisodia bowls, Van Buren tries to play it into a gap on the offside, but can't find it as Northeast makes ground from point to field.
I suppose that's the thing you've got to tell yourself in the bowling unit, that if we gave up those wickets, then maybe we could take them as well.
Sisodia bowls, Van Buren prods forward.
As perhaps not likely as it is, but...
Well, Ollie Price, the youngster, is going well. They've got the experience of Van Buren at the wicket at the moment. Jack Taylor next to come. Glamorgan really need to get through those 2 or 3 to put any sort of pressure on the lower order. And even then, you've got the two international players there, Zafagoa and Anwar Ali, as Gloucestershire batsman taking a bit of liquid on board. Hot day out there. And Kellaway will continue from this Cathedral Road end. Prem Sisodia not really getting the regular frequency of cricket that he would have wanted this season, in and out of the T20 side, and then on the fringes, brought in for the last game in this one-day cup, having missed the first few. So he'll be looking to feature more regularly as and when his contract's renewed.
Kellaway to deliver to Ollie Price, who again tries to reverse sweep. He'll get one off of this. Sisodia's in and out of the T20 team so much so that he opened the batting at one point in Glamorgan's pursuit to try anything to spice up the lineup a bit in that competition. Kellaway to Van Buren, who knocks it away on the offside. They will get at least one. Think about two. Hold up. No need to push. Single coming off that.
Well, at one point they had Lloyd, Byram and Bevan all injured, didn't they?
Exactly, yes.
3 of the opening options available to them.
As Kellaway just getting ready to deliver the third ball of the 32nd over. And where did that ball go?
Between Alex Horton's knees. Reverse sweep attempted, and Horton just closed the knees to make certain of it.
Well, dot ball at least for Ben Kellaway, who'll deliver again to Ollie Price, who just knocks it away defensively on the leg side. Man coming in from the boundary to hold him to a single. 2 balls left in the 32nd over, and we do apologise for the buzz on our microphones as Kellaway delivers swept behind to fine leg for a single. One more coming up in the 32nd over. Ben Kellaway, 4 runs coming off his 5 deliveries so far in this over. Ollie Price on strike, who just knocks it away on the leg side. They'll take another single. Gloucestershire happy to take singles, take whatever runs they're given, as the run rate isn't really that much of a struggle. End of the 32nd over. Gloucestershire 140 for 3, requiring 78 more.
And, well, they've seen that Ben Kellaway is spinning the ball, but they're able to watch it off the pitch now and play off the back foot, having worked out the lack of pace of the pitch and the fact that it is turning, and it's turning mostly quite slowly. Even the fact that Ben Wells was bowled by a real ripper from Ben Kellaway that turned a long way. But 78 runs needed to win, 7 wickets still in hand, and Sisodia to bowl to Ollie Price on 73 not out. As he's in, bowls swept by Price down towards backward square leg. That will well race away for 4, and Price racing on to 77 not out. As really he is watching the ball very carefully, playing it nicely at the moment, Ollie Price, and taking full advantage of even half opportunities to score. Sisodia needing to find a bit of variation, and they take a quick single here. There's shy at the stumps at the non-strikers, and from Kieran Carlson it just misses. I think Ollie Price was just home, but I'm not quite sure why he felt the need to try a quick single out, given that he'd already got 4 off the first ball of the over.
That's the kind of chance that Glamorgan might just need to get back into this.
Bowling for run-outs. Sisodia to Van Buren at 145 for 3. Van Buren drives, will get a couple of runs here up to long off. McIlroy has some way to go to make his grounds. 147 for 3. Van Buren to 22 not out. Ollie Price, highest score in limited overs cricket, or indeed in any form of cricket, is 116. So he's got a way to go yet. As Van Buren just turns one gently to mid-wicket, no run.
Put it past him to challenge that score.
Indeed. What's he need? Another 38, 71 to win. Yeah, needs to score just over half the runs remaining to get a CB. Van Buren cautiously defends back to Sisodia. No run. So Glamorgan's hopes receding once more thanks to this strong partnership as Van Buren steps back, forces through the offside, takes a single out to deep extra cover. 148 for 3, 46 added by this pair who came together in the 24th over. That's the end of the 33rd, so been together for 9 overs already, adding 46 at 5 runs and over, and Gloucestershire requires 70 off 17. And Glamorgan need a hat-trick from somewhere, I think, to put any serious pressure on. There's a little committee meeting as Callaway prepares to bowl, and the batters have a chat mid-wicket, and Kieran Carlson has a chat to former Glamorgan T20 captain Colin Ingram. You've got any ideas, Carl? Well, they've tried most of their bowlers. Zainul Hassan unused as yet, but you doubt that the wicket would be helpful to him.
Well, here comes Callaway to try and see if he can get anything out of this pitch as he bowls, and oh, he's got him. Bowls Van Buren, might have edged it onto it, forced him to play it onto his stumps, but Ben Callaway gets his second wicket, dismisses Graham Van Buren for 23. It's 148 for 4.
Well bowled Ben Callaway, flighted it up. As you say, may have got an inside edge. It seemed to go through the gate anyway. We'll confirm that on the replay. And Gloucestershire's experienced number 5 is heading back to the hutch. No, that was just turn.
He just, again,
no inside edge involved.
Again, just get some great movement on that. He's finding something. He's finding something, and if he can keep finding that something, he might give Glamorgan at least a slight chance to get back into this one. I mean, Glamorgan were in a stronger position than this, than where Gloucestershire are now when they collapsed. So it's not out of the realms of possibility, but the bowling will need to be consistent, it will need to be good, and it will need to get wickets like that.
Yeah, well, Callaway is certainly giving it a rip, and well, if this competition yields nothing else for Glamorgan, it will yield the first team breakthrough of Ben Callaway, who had a couple of T20 games without making much impression, but has flighted that one up. Van Buren missing his attempted drive anyway, but it did come back a long, long way to strike the off stump. So well bowled Ben Callaway, who seriously, if there are turning pitches around here in September, is going to have to come into the equation, and that will, if any is available, allow Glamorgan to concentrate on prioritising a faster bowler in their outside attempt at the moment, but they're still in the mix for the second promotion place in the championship. Third at the moment, having played one more than the sides in 4th and 5th, Leicestershire and Sussex, but in the hunt. 148 for 4, Jack Taylor to the wicket, a man who can hit the ball very hard indeed, and already has a century and a couple of 50s to his credit in this competition this season.
And Callaway wicket with the first ball of his over. Nick, you said someone might need to take a hat-trick. Let's see what he can do with his second delivery. Here is Taylor just taking a little stroll to get ready. And at the crease now, Callaway just pushing the man at mid off a bit further back, as its first delivery is a dot ball. Yeah, so Jack Taylor in now. Ollie Price at the non-striker's end at the moment, 78 not out. You'd imagine as Kellaway delivers, that's shot away on the offside, and 4 runs for Jack Taylor to get off the mark.
Well, that's a dismissive way to get off the mark, isn't it? What pressure, Taylor, a couple of steps down the wicket and blast the ball over cover for 4. Knew where he was hitting it, and that shows Taylor's aggressive mindset.
As Kellaway delivers to Taylor again, who pokes this one away on the offside for no run. And, well, if you think of this partnership between Van Buren and Price as what the partnership of Carlson and Byron was, as this is knocked back to the bowler by Taylor for no runs, that maybe if they can dismiss Ollie Price here, it could perhaps spawn a bit of a collapse like what happened in the Glamorgan innings, as Kellaway delivers shot away and through the field at mid-wicket, and they'll get a single from that. And it'll be Ollie Price back on strike. Oh no, that's the last ball of the over, isn't it? So Taylor will keep the strike after taking the single, end of the 34th over, 153 for 4.
Yep, so that one turned quite appreciably as well, but well watched by Jack Taylor to take the single. 65 runs needed for the Shire, and 6 wickets needed for Gloucestershire. I think I've outdone my time, but I think I'd better whip through this over before Ed Seaborn comes back into the commentary seat, as Sisodia marching his troops round. Appeared to be pointing to the point boundary, but there didn't appear to be any movement as a result of that. There's a man close in on the drive on the offside for the new man Jack Taylor. Mid-wicket's quite close as Taylor plays gently to one of those cover fielders. So, yeah, no slip. There's a man at third man, 2 shortish in the covers, plus the cover sweeper, plus the long off.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was any movement in the field as he was trying to direct it, maybe.
Now mid-on's coming up. Challenging Taylor to hit over the top, but he just dabs it into a gap at backward point and ambles through for the single. Taylor to 6, 154 for 4.
A few more birds are congregating down on the field now. We said earlier it wasn't quite Lord's level, but there's a group gathering on the to our right.
Oh, yes, there's a few pigeons at deep extra cover.
The things you notice while the spinner's arranging his field.
Sisodia in to bowl up in the block hole, and Price digs it out, plays it on the offside. The gulls are usually within the next hour or so, if we are to get an invasion of gulls this evening. It's quite often around late tea time, as Price plays a scoop ramp shot down towards fine leg and gets a couple of runs as Ingram has to backtrack from short third man. Picks it up just inside the boundary, and Price really has played more shots cross bat and scoop than straight in front of the wicket. Very inventive innings. He's on to 80. Sisodia bowls, driven into the offside, through the offside. Now that'll scatter the pigeons, and Price drives it away for 4 runs. He moves on to 84 and goes now better than a runner ball. It's 84 off 82 deliveries, and Ollie Price very much leading the Gloucestershire charge to victory with just 58 runs needed. Prem Sisodia is bowled out after this delivery, 1 for 44. He has this the last ball of his 10th over. And he comes to bowl, and Price turns it away on the leg side. No run. 160 for 4. Gloucestershire need 58 runs to win. Taylor has 6. Price has 84. Troy Lewin and Ed Seaborn here on BBC Sport Online.
So it looks like it'll be Ben Kellaway coming back in to bowl his 7th over from the Cathedral Road end. So far, 2 wickets for 29 runs. And Glamorgan are hoping he might be able to find a couple more. He's certainly found something in this pitch more than anyone else has managed so far for Glamorgan. And it'll be Jack Taylor on strike to take the first ball of this 36th over from Ben Kellaway, who delivers. And that's scooped up in the air. There's a man at long on, should be caught, and it is. Colin Ingram takes it. Ben Kellaway's got his 3rd wicket. It's Jack Taylor caught by Ingram, bowled by Kellaway for 6, 160 for 5.
And yes, I must say I felt as if it was probably going to go one of two ways with Jack Taylor there. Either this game would be over in the blink of an eye, or we might still see a rather close finish. And Jack Taylor looking to take on the long on fielder. He just didn't get very much of that at all. Not a good connection, and hindsight being a wonderful thing, with long off was up, and that would have been probably the better area to try to target. But as it is, it's 2 quick wickets, 2 wickets for 12 runs, and with each passing wicket the value on Ollie Price's wicket goes ever higher. He has got to be the one to bat through now. It's not as though Gloucestershire don't have batting left. Still got, well, I assume Tom Price will come out next. It looks like it will be him. Followed by Zafar Gohar and Anwar Ali. Tom Smith can nudge the ball around as well. But equally, with Ollie Price being the one who's now faced the most deliveries of anyone in the match? No, not quite. Byram's 92 is still the most, but still faced more deliveries than most. And on 84, you feel he's got to see the side home now, and it will be up to Tom Price to see what he can do.
Well, it's just that thought again of if one side can collapse from a seemingly strong position, lose wickets in quick succession for not a lot of runs, maybe Glamorgan might think, well, maybe we could do it to them as well. That's what they've got to keep in mind throughout this, because, you know, it's all very well and good us sitting up here and thinking, well, it should be a fairly easy game for them to knock out these remaining 58 runs, but, you know, it's not that simple, I'm sure.
No, it's not.
That pitch.
No, and I think that's the real thing. And what I was thinking was, in terms of, if you thought of this as a final day of a championship match, final day pitch, the ball is turning a lot. If you were asked to chase 218 on a final day turning pitch, you'd be thinking,
in half the time as well.
This is pretty stiff, you know.
Indeed, but so the 2 Prices at the wicket now. Tom Price is on strike for his first ball from Kellaway. Price, oh, nice inside, quite a thick inside edge. Don't know how that didn't hit the stumps.
No.
As Price just gets away with it. It's a dot ball. Just looking at the replay again, Kellaway finding some good turn, and it looks like it might have just gone over the stump, in fact.
Well, either way, it was a really uncertain shot from Tom Price. Didn't really seem to know whether to stick or twist.
Kellaway's finding some good movement here as he delivers again. That's a bit fuller and will be knocked away, but no run there. Man at mid-off.
And that's the result of the pressure of the wickets. He got a full toss there, but he knows he can't get out quickly.
Exactly, Kellaway is bowling well right now, and there's another dot ball as it's dabbed to the leg side. But yeah, maybe that's finally finding something in the pitch, knowing that he's taken 3 already, being a bit on guard, coming in on strike as Price just plays forward and defends away for another dot ball. 1 ball left in the over. Kellaway threatening to take a wicket maiden here as his last delivery of the 36th over to Tom Price. Here he comes, and another defensive shot and another dot ball, and it is indeed a wicket maiden for Ben Kellaway, and the crowd at Sophia Gardens appreciating that. End of the 36th over, 160 for 5, Gloucestershire needing 58 more to win.
And I think that wicket of Jack Taylor, I really think with that wicket outgo Gloucestershire's hopes of winning this at a canter. Tom Price can clear the boundary, don't get me wrong, but I think this is going to be a nail biter now. The only thing which is going to change things is the fact that Sisodi is now bowled out, which means that if they're going to bowl spin from both ends, they'll have to go back to Carlson, who was much less effective than Sisodi in particular up front. So we'll see. Can the seamers of Glamorgan do the job to back up Kellaway? Still got 3 overs left, so the rate could start to climb if they can't get Kellaway away. But we'll see what they do against the seamers. Van der Guchten coming back into the attack. 4 overs for 25 so far. He's bowling to Ollie Price, who's on 84. Van der Guchten is in, and this is played respectfully up towards mid-on. And there's no run, and the energy in the field starts to rise from Glamorgan's point of view. The vultures, as it were, have started to circle. Mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, straight mid-wicket. They're all in Ollie Price's eye line, and they're all saying, you cannot get it past us.
Just looking at the loss of wickets by over, it's remarkably similar right now.
Van der Guchten is into Price. It's a bit short and it's slapped through the offside, but no timing. It will just be a single out towards deep cover. 57 more needed.
Both lost 4th wicket in the 34th over. Both, Glamorgan lost their 5th wicket in the 35th, 5th wicket in the 36th for Gloucestershire. Still behind on where Glamorgan were at this point on run. I'm not one for superstition and omens and all that kind of stuff, but it is looking a bit similar between the 2 innings right now.
Possibly illustrating just how much harder it gets to force the pace against the softer ball. Van der Guchten bowls to Tom Price, who comes forward and plays the ball into the offside, but there's no run. Slow nature of the pitch, meaning the ball's not going to run away into gaps even for singles like that, so the dot balls will start to build. And although the required rate is still only 4.2, it's not much of a consideration at the moment. It's amazing as you get those overs ticking down how quickly it starts to build up, and what you don't want to end up with is a situation where you start to need a run of ball and you rate 7 or 8 wickets down. Van der Guchten bowls to Tom Price, and that ball is on off stump, and again it's prodded away out into the covers, so Tom Price still has yet to score.
Again, it is still probably wickets is what Glamorgan need, otherwise they will lose this match, but it is, it could start to get into that situation where the run rate does start climbing, and then maybe that forces Gloucestershire maybe to play a bit more aggressively, and maybe that plays into Glamorgan's hands. Who knows? Well,
dot balls are still the order of the day, as well as wicket-taking balls. Is looking to force the ball away through the offside as Tom Price, but he squirts it back to the bowler, who chops it pretty much straight into the ground. And this can't feel very good for Tom Price. Probably walking down to his brother and saying, have you been batting on this? 85 off 85. And really, whilst Byram has faced a few more deliveries, he didn't look massively fluent for his 60 off 92. Carlson and Ollie Price have been the only 2 batters who've been able to find a way to score at a decent rate on this surface. Van der Guchten is in. Tom Price forces up towards mid-off. Quick single taken. McElroy was shy at the stumps and missed them, but I think Tom Price was probably home in the end. But it was a single ball out of a bit of build-up of pressure, and Tom Price is away. He'll keep the strike for the next over, so that's not the worst result for Glamorgan. And Gloucestershire 162 for 5, 37 gone. 13 overs remain in this critical Metro Bank One Day Cup match. Both sides in desperate need of the win to keep their top 3 hopes alive. Warwickshire seem to be through and gone at the top of the table. 5 wins out of 5 for them, but after that it's a real bun fight between 5 sides, including these 2 and the 2 sides playing at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire and Worcestershire. Durham still very much in the mix as well on 5 points. It does look as though, by the way, Worcestershire are on course to win that game at Wantage Road. 93 more needed from 21 overs, and Jones and Libya still at the crease.
Ben Kellaway back with the ball in his hand and delivering to Tom Price, who defends it away on the leg side, dot ball. And yeah, well, not the worst result, getting a single from Tom Price and keeping him on strike for the over of spin. I mean, he didn't look particularly comfortable when he came in to face Kellaway. As here he goes again, and getting a bit of turn out of the pitch, defended away to the offside, dot ball. And I think well, you've got, after this over, only 2 more of Ben Callaway. Use him while you can, while he's got momentum. And there's flicked away. They'll take a quick single on the leg side. Brings Ollie Price back on strike. Tom Price up to 263 for 5 in the 38th over. 55 more to win. Run rate required, run rate still both hovering around the 4.3 to 4.4 mark, where they have been for seemingly the last 10-15 overs. But well, let's see what damage Glamorgan can do as Ollie Price back on strike and back trying to play the reverse sweep. He won't get anything from that man there at, well, what was the man becomes fine leg when he switches around. Callaway to deliver and tries another sweep. This one will get him a run on the leg side, and Little Miss Field think back 2. They'll hold on for 1. And one more delivery left from Callaway, and we really apologise for
does seem to be getting a bit louder, doesn't it?
It does.
But there we go. I suspect it may be internal, and there's nothing that we can do about it.
Unfortunately so. Here's Callaway with the last ball of his over, flicked away right to Kieran Carlson, who is at mid-on, and at the end of the 38th over, 164 for 5, 54 more to win.
Basically absolutely nothing that we do is affecting things. And the thing is also, it's one of those things where you can fiddle with a few things and then it'll stop and you'll think, oh yeah, that's the thing that's caused it, and then you'll do exactly the same thing again, and and it won't work. So you can try and believe all you want that you've got some sort of control over it, but anyway.
I've been behind the scenes on a few podcasts for the BBC, for BBC Sport Wales, and what I found out was a lot of the time it's to do with phones and phone signal that makes that kind of noise, but I don't know, every time I've come up I've put my phone on aeroplane mode and that hasn't seemed to change anything, whether it's, well,
perhaps we should force the spectators to come in and put their phones on aeroplane mode. In comes Van der Guchten and bowls to Ollie Price. He plays the ball into the leg side, straight to short mid-wicket. It's another dot ball. And say what you like about the required rate only being 4.6, the pressure is going to continue to build. Although, having said that, these two Price brothers, in their careers so far, have tended not to feel the pressure out there. But this is potentially a slightly different situation, with potential qualification on the line, with enough in the pitch to make things pretty tricky. Van der Guchten into Ollie Price, who pushes at that one and plays it into his leg, and it goes out into the offside. I thought for a moment that was going down into the stumps, and that really would have been a critical moment. Zafar Gohar is due in next, and he scored a couple of 50s in this competition last year. There's plenty of pedigree there, and he's also somebody who you might think might be quite used to playing on turning slowish surfaces. Likewise with Anwar Ali, who's got a score of 61 in this competition that he made against Northamptonshire, 61 from just 56 balls. Van der Guchten into Ollie Price, moves across his stumps and drives on the bounce back to Van der Guchten, who stops it. 3 dot balls to start the 39th over. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, looks, if it's starting to get a bit more in the pit, I'm not, it's 1 over, but it looks like they're starting to be a little bit more for the seamers now as well. That could make it even more difficult going forward. Well, as you say, required run rate is slowly climbing, not necessarily too high up yet, but
Van der Guchten to the crease, he bowls to Ollie Price. He comes forward, plays the ball towards point. There's no run there either. Callaway comes up to field the ball. Callaway's bowling reminds me a little bit of Will Jack's.
Yeah.
Sort of tall off spin, gives it some nice flight and can clearly get some bounce. It's a little bit Jacks-like, and if he can become a Will Jacks type cricketer, then the effect that he has had on Surrey's championship side when he's been playing in the last couple of years, the fact that he can balance a side like he can, they can play all the seamers around him. As Van der Guchten bowls to Ollie Price, again he's moving across his stumps, trying to drag the ball towards the onside. He tries to pull and gets no timing whatsoever, and even somebody who's been out there for 92 deliveries now, so he's guaranteed to face the most deliveries of anybody in the match, still can't seem to find his timing. It does start to look more and more tricky as the required rate ticks up towards 5 runs per over. But yeah, really, I was expecting to be impressed with Kellaway's batting, but been impressed with his bowling, that is for sure. Last ball of the over, could be another maiden here. Van der Guchten bowls, it will be a maiden as Ollie Price plays that one out towards extra cover, only in defence. So the score is still 164 for 5, and the crowd are starting to arise from their slumbers because they're feeling as though there might be something to get their teeth into. Every dot ball is being met with applause now. We've seen a maiden over, we've not seen a boundary for a long time, and these two are struggling to get the ball away at the moment, both Price brothers. Who's going to be the one to try and release the pressure? How and when?
Well, that's the thing. It's either going to go one way or the other. Either you're going to have to get into the mode where you have to play more attacking shots, as Kellaway delivers to Tom Price, who plays a defensive shot on the offside. But either you have to play the more aggressive shots, but you know you've got it in hand and you know you can play those shots, or it plays into the bowling team's hand and you take some unnecessary chances as Price. That doesn't look like an unnecessary chance as it clears the boundary rope for 6. That it just looked so smooth, so simple from Tom Price, finally getting away, and that's the first 6 of the Gloucestershire innings.
Yeah.
Only Glamorgan only had 2 themselves, but maybe that tells you something about the scoring in this match. 170 for 5 in the 40th over. Kellaway to Price, who flips it away on the offside for a dot ball.
I'd be cross about that one because he basically bought a change in line and length from Kellaway by hitting him for 6, and then just couldn't quite take advantage with the ball, which was overpitched to give him a bit of width.
And essentially bought you a bit of more time in the run chases. Price flips that away. It's Kieran Carlson at mid-wicket to stop it. But yeah, bought yourself a bit more time now, and you maybe don't have to play as aggressively for the rest of this over. Take what you give, and if you can get a boundary and over, you're on course here as Price plays defensively again. Tom Price, that is, on 8 not out. His brother Ollie Price on 86 not out at the non-striker's end. One more ball in the 40th inning for Ben Kellaway, who delivers it now, and defensive shot played by Tom Price. End of 40 overs, and 170 for 5 are Gloucestershire, requiring 48 more runs to win.
Yep, key strike in that over from Tom Price. It's an area that he likes to target. Wide, long on, straight mid-wicket. He plays that kind of, it's almost a slog sweep, but it's like a sort of straight slog sweep through that wide, long on area. And there are very rarely fielders out there. So it would have been safe even if there'd been a... Well, actually, say if there'd been a fielder back. It didn't land that far over the rope, so maybe it would have been a catch. But there's very rarely somebody there. Glamorgan can put an extra fielder out now, which in some ways actually almost introduces a conundrum for Glamorgan in that, do they decide to put the extra fielder out? And I think they're doing exactly the right thing and they're keeping him in. So 5 in the ring, despite the fact we're in the final 10 overs. Van der Guchten is in and bowls to Ollie Price, who's still searching for some sort of timing off the bowling of Van der Guchten as he drives. And again, it's just squibbed out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Van der Guchten in his 7th. Kellaway's got 1 left, and then you feel it's probably got to be pace from both ends. But I think Gloucestershire will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief once Kellaway's seen off. Van der Guchten races in. He's there now and bowls. It's short, it's wide, it's cut by Ollie Price, but it'll only be a single. Deep cover is out on the boundary rope. And 171 for 5. Ollie Price up to 87.
You think maybe Kieran Carlson wouldn't necessarily come back into the attack with his spin. You've still got Jamie McElroy's only bowled 5 overs. Dan Douthwaite's only bowled 4. McElroy's taken a wicket, of course, but yeah, that will be the second conundrum if the field is the first conundrum for Glamorgan as to who bowls out this match.
Van der Guchten into Tom Price, who comes forward and plays the ball straight back to the bowler for no run, and goes for a bit of a wander. Does Tom Price has got 8 from 20 deliveries with a 6 included in that innings. A lot of dots, but he's still there, and he He's just got to make sure he doesn't give his wicket away and expose another batter to having to try and get themselves in, face the number of deliveries to become just a tiny bit more acquainted with the pace of this surface. Van der Hugten is in to bowl. He drives as Tom Price up towards mid-off, has to get round the bowler, but McIlroy doesn't pick the ball up, and so it's a single. 72 for 5. Might have been fairly tight if he'd picked it up because of the fact that Van der Hugten and his follow through, and he certainly didn't move. It was just that Tom Price decided to go round him rather than to the straight of him, which he probably could have done even if he would have been on the pitch. He would certainly been nowhere near the danger area.
Yeah.
Just made things a little bit more hairy for Gloucestershire there. 46 more needed, 56 balls left. Van der Hugten bowls to Ollie Price, who clips the ball straight to mid-wicket. It bobbles slowly to Kieran Carlson there. And there's no run. And I guess he's just wishing he could work the ball a bit square. He's trying his best to hit the ball square. I mean, there's nobody saving the single on the leg side squarer than a mid-wicket. It's just, it seems very tricky to access that area. And the last ball of another tight over coming up from Van der Hugten. Well, it will be if he can finish it off. Bowls now to Ollie Price, who dabs straight to backward point, and that is the end of the over. 2 from it. 46 needed from 54. The required rate has hit 5, but it only takes one more cheap over for it to start going up to 6.
And that's the way that it swings either way now as well, because it only takes a strong over for it to start coming back down and looking more manageable. I mean, it is very finely poised, perhaps more finely poised than we would have expected 10, 15 overs ago.
I think it just it shows you. I mean, Van Buren was the one that opened things up because he's a good player of spin and he's got a lot of experience in that middle order, and they had an established partnership as well. I think Taylor was always going to try and play one way against the spinners. If it was going to come off, then the runs would have ticked down very quickly, but now that it hasn't, it's kind of fingernails being bitten and edges of seats being sat on if you're a Gloucestershire supporter.
And here's Ben Kellaway for his final over from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket, and knocked away by Tom Price on the leg side. Man coming in from the boundary. They'll try and run 2, and they will run 2. 2 from it. First ball of the 42nd over. Kellaway 3 for 39. 3 wickets, 39 for 39 runs in his 9 overs plus this first ball, as he delivers to Tom Price again, who plays a little sweep. They'll try and run one out, a shot at the stumps of the non-striker's end, and didn't get it. They will come through for the single, and here you go. Run rate goes over 5, and you start pushing these runs that maybe you wouldn't have taken when it was 4.2, 4.3, 4.4.
Yeah, as the reverse sweep went in exactly the same area a couple of overs ago, which they didn't take the single,
exactly,
so you're right.
Yeah. And Kellaway again to Price. That's in the air, but it won't carry out
Watch
to
the spin.
the boundary. I'll take a single from that. 3 balls for runs in the 42nd over, and again, yeah, that's maybe the kind of shots that they'll start playing a bit more now the run rate has climbed up. Kellaway to Tom Price again, flicks it behind, and another shot at the stumps, not in time. They'll take another single, and Ollie Price back on strike on 88 not out. Tom Price 13 not out. 42nd over, 2 balls remaining. Ben Kellaway's final over. And here he delivers, and another sweep towards the boundary that is cut off on the leg side for a single. 1 more ball in the over. 6 runs has come off it so far, and the required rate just coming back down below 5. The current rate at 4.2. So they will have to kick up that run scoring a little bit, as Kellaway will now come around the wicket to Ollie Price for the final ball of the over, and that's shot away on the offside, and that's a nice shot as well. It'll go away for 4 runs to end the 42nd over. Gloucestershire 182 for 5. Ollie Price moves on to 89 not out, 36 required to win.
Right, and I think that ends a terrific debut for Troy, and thanks very much for your contributions, and it'll be Ed Seaborn and I guess Ed Bevan to see us through to the conclusion, or close to anyway, close to, with 36 runs needed from the final 8 overs, and an over there which Gloucestershire desperately needed, 10 runs coming from it, just to ease a bit of the nerves that were building. Van der Guchten in to bowl to Ollie Price, who steps way across his stumps and flicks the ball through backward square leg. That's 4 runs. It was a shot which was going to go one of 2 ways, that one, because he exposed all his stumps to Van der Guchten. He'll be thinking, how dare you do that to me? But he did make contact with it, and he's whipped it away for 4 runs.
That's a shot of a man, confident player who's in rich form, because he got about 80 odd, didn't he, the other night against Somerset?
Yeah, 77 it was.
70,
yeah,
right.
He's got a ton in this competition as well. 2 tons recently in the championship, one against Glamorgan and one against Yorkshire.
The Lions will be looking.
Well, it's been terrific to see Ollie Price's emergence as a batter this season, but also he got wickets in the T20. 32 more needed. He's moved well across his stumps again and drives the ball, but it's stopped by Van der Guchten in his follow through, and there's no run because Tom Price had emerged with a real bang. I mean, he got that hat trick at Canterbury last season in his first game of the year, took wickets by the shed load in the competition, 8 for 27 against Warwickshire at the back end of the season to give Gloucestershire at least something to cheer about in Division 1 of the Championship. But Ollie Price, this has been his summer. Van der Guchten in and bowls. Again, he moves across his stumps and just fiddles the ball down to third man and sets off for an easy single, 31 needed from 45.
Why do you think, Ed, that they're at the bottom of the Second Division Championship?
Well,
I know we've had bad luck with rain, but
yeah, it's been a combination of things. There's that. There's just the fact that a couple of injuries to the bowling attack just seems to derail them. You know, Ajit Singh Dale has not played as much as they'd like. Marchand de Lange has been out for the season. Matt Taylor's missed some time as well.
Oh yes, Marchand. What happened to him?
Well, he's got he's had to have surgery actually on his quad, I think it is. Van der Guchten bowls. This is Sean, pulled away by Tom Price through mid-wicket. Fielder tries to get there but won't. Douthwaite jogging round the boundary but knew you couldn't get there, and it's another 4. Tom Price moves on to 21. And it's 191 for 5. That one sat up really and asked to be hit. But yeah, and then it has been mostly a case of not really getting the wickets, but they have suffered a few middle order collapses as well, which, you know, as I say, there's multitude of reasons for it. Van der Guchten is in to bowl, and that's turned off the hit by Tom Price. They'll just settle for a single, and it's 26 runs required. And just when we were saying one more cheap over, it gets close to a run a ball. Well, what have they scored now? That is 20 runs off the last 11 balls, I think. And the Price brothers have actually done what they just seem to do, kind of soak up the pressure and then wait for the right time, wait for the right deliveries, and then go for it. Van der Guchten is in. Once more, he's moving way across his stumps to the offside as Ollie Price, and he's turning the ball firmly out through deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for a comfortable 2. That will move Ollie Price up to 96. It's 194 for 5, 24 runs required, and there were all of 7 overs for Gloucestershire to get them in.
I'm just saying to Nick now before I came back on the air that the question and the first answer would be, well, we were 30 to 40 runs short. Yes, we know that.
270 would have been tricky on this surface, or 250 would have been tricky on this surface. Yep, it would have done though.
The approach, of course, might have been a little bit different.
Perhaps, but then equally, they may have taken the approach that lost them a couple of wickets trying to play shots. I mean, it's shots that's got them into trouble, isn't it? It's Wells trying to cut a ball that spun through the gate, Van Buren trying to drive a ball that spun through the gate, and Jack Taylor trying to go big down the ground and being caught comfortably at long on.
Yeah. Well, Carlson is back to bowl at this end, and it's a case of when will this match finish now, because they're in complete control as Carlson comes in to bowl to Tom Price. Short, cut away than the offside, there'll be a single. told his brother, if you deny me 100 running out, I'll tell my dad tonight when we get home. Here's Ollie Price, 4 short of 100. I think you better take this.
Oh, thanks, Edward. That's very kind of you. It's on 96. Carlson, he's in and bowls. Reverse sweep comes out. He's missed it, and that's actually struck him quite high up. It might need a concussion check for this. It's almost quite close to the helmet. Whereabouts did that hit him? It bounced and turned a little from Carlson, and trying to get in the low position. It's not quite that high up.
Not as high as I said. Owen Farrell.
Midriff, actually. Carlson bowls a paddle sweep from Ollie Price. Goes straight towards short fine leg. Ollie Price is a long way down, but what he didn't see was that Sisodia hadn't fielded the ball cleanly.
If Sisodia had fielded the ball cleanly, there'd have been a struggle.
Tragedy, perhaps. A bit like a sort of Mike Atherton slipping.
He's talking to his brother.
Tragedy,
Only your brother's fault.
Tragedy. You know the piece of commentary I'm referring to. Goodness me. He dived back into his ground, but actually he didn't need to bother. Carlson bowls to Ollie Price across his stumps again. He's trying to sweep, but he's hit high up on his body again.
You're only going to play singles here and there, bags.
Oh yeah, we're going to need a concussion check this time.
Oh no.
We're actually going to have a concussion check off a spinner. But there we go. It's the first time for everything. I've never seen a concussion check off a spinner before.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. Is he going to need the helmet replaced? Well. You do see some things at the cricket, don't you? Either way, actually, with Carson's return to the attack is proving
he's
to
spun
be...
it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's spun the ball a lot more than he did in his first spell, but I guess the pitch is a lot older. I mean, it's looking like a proper Bunsen out there now, isn't it? It's really dusty and...
I think Glamorgan then for the championship matches in September get an overseas spinner.
Well, play on this. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Gloucestershire aren't involved, so I don't really mind what you play on.
So who have you got left? 4 games?
Gloucestershire have got 3 games left because they've got a bye week in September. Start off against Leicestershire at Grace Road, and it's Derbyshire at home in the final home game. Then I think it's the bye week, and then finish off at Sussex by the Sea.
Couldn't think of a nicer place to finish off.
No, it's going to be great. The weather so often for late September, he says,
Absolutely.
no, putting the cursor, the weather for late September is so often very nice.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll be nice for that.
Glamorgan have
got
got Worcester away, which will, I think, determine who is going to finish second. Then they come back here, they have the Yorkies to play, and finally the Peak Boys, Derbyshire. So it's not going to be easy for Glamorgan, and unless they strengthen the side. Now, I can't see them getting promotion. Secondly, if they do get promotion, they better sign some players pretty sharply.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Whoever goes up with Durham, I think, are going to struggle. There doesn't seem to be a kind of an obvious, complete side. Derbyshire are trying to make the... without losing Chris Wright, for example.
Yeah, and the 2 main batsmen next year. Here's Carlson then, all is well with Price as he bowls to him, and I shouldn't be doing this.
As it goes down the ground for 6 to bring up his 100. What a way that is for Ollie Price to get to his ton. Use of the feet to Carlson, and he's hit the biggest 6 of the day so far. His first in his innings. It's his 2nd ton of the One-Day Cup. It's his 4th ton in less than a couple of months.
Yeah, well
what
played.
A period this has been for Ollie Price. He is coming of age as both a red ball and white ball batter.
What's happened now?
I think, has the ball been damaged?
It's an anticlimax after a very good 100.
Yeah, I think we're going to need a new ball, apparently. It's
One
actually smashed off a bit of concrete down there or something.
One mistimed shot I can remember when it dropped in between 2 fielders, but he's...
Price's century came off 107 balls. It included 11 fours and 1 6.
Very good innings by Price.
Yeah, and I think actually you would say it's a better innings than the century he made against Derbyshire in the first game of the season, even though potentially, well, in fact it's very likely to be, that this score doesn't quite eclipse that, which is 116 not out. But in terms of quality and his ability to negotiate the spin on this tricky surface, he's been absolutely magnificent. And
it's his, isn't it?
Head and shoulders as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. I mean, the next highest score is 27.
Well, if he'd got out early, cheaply, then I think Gloucestershire would have struggled.
Yeah,
But he's carried this through. Very, very good innings. As Carlson prepares to bowl the last ball of the over, and bowls to Price, who tucks it around the corner, where Sophia makes rather a meal of that. Falls over twice, fields the ball. They go through for a single. He retains strike. 202 for 5, 16 runs only in 6 overs.
And actually, one of the other reasons why it's quite nice to have a pitch which has offered a fair amount of turn is that we're not even 5:30 yet, and we're approaching the end of the match.
Absolutely.
The game at New Road, that finished at probably about 6:45, and actually it wasn't great because a lot of the spectators had actually left and didn't see Jack Taylor make his maiden list day 100,
right,
which was a shame because it deserved to be in front of as many people as were there earlier. But it's just such a long day.
It's
longer than a championship day if you're going to allow the amount of time that is allowed to bowl these overs.
And they take a shorter lunch. You know, it's half an hour compared to the championship. So as you say, it's a long day.
Yeah.
Douthwaite is back, and I think it's you.
Oh, so it is.
Yes.
Douthwaite is into bowl to Ollie Price, who drives. He'll pick out extra cover this time, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we like to moan up here, but it does kind of make sense, does it not, from a spectator's point of view? It's not good to see people kind of feeling as if they have to leave grounds that early. I know it was a foregone conclusion, that sort of thing, but yeah, it does feel like a lot of time to get through 50 overs. Douthwaite in past the umpire, bowls very full and wide. It's driven firmly by Ollie Price, but it's only going to be a single out to Zainul Hassan on the boundary.
Beyond the wit of the ECB, that you can start test matches and championship matches at 10:30.
This is the other thing, yeah.
Which will ensure that we will finish probably at 6 o'clock, and the spectators at test matches won't get short-changed when the prices of tickets are so high. It's not difficult to work that out. It might be difficult for them.
Douthwaite bowls to Tom Price, who pushes calmly up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think one of the things which has been cited in the past with the 11 o'clock starts are the off-peak train times. So it starts at 9:30, the off-peak trains.
Well, the trains don't go half the time. They're on strike all day. All week or whatever it is.
Anyway, I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, that's destroyed that argument then. Douthwaite bowls short and wide. Tom Price tries to cut, and he cloths it towards back.
Oh, we'll go on the tubes. Oh, tubes are on strike for a fortnight. Yeah. No, but seriously, just start at 10:30. You do it in September. And you generally finish around 5:45.
I must say, I much prefer the 10:30 starts in September.
Oh, they're great.
It's much nicer. Anyway,
fresh autumnal morning.
Yes. In goes Douthwaite and bowls. This is driven, not timed. I feel like a broken record here. Straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, well, and the other thing is, as we've mentioned, I think earlier on, so often the weather can be better in September anyway. So you end up actually, when you've got the sort of 104 over days, for example, you still do sometimes get through those. Admittedly, yes, when it's not so nice towards the very end of the season, sometimes it is quite tricky to play beyond about 5:15. But yes, that is for sure. Douthwaite is in, and this is driven by Tom Price, and he picks out the fielder extra cover. So just the one run from the over. There are still 15 more needed from the final 30 deliveries.
I shall never forget the start of this season. Here we were, the three of us sitting here. Nick is about to welcome everybody into the new season, and it will be Oh, they're going off.
Yes.
Hail, do you remember the hail coming across?
Gosh, yes.
And they're off.
Hailstones the size of golf balls they were, smashing into the hover cover, which is why it broke down. No, it's not actually. It's dual engine failure.
Yes, Carlson.
That was great fun. What a way to welcome county cricket back.
Exactly. Hailstorm. 15 needed. as Price OJ faces, and he comes down the pitch so confident and pulls it away out to deep mid-wicket and says, brother, take over. 204 for 5, 14 runs needed. And now it is Price TJ facing. In comes Carlson, bowls, clips it away, and on the half volley, a good, valiant effort there at short mid-wicket. And just reach him on the half volley. Who was that? Was that Kellaway?
I think
It looked like him, yeah. Carlson over the wicket, bowls, and that's tossed up and hit over mid-off. That'll run away surely for 4. It's a big chase. He's not going to get there, so 4 more runs to Price. TJ, he moves on to 20. Good partnership, this match-winning partnership. And it's 10 runs to win.
I did say 6 or 7 down, I think, at the start of the chase.
They've done very well.
I think Gloucestershire supporters would quite like me to be wrong.
Carlson
Usually the case.
Clipped, or tried to clip round. It's wide though, as it's taken by Horton. And now we're into single figures.
I never saw this being easy, but I didn't see somebody playing the innings that Ollie Price has managed to do.
Here comes Carlson, bowls too short and too flat, and is clipped away out to mid-wicket for a single. We'll win these in singles, the brothers Price. 8 runs needed.
Sorry, Edward, they do seem to rather enjoy batting together. That's another 50 partnership up between them.
The Centurion waits as Carlson bowls, just tapped down short fine legs. Sophia fields no run. Glorious evening, hardly a cloud anywhere to be seen. And we're having another dry day tomorrow, but that's it then. It's going to be very heavy rain Friday, I'm told, and then fine on Saturday. Oh, that's an awful delivery. Dragged down 4 runs. Dear me, that's... and I shall give Mr. Seabourn... Oh, it is his over anyhow. I was going to give him the pleasure of describing the winning runs, which will come in this over, I suspect.
Yes, might do, although... What do we see? Only 1 off the last over from the River Tap end, so you never know. They might just like batting together so much they decide to string it out for another few overs. Make the most of it. But yeah, this has been a really key partnership, and it looked as though they were, for a while, playing Glamorgan back into the game. But once they decided, particularly Tom actually, once they decided that it was time to have a bit of a go, having got the measure of the surface, they've not looked back. So it is Tom Price on 28 with 4 runs needed, and Douthwaite bowling to him. He drives through extra cover. This is running out towards the boundary. The fielder tries to get round but will not be able to do so, and Gloucestershire are home. They're home by 5 wickets, and this has been an impressive display from Gloucestershire after their shellacking of Somerset last match. There were questions about whether they could replicate that form on the road, and whilst this chase hasn't been easy, their spinners did give the opportunity for that low chase, and whilst there was a bit of a wobble in the middle, Ollie Price's terrific 109 has helped see Gloucestershire home with 3.5 overs to spare, and they get an enormous 2 points on the board in this one-day cup.
And we have to say that Gloucestershire have outplayed Glamorgan in every aspect of the game. We've got to admit that. Glamorgan began well enough at 165 for 2, but then fell away badly. Their batting was very poor. Their spinners, Gloucestershire, again, superior, but it was good in the Glamorgan point of view to see young Kellaway yet again coming along, taking 3 wickets. That's the second game in succession, and let's hope he plays now in the championship game. But Glamorgan paying the price for not playing their full side. They were without Billy Root and of course Chris Cook, who probably could have played. Fire don't have a game until I think it's Saturday, but there we are. They decided that they want to blood the youngsters. Whether that's the correct decision, we shall have to see. Pleasure to have you with us, young man.
Thanks very much. Just to mention that I think that given that Worcestershire look to be winning quite handsomely in the end against Northamptonshire, Rob Jones has made 121 so far.
Is that the old
71.
Lancashire player?
Yes, that's right. Yes, moving to Worcestershire at the end of the season. Yes, yeah, very much so. So I think, given the fact that Worcestershire are going to win fairly handsomely, it's probably going to be third for Gloucestershire for now. At the end of the day, Northamptonshire will have a game in hand over them. So even though Gloucestershire have managed to win this game, it's not particularly comfortable still towards the top part of the table, though Northamptonshire have still got the likes of Warwickshire and Glamorgan to play. But it's still a vital victory for Gloucestershire. Glamorgan are in 5th place. They will remain on 5 points, so they will be 3 behind Gloucestershire, 3 behind Worcestershire, and 1 behind Northamptonshire. And Northamptonshire will have a game in hand. So yeah, and Northamptonshire being one of the games that they have, I think, means that it is still presumably, well, it's not necessarily in their own hands, but equally they've got a decent opportunity, assuming that Warwickshire keep winning and beat Northamptonshire, that they may still have the chance come that final round of matches.
Well, Glamorgan travel down to Taunton on Sunday. They will play a very much weakened Somerset side. They would be favourites, you'd have thought, to win that game, but you just can't tell in 50 over cricket. And then Northants, especially if they have maybe Brown playing the opening batsman, that won't be easy. Well, on this lovely evening, it's good night from Ed Seaburn, Nick Webb, myself, Edward Bevan. I hope you've enjoyed our transmission here for Sophia Gardens, and you'll be hearing Nick down at Taunton on Sunday. From us all, a very good night.